HasanAbi on the beat. Yeah. The people, they won't leave. What is threatening about divesting and want a piece? The problem isn't the protest, it's what they're protesting. It goes against what our country is funding. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. Block the barricade until Palestine is free. When I was 7, I learned a lesson from Cuban Easy E. What was it again? Oh yeah, fuck the police. Actors and badges protecting property in a system that was designed by white supremacy. But the people are in the streets. You could pay off Meta, you can't pay off me. Politicians who serve by any means, APAC, Kufi, and all the companies. You see, we sell fear around the land of the free. But this generation here is about to cut the string. You could ban TikTok, take us out the algorithm, but it's too late. We've seen the truth, we bear witness. Seen the rebel, the buildings, the mothers and the children, and all the men that you murdered, and then we see how you spin it. Who gets the right to defend and who gets the right of resistance? It's always been about dollars and the color of your pigment. But white supremacy is finally on blast, screaming free Palestine to their home at last. We see the lies and claiming it's anti-Semitic to be anti-Zionist. I seen Jewish brothers and sisters out there and riding in solidarity and screaming free Palestine, with them organizing and learning and finally cutting ties with the state that's gotta rely on apartheid system to uphold an occupying violent history been repeating for the last 75. The Nakba never ended, the colonizer lied. Your students intense, posted on the lawn, occupying the quad is really against the law, and a reason to call in the police and their squad. Where does genocide land in your definition hot? Destroying every college in Gaza and every mosque, pushing everyone into Rafah and dropping bombs. The blood is on your hands, by that we can see it all. And fuck no, I'm not voting for you in the fall. Undecided, you can't twist the truth. The people out here united, never be defeated when freedom's on the horizon. Yet the music industry's quiet, complicit in their platform of silence. What happened to the artist? What you gotta say? If I was on a label, you could drop me today. I'll be fine with it, cause the heart that my page. I want a ceasefire, fuck a response from Drake. What you willing to risk? What you willing to give? What if you were in Gaza? What if those were your kids? If the West was pretending that you didn't exist, you want the world to stand up, and the students finally did. Let's quit it. That's right, I made this song. This is my song, I made it, I rapped my fucking face off. I hope you guys liked it. What's happening, everybody? I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. For real, Macklemore is my favorite artist now. Oh! Sorry, Ken. I didn't know that was a part of that. Hasan Piker out. That's crazy. That's okay. That was Austin Ox version of Hins Hall. HasanAbi AI cover of Macklemore. Absolutely messed up. Anyway, that's clearly me. No, it's not. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. It's Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen. It's Wednesday, May 8th. We are 8 days into the month of May. We are already in spring. It's about to be summer soon. It's starting to feel a little bit better than it did the day before. It's 64 degrees and sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks, and let me tell you, I'm having a great time. Guess who's been defending Drake like crazy? Let me guess, kick streamers. Let me guess, dudes who have already said actually it's ephebophilia and not pedophilia. Let me guess, that's the fucking full Monty. Anyway, folks, we're live and alive. We're gonna talk about that in a little bit. Well, I'm not gonna talk about that right now. We're gonna talk about that later. Okay, I am live, I am alive, and hopefully we're gonna have a phenomenal day today, a fantastic day today. This is part of the broadcast, however, where I tell you a little bit about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, Megaphonics. You are literally going to get your ass cheeks clapped. This is the one instance where there's a valid fucking news story that you sent me. The one instance that is Elon related, but we'll do that later. Now is not the time. This is the time currently, the time and place. Time and place currently for personal news. Last night I ended the broadcast after playing Disco Elysium, as you guys know, or maybe you don't know. I don't know. Brand of Sunnies and the shirt. These sunglasses I got in Mexico in like a fucking super sick shop. They're called SCYE Specs. After I left my Muscat, I think it's Muscat
whatever. It's like an Italian New York brand. I left it at the border. I left it at the Mexican border, to the Mexican Border Patrol, the Federales, and then I had to get new glasses, so I got these. And the shirt I'm wearing is a super old shirt that is probably not in circulation. It's a Xanarobe. It's an Australian brand called Xanarobe that used to send me free shit way back in the day. Anyway, it's insane that you used to say it wasn't a good game to stream. I don't think it's a good game to stream, but we'll see. You lost your wallet in El Segundo? What? No. Anyway, folks, like I said, I am live. I am alive. And we did Disco Elysium last night. It's just dense. It's a dense game to play. I think it's a phenomenal game. It's one of my favorite games of all time. It's like one of the best. It's a visual novel more than it's a game. It's very, very socialist. Incredible socialism memes overall. Right? So it's great. But anyway, it's the perfect game for this community, I think. It's not as cinematic as the Walking Dead yet, and there's not a lot of action. Okay. Anyway, are you caught up to One Piece? No, I'm not. The stream is the perfect community for that game, straight up. Okay, so banging soundtrack. It's great. I played Disco last night for 2 hours. We're gonna still do it. We're gonna do more of it, don't worry. Later. Okay. You're doing a chatter character run? Yes, I am. I am basically doing that. This is basically what's happening. Extremely intelligent. Very bad with people. Knows interesting facts. Comes up with original ideas. Yeah, I'm doing the Redditor run. Yes. I know about the fucking brainworm, man. I know. Dude, are you kidding me? RFK saying he has brainworms. You think I don't know about that? Of course I know about that. Anyway. In any case, I did all of that last night, and then I went out to dinner with my two good friends, Mason Gooding and Matt Owens. Matt is about to fly out to South Africa to film One Piece live action season 2, obviously, and that is the and we wanted to link up before he left for an extended period of time. And yeah, I'm smoker. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm not. It's not like that. It's not like that at all. Conversation, agreeing until you disagree, and then you talk while you disagree. Debate equals yelling at each other until the other one shuts up and no productive conversation ever happens. But yeah, no, we just hung out. I can't tell you anything. And he didn't tell me anything about One Piece season 2, so shut the fuck up about that. But anyway, you did say you had an audition not too long ago. Yeah, that was for something different. Anyway, listen. We'll see what happens. I might actually go to South Africa to link up with him and to, try to see if we can do something like on set, because I think it'd be pretty sick. South Africa is one of the most based countries on the planet right now. So we'll see. Anyway, don't ask me about questions about One Piece. I'm not going to give you any leaks, and do not ask me any questions about Mason. I'm not going to give you leaks on his upcoming projects either. That's very weird. I didn't even realize it was like that in this chat. In any case, hello. All right. So we went to this place called All Time in Los Feliz, and it was actually incredible. What a phenomenal place it was. I was kind of shocked. I never leave my house, as you guys know. So in the random times where I do leave my house, when I do end up leaving my house, why do you have an NDA? No, man, it's called being a friend, being a good friend to people that I like. And what the fuck? Stop being weird, everybody. Anyway, we went out to dinner. It was phenomenal. It was incredible. The dinner was great. It's very cool. That place is mid as fuck. I didn't think so. I thought it was pretty nice. Yeah. But get Tyla's number for me. I don't think she's in South Africa. Like, I think I'm probably more likely to run into her here than in South Africa, I suspect. Since she's like super famous now and probably fucking lives in Los Angeles or New York or something. I don't know. Chad, has he seen Pierre's clip? Wait, what? Pierre? Which Pierre? So this was brutal. Oh, Piers' clip. Yeah, no, I will cover this shit. He went nutty mo with it. Okay, listen. Yeah, Pierre went off. He fucking went off. He went off like crazy. Chatters that sent me naked, like me with my butt out. Are you stupid? I can't fucking show that on stream. The fuck's wrong with you? I'll get banned. Anyway, it's just the old post where I drop trowel. Anyway, listen. Are you going to cover the Israeli government destroying a local Bedouin community? 250 buildings destroyed. That's just another day in the apartheid state, baby. All right. Listen to me. Anyway, dinner was great. Went to sleep. Woke up. Okay. Went to sleep. Woke up. Worked out. And guess what? If I ever physically take on the task of a regular straight bar bench press ever again, if I don't simply just do dumbbell bench press, if I ever do a regular straight bar ever again, I'm gonna kill video game myself. Because today I was doing incline, not heavyweight, but on a barbell. And of course, once again, I tweak my fucking back, my upper back. But to be fair, it hasn't really happened in a while. But my neck is like kind of fucked up right now, but it's fine. It's my rhomboid. I pulled it. I still continued. I didn't go heavy. It wasn't because it's heavy. It's because you don't understand. It's not because of the weight. It's because of my shoulders. Like, I just cannot do, I can do heavyweight on the dumbbells, but when it comes to straight barbell bench press, I always end up tweaking something. So that's what it is. It's a yearly tradition. No, it used to be like weekly, man. It used to be weekly. It used to be a massive issue. But it's fine. Your rotator cuff muscles aren't activated. Exactly. You're right. And I can activate them when I'm using regular dumbbell bench press, but I always mess it up on the straight barbell. Anyway, do you have any injuries that didn't heal correctly when you were younger? My right knee, but it's not from younger. It's from like a couple years ago when I got a knee surgery. But anyway, that's fine. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. It's not the worst ordeal. Okay, it is what it is. It happens. Do you flat bench? I do. I do flat bench. I do incline bench. I do high incline bench. I do decline bench. I do it all. The problem is when I do it with a straight bar. Okay, yeah, BBL Hossie, he's a 69 god. Yeah. Are you out for the rest of the playoffs? Yes. Just kidding. I'm gonna keep working out. What the fuck's wrong with you? What do you think is happening in this world? Calm down now. But yeah, I'm also going to New York next week, as you guys know. or maybe you didn't know from my mother's graduation. So I will be in the New York area. I'll be linking up with some people, linking up, building, that sort of thing. Are you going on tabs? I haven't hit up Adam, but I might actually do it. I don't know. I already did Stavi's World when Stavi was here. Can you get the throwing fit guys for a pod of Fear Ann? Hope Nick Mullen is there in the studio. Who's Nick Mullen? Oh my God, he replied immediately. God damn. My man, you're looking desperate, Adam. I said, I'm going to be in New York 11th to the 16th. I think it's time. And he immediately responded, it is time. So we'll see. But yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Stav's doctor said he's gay. Oh damn, dude, that shit is chronic too. I don't think you can do. I don't think there's anything you can do to that. Actually, if he's got the chronic gay. The fit versus fat one. Yeah, we'll do it. We'll do the fit. We'll do the fit versus fat. We got the Walter Masterson Hogwatch. Bro, stop being weird, okay? This is weird behavior. Okay, this makes me a little scared. 20-month subscriber. Dial it back. What school? What school did you graduate from? What was her thesis about? 69 booty, I'm a big booty god. What school did you graduate from? What was her? It's okay. Just don't worry about it, okay? Don't be curious. Be normal. What are you drinking? Lean, baby. If my grandma was born in Tel Aviv, but it was before is not real formed, am I Israeli or Palestinian? Ooh, that's a great question. I think technically Palestinian, right? Yeah, I mean Palestinian. Yeah. Like that's what you just described is actually a really interesting conundrum, I guess, but like you are Palestinian in that regard because like even earlier passport, like wasn't it Golda Meir whose like passport officially said like literally Palestinian? Like that means you're Turkish. It's a trick question because the answer is you're Ottoman. You're Ottoman son like me, okay? And welcome to the family. You know what I mean? Like put some respect on it. You're Turkish. That's just how it works. Do people think Palestine was just desert? It was a high-functioning site with government buildings, airports, and universities? Yeah, I think people do think that, which is pretty sad. Sheltered Rosebud, please don't go on TAFs. They're going to make you say some unhinged shit. I hate Nick. Sag. Sheltered Rosebud knowing what the Adam Friedland show is and knowing who fucking Nick Mullen is so funny considering how new of a member of this community they are. Like that's so awesome. This is her 9/11 New? I thought, wait, Betelgeuse. Wait a minute. Oh my God. What do the mods know? My brother sent me their shit all the time. What do the mods know that I don't? Is anybody ever really new? Okay, that's creepy as fuck. That's creepy. That's scary. If this is like another, oh my God, created 2024 113, following since 2024 113. Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. Dude, oh my God. Oh my God, I just realized that it's probably a sock account. Who is Sheltered Rosebud, really? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. What account is it? What is your original account, Sheltered Rosebud? You have to explain it. Now we know everyone. My brother sent me their show. I actually started watching October 2022, but I only created this account recently. Wait a minute. The world is sinking into the ocean. Bro, I saw a TikTok the other night that said that there's a new ocean that they found inside the ocean that's like 3 times bigger than the ocean or some shit. I did not understand. I just turned it off. I went to sleep right after. I feel like I might have hallucinated it. Okay? It's like they're like, hey, we found another ocean inside of the ocean, and it's like, what do you mean? How does that work? Isn't that just more ocean? Like, if you got an ocean, within an ocean, it's just more ocean. You can't just change it up and be like, excuse me, this is ocean 2, right? Like, it's just more ocean. Anyway, Insane Abby Martin, an Israeli spy on Piers. Yeah, it's wait, this is a son of Hamas. It's not even an Israeli spy, bro. It's son of Hamas, isn't it? Isn't this the son of Hamas? Abby Martin duked it out with the son of Hamas? That's awesome. Did we blast off? No, we didn't blast it off. I'm gonna do it right now, actually. Abby Martin destroys son of Hamas. Rafah invasion starts. U.S. restricts ammo. Pissing off entitled ass Israel. Throwing a violent genocidal tantrum. The other Oceania option now. Oh, the son of Hamas is in all reality an Israeli intelligence asset. Well, he's not very intelligent, all things considered. I just love yelling about how he's the son of Hamas. Like, I think it's very funny. Listen, everyone gets to have one fucking fail son. You know what I mean? Everybody gets to have one. What is it? Whose son is he? Is he Ismail Hania's son or something? Like, who's... I don't even know what this guy's background is. I just keep yelling about how he is son of Hamas, but I don't know whose son he is. No, a co-founder? Anyway. You are the fail son, Murad is the better son? Yeah, exactly. Playlist for later. Thank you for the playlist. Weird to have a playlist that we titled People Smile, and then it's just like all the gruesome atrocities. But such is life. Abby Martin destroys son of Hamas. Rafah invasion starts. Wait, hold on. Actually, I'm going to say Piers demolishes Israeli Spock's like Bedouin village. Rafah invasion starts. U.S. restricts ammo. Pissing off entitled ass Israel, throwing a violent genocidal tantrum. And more. Disco. Elysium. Mazovian dialectics later. Okay, I'm in a fucking weird ass mood today. I'm in kind of a good ass mood today. It's maybe because I went out to have dinner with friends. Like, it just kind of put me in a good mood, all things considered. Do we have a blast off meet? Do we have a blast off meme? I'm in a goofy ass mood. Kaya is dead. Yeah, she is. Disco Sleepsium, but we support gaming. Man, shut up. Don't say that. Why hackers? Haters are talking shit. Haters are talking big shit about. Haters are talking big shit about gaming out here. Bro, stop. This Macklemore meme is disrespectful, dude. Stop. It's just like, I hate. You guys are wishing into the world this like bullshit, okay? It has to end. No more. We're putting a fucking blockade on Macklemore mentions after today. Me, can we go see Macklemore? Mom, we have Macklemore at home. Macklemore at home. Ah. Anyway, blast on off.
Tell me something your mom doesn't know and I'll buy you whatever you want.
I say the N-word harder.
What?
Not for no shoes, boy.
I mean, that is like the least shocking thing. Isn't that the fucking fetal alcohol syndrome kid? That's the fast kid, right? With like the massive fucking bouncer that always is like trying to start shit and then have his bouncer like beat the shit out of random people. Yeah, this is what Kick has done. You just saying words. Literally never watched gaming, but I've been waiting 2 years for you to play disco on stream. I cannot wait. Thinking about starting my own. The music alone just makes me feel warm and nostalgic for when I first played it. You're in the Spectrum Talk algo again? Wait, what?
The birth chart of Hasan Piker. He is just so fine. And the fact that he's politically smart as well. I couldn't find his time of birth or anything like that, but he is a Capricorn moon because the moon was in Capricorn all.
Bro, when you said Spectrum Talk, I thought you meant autism. I thought you meant the autism spectrum. Which, you know, I guess this is kind of a hyperfixation for the girlies. Like, I feel like being this into the zodiac stuff is like kind of girl autism, right? But did you finish Walking Dead? Yes, man. Yes. Not only did I finish Walking Dead, but it's like on the entire fucking franchise is already on my gaming channel.
On all of July 25th, which makes him a Leo. I feel like every Leo man looks like a variation of this, but that rustic Capricorn moon really comes out. He's like already cosplaying as like that dad vibes that Capricorn gives. Also, Jake Weber is a Capricorn moon as well, so they probably got along just fine. And Capricorn does represent more like gothic energy because it's very antiquated. Like Capricorns are always wearing black or something like that. It's very clean, minimalistic energy too. But Capricorns can be, again, very gothic. He does.
Bro, I have no idea what any of this stuff means. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just going, that's true. I think so. Yeah. I wish I could be this into something, Lamau. Be this into socialism, okay? Another of you?
He does have his Venus and Mars in Virgo though, so he likes clean girls. He likes girls that are giving Bella Hadid, Dolly Parton energy. Academics is where he finds his love in as well. He does have his Saturn making an opposition with his Sun. When the Sun, especially so dignified in Leo, has a contact, a harsher aspect with Saturn, it usually gives like, I have to work for my fame, but I will do it. Honestly, a Leo Sun that has a harsh aspect to Saturn is my favorite type of Leo. I think of Charlie XCX. I think of people who are naturally talented but always work hard as possible because of that perfectionist that Saturn has. And also again with the Virgo thing going on, he's probably very hard on himself, but that might even be because his parents were hard on him too. And then he has that media glamour with the moon conjoined with Neptune. There's lots of directors and people who are very good at manipulating media as well. And he's also Jupiter's Sun. Jupiter's Sun people are mischievous and they're also teachers. They keep you engaged. It's like the funny science teacher that always makes like comments and stuff like that. I really enjoy his chart. I'm sorry. I wonder if he recently got out of a relationship because Saturn was making an opposition to his Venus, and he might revisit that same relationship in April of this year. As for career, he has his Jupiter in Leo, and Jupiter is going to be transiting the 11th place of Leo, which is Gemini. In Hellenistic astrology, the 11th place of anything is called good fortune or acquisition, which means that you're
Is this saying you were born in New Jersey? Yeah, this is correct. I was. I'm an anchor baby. Why are you entertaining this dumbass shit? Why do you get so mad at this kind of thing? It's just like, let the girls have some fun, man. Like, bro, dudes will literally give you encyclopedic knowledge on what happened in like the 1984 World Series and what went wrong, okay? They'll be like, listen, you don't understand. The wind was actually blowing in a 38-degree angle, which actually caused the pitcher to fucking throw the ball in a way that he normally wouldn't, blah, blah, blah. And then turn around and get mad at ladies for having fun. Check your misogyny at the door, sweetie. Okay? I am the only person who is allowed to make fun of all of this because I don't think I'm this invested in anything on the planet. But even then, I just think, you know, it's fine. You know, whatever. Whatever. Who cares? Let the people have fun. They're both corny though, Hasan. No, for sure. But I just personally am always like, whatever. Everybody gets to have one thing.
Which means that you're reaping the benefits of something. So he's going to be reaping the benefits of his social class or his status or the image that he's projected outwards, because Leo has to do with brightness and brilliance. He will also have Mars go over his sun sign. So I expect for him to be a little bit canceled this coming December to January.
No! Bro, I always get canceled. That's a lock, to be fair. That's the most solid prediction.
Which might even be aligned with whatever relationship that he was in earlier this year.
The comments were not even saying Feral Women Classic. Wait, what? He's literally so pretty. He needs to be a bachelor, be the bachelor or something. Okay. I mean, this is the spectrum. When you said the spectrum video, I thought this was the spectrum we were talking about.
I like him. I like that autistic man. And would I be wrong if I asked him at dinner, is you autistic? Because
You literally pull numbers out of your ass that I look up and you get it right. You have that type of autism, but don't know what the name of that autism is. Politics guy. I think it's just, I'm not even very good at recall like that. I just get lucky. Bro, if you come to South Africa, you better do a meet and greet. I swear there are like 5 of us, but still. Yeah, I don't know if I have like a big South African presence, to be honest. If I go out there, I'm linking up with the government, dude, and I'm building. I'm building real existing socialism. We're building on Mandela's legacy. We're actually abolishing the economic apartheid that still exists. 10% of the population is white, and yet they own 90% of the most viable land, the most valuable land in South Africa. What the fuck's that about? That's what I'm gonna do. I'm going over there, and I'm gonna fucking continue Mandela's legacy, dude. Yeah, it's like, what? I keep hearing about this white genocide, but I haven't seen it. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck's going on? Come on, get with the program. Do the white genocide, South Africa. What the hell? A little bit of expropriation, please. Anyway, meet and greet with Julius Malema and the EFF, please. Okay, dude. Meet the EFF and get dripped out. Okay, all right. We're moving on. Let's get started. Let's get started. First, I just gotta say something. Kendrick Lamar fans need to chill the fuck out. Is Not Like Us iconic enough that white people should get a pass while rapping it? Not talking about Southern frat boys who would abuse it. Not talking about the hard R's ever. Talking about the genuine fans celebrating Dot's historic victory. Kindred spirits. Just curious about people's perspectives in the culture. This is why I do not go to Reddit unless I want to make fun of someone. Because let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. Please understand. Reddit ultimately is about two things. White boys that want to say the N-word. It doesn't matter what their political background is. It doesn't matter what their worldview is. It will always come down to white boys that want to say the N-word and people who are deeply invested in American foreign policy. So invested that they might as well be tuning in from Langley. So invested that it feels like their paycheck revolves around the continuation of American cruelty. Okay? And gooners. Yes, you're right. And gooners and the pornography enjoyers. Okay? It's wild to me the way that Reddit operates. Will you be streaming? Megan Thee Stallion reveals anime sample was clear for her third studio album via IG. Get the fuck out of here. You serious? Y'all will never believe what anime sample I got clear for my album. This has never been done. Very hard to do. Y'all are going to scream. Megan Thee Stallion, you are always welcome on the stream, on the broadcast. We could do an anime tier list. Megan Thee Stallion, I am a hot girl. Megan Thee Stallion, this is a safe space. Megan Thee Stallion, you are our queen. Megan Thee Stallion, I am ready and able to give you a subscription at the top of the hour so you never have to see another fucking ad break ever again. Megan Thee Stallion. We have similar enemies like misogyny. Okay, I hate it too. And also manlets, not short kings. I defend short kings unconditionally like Kendrick Lamar. Manlets, on the other hand, I got the smoke for. Okay, Megan Thee Stallion, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. You will not see it because I have given you. You have seen like 2 anime. She clears you as a weeb. Yeah, okay. I love you, Megan Thee Stallion. You are the GOAT. Please come on the broadcast. Megan Thee Stallion announces new single, Boa. Oh my God. Oh my God. Are you for fucking real? Megan Thee Stallion announced a new single, Boa, while cosplaying and naming the album after Boa Hancock from One Piece? Bro. Dude, that is what? Bro, get the showrunner to reach out to her. I literally just now texted Matt. I didn't even know that this was like this. I didn't even know it was like that. I thought she was just like a kind of a fan. I didn't realize it was like that. I'm a hot girl. Megan's fandom called hotties, mind you. I'm a hottie. I'm a hot girl and a hottie. Fuck it. What are your thoughts on 29-year-old Boa Hancock lusting after 17-year-old Luffy? It doesn't matter because Luffy is an ace aromantic, okay? Luffy is an ace aromantic king. He's also, I think, 19 or 20. I don't know, but it doesn't matter. Luffy will never be groomed because he is both ace and aromantic and he only likes eating meat. That's it. Anyway, all right. Hancock is an attempted groomer. That's true. This is, I mean, that's facts. I will not deny it. Oh, here, you wanted me to look at this.
Then I put the puppy's individual name.
Yeah.
And the thing about that is I like, because the OFA has everything alphabetical. So
I think that's the Anatolian Shepherd, right?
if you're looking at the OFA records of that dam, all you have to do is put Lucky Hit, Diva Kids, and every puppy that she's had has been x-rayed will pop up, and you can see how well or poorly they've done on their OFAs and all that stuff. OFA is Orthopedic Foundation of America. It's what you use to test their. And then I put.
Maya's neighbor breeds them. They are phenomenal. They're phenomenal guard dogs. They're phenomenal. Like, a lot of farmers and a lot of people will use them specifically for livestock. They are some of the best. Dogs boring as hell. Bro, are you okay? Man, I just don't like dogs. Fake ass fan can't even name a song. Okay, bro, here, take a day off, actually. That's it. Geoforio, big gifter in the fucking chat. Anti-Italian hatred is thriving today, okay? You're having a bad day. It doesn't mean that everyone else is supposed to have a bad day with you. You understand? Take a day off. Take a chill pill. Okay? What the fuck kind of hater bullshit is this, bro? He said dogs suck. Anyway. Anatolian Shepherds are phenomenal shepherd dogs. They are really good. Responsible breeding makes me hard. I love hearing this man talking about OFAs. Yeah, I mean that dude is not breeding fucking designer dogs with like genuine genetic problems, specifically so that like some white lady can have the dog. Some white lady can have the dog and carry it in her purse. Like that dude is literally breeding dogs with a very specific purpose. It makes total sense for him to breed that dog. You don't know that? No, you can't. Dude, Anatolian Shepherds are like Kaya size. You can't just like fucking breed them for funsies. No, this like that's the type of dog that like farmers and people think are phenomenal. How many chatters need an actual shepherd dog? The mom was on the stream and she was bigger than Maya. Yeah.
Now she's licking my pants. Do you have a second favorite breed?
Wait, I don't really understand this though. That one's coat is like way too dark, so that's not like a purebred Anatolian Shepherd, I don't think.
You know, my problem is.
Or I guess their coat might get lighter.
You know, the puppies?
No, breed of dog.
Oh, breed of dog. My problem is I do like all dogs. I can like any dog. I don't know why they're just all wonderful.
Yeah, like Kaya.
like
Kaya's
little
coat was like
dogs
much
and big
darker when she was a
dogs
baby.
But For being on a farm, needing protection from predators, I just don't think there's a better dog than the Anatolian at all. So for what I need them for, I have to have Anatolians. And all my family, they have, I can't even think of the names, but those little...
Is Kaya an Anatolian Shepherd? No, Kaya is literally the Chinese version of that. Kaya is Chow Chow Tibetan Mastiff and Saint Bernard mix. She's not like purebred or anything like that, but Tibetan Mastiffs technically are literally like the Anatolian Shepherd of that region. Like there's different variants of guard dogs or dogs that are supposed to like tend to flock, look after farmland, shit like that. And the version of that is this. There's obviously the Caucasian Shepherd. Anatolian Shepherd is like the Turkish version. They all play the same role pretty much. Does she have a purple tongue? She has purple blots, black blots in her tongue, like little parts of her tongue. Some of her tongue is like black. It's really funny. Anyway.
Little fuzzy dogs. And
Pomeranians?
Yeah, Great Pyrenees,
no,
another
not
one.
That fuzzy, but they're like shits about it. And now
Love that you are what she's guarding right now. She ain't guarding shit, okay? She's just sleeping. Cuke Pyrenees, I don't know. Pyrenees, however you fucking say it. Is there really anything to add? A picture speaks for itself. A picture says 1,000 words. Everyone sit and think about this really hard today. This is an ongoing Felix bit. This is a Gen AI image blurred to appear real. Yeah, is there really anything to add? The picture speaks for itself. Yeah, there is a lot to add here, jackass. It's called, why the fuck are you acting like the Hamas terrorists that you are, that you are pointing to are the same as the Nazis when you're doing Nazi shit to the Palestinians? I love these guys being like, well, look at this AI image. It says a lot, don't it? Anyway. Yeah, but this is the Felix bit about how Drake should have been in the Band of Brothers and freeing the camps in Band of Brothers. And it's the gift, it's the bit that keeps on giving, you know? We'll talk about Piers Morgan doing real journalism. We obviously have the Department of Justice investigating whether Elon Musk and Tesla committed securities or wire fraud by deceiving people about Tesla's self-driving capabilities. Obviously, this opens up a whole litany of different issues for Elon Musk, because if we did actually apply the standard to like every fucking lie that Elon Musk is told, this is literally the only reason why his stock performs the way it does. He just lies all the time. He did it recently. Anyway, we got that. I also tweeted about this lady, Israeli member of the Knesset and Likud official Tali Gottlieb has a message for the U.S. Some unhinged, arrogant, entitled bullshit because the United States limited some, not all, some of the ammunition that we were sending to Israel, because Israel was like, we're going to use that shit on Rafah, even though, you know, and obviously I have the Drake clip. Please, I know everyone is going crazy over this. Local news called him the no word. Okay, all right. They let Kahan out with no bail because, of course, Reuven Kahan was released on his own recognizance, i.e. without bail, after driving into a crowd of pro-Palestine protesters. Palestine protesters assault second degree, a felony. Yep. Here, let's start with this beautiful moment. Kim Kardashian reacts to protesters shutting Free Palestine at OMR Business Festival in Hamburg.
Sorry about that. It's okay. That's okay. It's happened at every event I've done recently. Free everybody. What? No, free speech. Everybody. So, talk. Thank you. Free speech. One of the things that is actually against oppression. I'm going to ask about asking, but the state of the world, where it is.
Wait, where did she say all? Where did she say free everybody?
Sorry about that. It's okay. That's okay. It's happened at every event I've done recently. Free everybody.
Free everybody. Oh God. When she moved the mic to her face, I saw. BLM didn't teach this country shit, did it? No. Also, that was back when Kim Kardashian. What the fuck was that? Hello? Hi. That scared the shit out of me. No, it wasn't an earthquake. It sounded like Kaya sprayed something, but it wasn't. I think she was just scraping her paw or some shit. Anyway. All right, let's get started. All right, let's get started. Yeah, she said, all lives matter. All lives matter, guys. Yeah, but back when she was a culture vulture and LARPing as a black woman, even though obviously she was never a black woman, you know, and hooking up with Kanye West and taking advantage of black culture like that, that's when she was like, Black Lives Matter. And then now that she's done with all that nonsense, okay, now that she cast that shit aside, she's like, all lives matter, free everybody.
Israeli military has conducted what it called targeted raids in Rafah as negotiations to halt the 7-month war resumed in Cairo. Israel's operations are in defiance of international calls not to attack the southern city, which is crowded with Palestinian civilians sheltering near the Egyptian border. Fighting has intensified.
Yeah, it's additionally ironic being Armenian and also doing that, considering that like Israel is very much aligned with Azerbaijan. So, you know.
Following Israel's seizure of the vital Rafah crossing with Egypt. Israel says it's reopened one of the main crossing points for aid. Kerem Shalom was closed last week following a Hamas rocket attack. The World Health Organization has warned hospitals are running dangerously low on fuel. Negotiators from Israel and Hamas are at the ceasefire talks in Cairo, along with Egyptian and Qatari mediators. On Monday, Israel rejected a 3-phase proposal that had been accepted by Hamas. From Jerusalem, our Middle East correspondent Yilan Nell reports. A warning, you may find some of her report distressing.
The panic and confusion as rescuers pull the wounded from the rubble after an overnight Israeli airstrike in Rafah. And today, another all too familiar scene in Gaza, a mother struggling with unbearable loss. After Israel seized control of the key crossing with Egypt, it says it's continuing a limited offensive in Gaza's southernmost city, battling Hamas gunmen in the east of their last stronghold. But for hundreds of thousands of Palestinians who fled to Rafah to escape the fighting elsewhere, there's renewed fear.
Last time they told us to go to Rafah, saying there's aid and it's a safe place. And look, they came into Rafah. For now, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay here. It's enough. We're tired of being displaced, and I don't know where I want to go.
World powers have warned Israel against a full assault here, saying it would be a humanitarian catastrophe. Israel argues its operation is pressuring Hamas to make concessions in talks on a ceasefire and the release of hostages.
That's great. That's just like... I like that the way that Israel is openly recognizing their actions of collective punishment against the civilian population comprised primarily of children at this point, because they killed all the fucking parents, is actually just to pressure Hamas. That's sick, man. Thanks. No, that's cool. No. Keep fucking killing children, actually. No, we have to keep doing the baby murder because we're pressuring Hamas right now. You know? It's great. Thanks. The fuck is this?
And this is a critical moment in those indirect negotiations now taking place in Cairo. The US says it believes a deal is achievable, but Israel clearly has issues about the wording of the draft text, referring to a return to sustainable calm. It simply doesn't want the war in Gaza to end before it can say it's dismantled Hamas.
But there are signs of growing strain with Israel's closest allies. For the first time in this war, the US has halted a shipment of powerful bombs, an official says, worried about how they'd be used. The Israeli military insists relations with Washington remain strong.
The aid is unprecedented. The operational partnership is significant. When there are disputes, and they are being resolved in closed rooms in a matter-of-fact way.
In line with a promise to President Biden, today Israel said it was reopening the biggest crossing for aid into Gaza. Kerem Shalom was closed on Sunday after Hamas rockets killed 4 Israeli soldiers nearby. But a UN agency says no supplies have yet entered. The desperate situation in Rafah could yet get worse. Yolande Nell, BBC News, Jerusalem.
Well, let's speak to our security correspondent, Frank Garden, who is in Jerusalem. Frank, welcome to you. Just in the past few minutes, the Reuters news agency is reporting some comments from the US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin on the suspension or pausing of one arms shipment, at least to Israel. He confirmed that that had happened in a Senate hearing. He reiterated, though, the US's ironclad commitment to Israel, but he added the caveat that they want to ensure civilians are protected in Rafah. We know that there is a military operation in Rafah right now. What do you think these comments and the pausing of this military shipment means for Israel's offensive there?
Well, it's a clear sign of Washington's disapproval of Israel going into Rafah. It said, don't go into Rafah, do a ceasefire deal. And in fact, Israel has done the exact opposite of that. Now, Israel's view is that they need to go into Rafah to finish off what they consider...
So many trying to color this as the U.S. holding Israel accountable. Yeah, what the craziest part about this is that, like, Israel is so used to just getting the unconditional support from the United States of America that, like, they're mad that 3,500 dumb bombs were not shipped to them instantly so they could be used in lasering fucking children in Rafah. Like, there's another aspect of this war that I want to cover that hasn't really been considered as much, like the obvious death and destruction and how expensive and how costly the war has been to Israel in general. As far as like the weapons that they're using, there was a TikToker that was talking about this. A TikToker that was specifically talking about, like, Israel's used 70,000 munitions, but only killed 35,000 people. If they wanted to, they could kill a lot more people. And it's like, first of all, holy shit, you're out of your fucking mind for even saying things like this in defense of Israel. It was like some fucking Hasbro mouthpiece This like liberal dude, I think, who's just he's just like defending Israel. Anyway, and the reason for that is specifically because like they don't want to just kill people. They want to make Gaza uninhabitable, which they have successfully done so, right? Like they want to kill a lot of people, obviously, and they want to do that with the permission of the Western world. So there's like a level of baby murder that the Western world will obviously turn a blind eye to, as we've seen, specifically the United States of America. They're trying to do this in the most like PR way possible. They're trying to do a genocide in the most like PR appropriate ways possible. And sometimes their heavy-handedness ends up biting them in the fucking ass when, you know, they end up killing like white people and stuff, right? Which we've totally forgotten at this point. Remember when they killed 7 World Central Kitchen employees, you know, Americans, British people, Australians, like people from the Western world. And we just kind of gave up on that. Everybody was like, yeah, what the fuck is Israel doing? That's really fucked up. And then we just kind of forgot about that. Like, we don't really talk about that at all. Even though Israel had already killed 200 aid workers before then. Those aid workers happened to be UNRWA aid workers, though. So it doesn't matter because they were Palestinian, or they were actually ANIRA aid workers or PCRF aid workers, or, you know, medical professionals that were of Arab or Muslim descent. So they, you know, nobody really cared about that. And hundreds of journalists have been executed by the Israeli state. Anyway, just something to remember, something to consider, something to remember, something to think about when you're trying to understand what the fuck's really going on here. But yeah, it's not just about killing as many Palestinians as possible. We know Israel could kill more Palestinians if they wanted to. It's just about making sure that they kill enough Palestinians that they have some kind of like out. Like, we're just targeting Hamas because they still rely desperately on U.S. Weapon shipments. They rely desperately on U.S. political cover. These are the types of things that they need in order to continue their genocidal operations. That's it. And in spite of the best efforts from the United States of America and all these other politicians in the Western world, they're kind of losing that right now. They're kind of losing on the PR front.
The last 4 remaining battalions of Hamas fighters, and to find their tunnels, root them out, and also, as my colleague referred to there, to put pressure on Hamas to do a deal. But it's a densely packed area with roughly 1.4 million people already displaced many times. A lot of these people have moved up to 7 or 8 times trying to escape the fighting in other parts of the Gaza Strip. So in such a densely packed part of real estate, the US doesn't feel comfortable supplying Israel with 2,000-pound bombs. That's a 900-kilo bomb, roughly, that even if it is precisely targeted, nevertheless, there are going to be an awful lot of other people killed in that explosion. It's a huge bomb. So I think some people would say this has come rather late in the day. You know, there've been nearly 35,000 people killed in Gaza to date and climbing. But it is a very unprecedented, or almost unprecedented move, very rare indeed for the US to do this. When they say they've got ironclad support for Israel, they're really referring primarily to Israel defending itself against international threats. So on its northern border with Lebanon and Hezbollah, or defending its airspace against incoming drones and rockets and missiles from Iran. But when it comes to Gaza and the conduct of Israel's fighting, the conduct of Israel's war against Hamas.
Do I think Donald Trump would have supported Israel? I know Donald Trump would have supported Israel because Donald Trump did support Israel, and in ways that actually has played a significant role in October 7 happening. Why do people hate you so much? A guy threatened to kill me and my whole family because he saw that I have HasanAbi as my suggested streamer. Thanks. Okay, dude, that dude is just mentally ill. You have to understand that there's just like a lot of people out there who are mentally unwell. I don't know what to tell you. Unfortunately, because of the things that I talk about and the conviction that I have and the passion that I guess bring forward in these issues that I talk about, a lot of people that take an opposing stance will be in their feelings in a way that you don't actually get in any other circumstance. If someone was like that invested about Dua Lipa or some shit, which I'm sure there are plenty of people like that out there, you would be like, oh, that's like a mentally ill person. Like, this is a legitimately mentally ill person. But when it's politics, it's, I guess, like, people think it's normal to have these kinds of feelings. I don't know.
Us there, which has taken such a heavy toll of the civilian population, the US is deeply concerned, they say, about that.
Okay, Frank, thank you.
This morning, President...
Anyway, like we talked about last week, the U.S. halted arms shipment to Israel over concerns over the Rafah invasion, even though Joe Biden also is like, Joe Biden is like talking about how like Israel's invasion of Rafah actually doesn't hit our red lines now. Like all of a sudden, they are basically massaging the narrative into, no matter what Israel does, even though we say don't do it at first, we will inevitably say, okay, well, it's fine that you did it. So, yeah, it sounds like Chatter's trying to warn people and turn them away from having HasanAbi as their recommended streamer. Yeah, don't do that. Have me on as your recommended streamer. Fuck those haters. Who cares? Fuck them. Given my commentary and given the track record of my haters, they most likely are fans of like they're most likely fans of someone who has definitely talked about lowering age of consent laws. So if you're not about that lifestyle, then move on. Anyway. So, where were we? Let's get back to the main point of contention here. So, as you guys know, for months and months, Rafah has been seen as like the last untarnished zone inside of the Gaza Strip. Okay? And that doesn't mean that they don't blow up Rafah either. Of course they have. They've done airstrikes on Rafah. However, the remaining Palestinians that were able to escape northern Gaza, that went through like these checkpoints and you know, all the males were basically arrested subsequently in that death march down to Rafah. Like, they thought that Rafah was supposed to be a safe zone. It was presented as a safe zone. A lot of these people have been living in Rafah inside of tent cities, waiting out the Israeli ethnic cleansing campaign and hoping that it will be put an end to inevitably. That is why you saw celebration when the Palestinians heard that Hamas had accepted the ceasefire conditions, which were put together by an American and Egyptian and Qatari envoys as well, which Israel decided to renege on the terms and then turn around and say, actually, no, we didn't agree to this at all. We don't believe this at all. We are still going to continue with our Rafah invasion. Israel then also claimed that it was really fucked up of Hamas to act like they were accepting a ceasefire and getting the Palestinian hopes up, when in fact, the real issue for Israel is any ceasefire at all. Okay? They do not want a ceasefire. They do not want a permanent end to the conflict, which is, of course, perfectly understandable and perfectly reasonable and perfectly valid for any Palestinian to want. That's what they want. Israel's like, no, you give us the hostages, we keep blowing you up. That's what Israel's side is on the bargain. Okay? No way. Israel only interested in getting hostages back. They said so. Yeah, exactly. They don't care. They will fucking blow through the hostages if it means killing more Palestinians. Okay? Here, Bizan from Gaza explains very well that the Rafah invasion is so fucked up. Here, I'll show you this as well. Yes.
Bizan from Gaza is still alive and looks like after 214 days, it's now the turn of Rafah to be destroyed. So the Israeli army today at the morning dropped leaflets over the people living in the east and the middle of Rafah, telling them to evacuate their places because they're going to start the military operations or the ground invasion there in the east and the middle of Rafah. And they told people not to go to Al-Mawasi area or the coastal area of Rafah, not even to go to any schools or hospitals in the west of Rafah. They told people to go to Khan Yunis. Yes, as you heard, Khan Yunis. Khan Yunis is 100% destroyed. The municipality, the humanitarian workers and agencies are saying that the schools, the hospitals, the infrastructure, roads and homes of Khan Yunis, the whole area of Khan Yunis, are 100% destroyed. There's no even a place for people to put tents there. For that, it's dangerous and there's no places. There's no water, there's no hospitals, no schools, no homes, no roads. The still standing but destroyed buildings are about to fall. It's too dangerous to be in Khan Yunis. And despite that, the Israeli army knows about
What? This guy, no one wants that political. People are here for you like always. Why do you have to put these topics on these people? All these people are here for you. We can't do nothing about what is happening in these places. People want to have fun. Stop bringing the horror stories we cannot change up. Chatter, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a fucking political commentator. Like, these horrors that we are funding are absolutely my job to bring up to an audience. Okay? If you're coming in here for me and me only, great. Okay, wonderful. Stick around. Maybe you will learn a thing or two. Neither you nor I can change, or nor the chat can change something that's not true at all. This kind of nihilistic attitude, this defeatist attitude is insane. Luckily, plenty of people in this community do not feel that way and actually do take it to the streets. Okay? You should always maintain revolutionary optimism. Okay? It is not a loose situation account created today. Take a second off and really reconsider your stance.
On everything about this because they did this. They know everything, but they're also telling people that the Mawasi area of Rafah is no longer a safe area. It's no longer a safe area. While in the past, when we were in the north of Gaza Strip or when we were in Khan Yunis,
like, understand something, okay? Every safe area that they declare, that's a legal designation. A safe zone is supposed to have a very clear legal designation under international law. It means that inside of that safe zone, you will not be shot at. It means that inside of that safe zone, you will not be bombed. It means that inside of that safe zone, you will have access to clean water, you will have access to electricity, you will have access to food, you will have access to humanitarian aid. Okay? That's where civilians are supposed to be evacuated to. However, Israel has violated this fundamental principle and unlocked PvP in the fucking safe zone over and over again. I mean, they don't care about international law. No one really cares about international law, but like, you have to understand, like, Israel's flagrant abuse and flagrant violations are happening in real time in front of our eyes. Okay? Ultimately, they lied about Rafah being a safe zone anyway, and they kept bombing at parts of Rafah anyway. And now they're gearing up for a full-scale invasion. They're gearing up for a full-scale invasion of Rafah and trying to move people back into Khan Yunis, which they already destroyed.
they were telling us to go to Al-Mawasi area, to the far south of Rafah, to the humanitarian aid zone. Now they are telling us simply that the place where hundreds of thousands of people lived there, build their tents there, try to secure water and electricity by putting some solar cells, all these people are in danger and need to evacuate to Khan Yunis. They updated the safe area zone and excluded the Mawasi.
And they don't even call it a safe zone. They call it a safer zone. As in, they're saying that, like, there is no guarantee that you will have any safety in Khan Yunis either. Obviously, Khan Yunis in and of itself is not a safe area because it's completely reduced to rubble, as you saw the photos that Bizon pointed to, right? So they're basically saying it's just like it's a lethal zone there too. We're going to kill you no matter what, okay? We're just going to kill you. You're going to die. You have to die. There's nothing you can do about it. Like, imagine being trapped in this horrific scenario, okay? You walked for miles. Your home has been destroyed. This army with armed thugs is pointing their guns at you every step of the fucking way, making you do a death march down to Rafah. You've been living in a tent for months and months. You have sometimes, on lucky moments, electricity. You're missing your family members. Some of them have been apprehended and possibly being tortured by the Israeli military in some fucking black site a couple miles down the road inside of a military facility. Others have been killed or are under the rubble with no way out. And now you have done your trail of tears. You've gotten down the Rafah. And now this same military force that has demonstrated that they do not care about your safety or security, that do not see you as human, is telling you to pack up your shit and move back up to Khan Yunis, an area that has also been reduced to rubble already, with no assurances for your safety. You are withstanding famine. You are withstanding disease. You do not have access to humanitarian aid. And now you have to move again. Except half of your family, you know, the women and the elderly that you were able to get down to Rafah with, because all the men were apprehended and considered terrorists and are either being tortured or shot and killed. They can't even fucking walk. They're also wounded. You might be wounded. And then there's a brief moment of solace where you hear that Hamas has accepted the conditions of a ceasefire. You celebrate, only to have Israel turn around and say, actually, nah, fuck that ceasefire agreement. We don't like that at all. We had other plans. We want to keep invading Rafah. We want to keep doing a ground invasion. Fuck you. You're going to die. There's nothing you can do. So you're going to die if you stay in Rafah. You're going to die if you go to Khan Yunis. You're going to die anyway. Okay? You're sick. You've been tortured in an act of unjustifiable collective punishment by this brutal suppressive force, this supremacist force that has destroyed your life. Everything you know, the life you've created in spite of it all, is now gone. Okay? No more moments of solace, no more moments of comfort that you could find, even though you lived under this unjustifiable apartheid regime's occupation that functionally turned everything that you know, everything that you were born into, an open-air prison. Now that open-air prison is getting smaller and smaller while they're killing you and your family members, and the same people that are killing you and your family members are telling you, you can go to Rafah, you can go to Khan Yunis. If you go to Khan Yunis, you have no guarantees. I really need you to understand. It's just a nightmare. It is a nightmare. It is hell on earth. Okay? It's unimaginable cruelty. It's just, I don't know. It's just the most animalistic, barbaric force on the fucking planet as it stands. And it's exceptionally, it adds insult to injury, and it's exceptionally cruel and unusual because it is being conducted with full-blown Western support. The largest hegemonic superpower on the planet is offering you all the help in the world. They're giving you political cover. They're giving Israel political cover. They're giving Israel the go-ahead And they're engaging in this mealy-mouthed, wishy-washy bullshit where they'll be like, oh, Israel, don't invade Rafah. But then Israel does invade Rafah. And then Joe Biden is like, okay, but, you know, our red lines have changed. We're giving them the weapons to kill the Palestinian children. And we're giving them the political cover when the rest of the international community says, okay, we got to fucking dial this back. We got to put some restraints on Israel.
Area of Rafah, where the field hospitals are, where the distribution spots, this aid distribution spots are, where where everything is. Even the warehouses of UNRWA, UNICEF, UNFPA, and any other agencies. The warehouses are there. Even the World Central Kitchen, main kitchen is there in the Mawasi area of Rafah and the west of Rafah. Now, nothing of this is a safe area. This is the first thing you need to know about the invasion of Rafah. Today, they started to evacuate the east and the middle of Rafah and telling people to go to Khan Yunis, while Khan Yunis is very dangerous and cannot be lived. Khan Yunis is not livable, guys. There's no life in Khan Yunis. No life, never. Okay? You already saw Khan Yunis in a lot of videos, my videos, and I'll show you more and more of destruction in Khan Yunis. But no people can live there. And now they are telling all these people to go there. Women, elderlies, children, patients, hospitals. They are even telling Abu Yusuf al-Najjar hospital to evacuate. Now in Rafah, you have only 3 hospitals. Abu Yusuf al-Najjar, Kuwaiti hospital, and these are very small hospitals and only dealing with the emergency and the first aid, let me say, and the maternity hospital, the only maternity hospital in Gaza Strip, Al Morati Hospital. And the first 2 hospitals need to evacuate now, and the 3rd hospital is also threatened.
Yeah. Israel is also simultaneously openly admitting that they're doing this to, quote unquote, pressure Hamas, to put pressure on Hamas, killing children, killing women whose family members you've killed, whose entire homes you've destroyed, specifically to put more pressure on Hamas. And what is the pressure? The pressure is to tell the only defensive force in the region against this unjustifiable occupation right now that is engaging in armed conflict and resisting against the genocidal actions of this apartheid regime in its offensive campaign as a belligerent occupier, because Israel is illegally, as a belligerent occupier, engaging in an offensive campaign on an open-air prison that it has created on a population that it currently is a belligerent occupier to. It is illegal. Israel's actions in Gaza are completely illegal. Okay? So what do they want? They want the only force in the region that is engaging in spontaneous militia resistance against this occupying force that's killing a shit ton of women and children, okay, to lay down their arms and take away their last bastion for emancipation or even a moment of peace and security. They're saying, give us all the hostages, and then we will continue bombing you. Think about that. Israel's argument is, just give us the hostages, lay down your arms, we're going to kill all of you anyway, and we're going to keep killing all the civilians. There are no assurances that we will stop killing these civilians. Think about that. That's what Israel has been saying. Surrender and die. Unimaginable. And here is our leader of the free world, Joe Biden, with barely a functioning brain cell left in his demented, psychopathic, bloodthirsty mind, trying to defend Israel. That very same Biden who recently said that Hamas and the Palestinian resistance have an ancient, biologically determined form of anti-Semitism. If you want to understand where he's coming from and what is why he's taking the actions that he's taking, why he's operating in the way that he is, You know, he openly mentioned that during his speech at the Holocaust Memorial. I don't believe you. Sounds unhinged. Roll the clip. Hold on. I'll show you. One of the worst speeches made by an American president since the end of World War II. If you were earnestly trying to secure a ceasefire deal, would you accuse one of the parties central to it of having a biological anti-Semitism imperative?
On a sacred Jewish holiday, the terrorist group Hamas unleashed the deadliest day of the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Driven by ancient desire to wipe out the Jewish people off the face of the earth, over 1,200 innocent people, babies, parents.
The ancient desire to wipe out Jewish people from the earth. Brother, you are 800 years old. You literally were alive at a time when Hamas wasn't a thing. Okay? You were alive when Israel wasn't a thing. What the fuck are you saying? You are older than the state of Israel. You are infinitely older than Hamas. Okay? Hamas in its formation began in the 70s as a Muslim Brotherhood cutout that was simply a Islamic charity that turned into a militant resistance group that never gained more than marginal popularity until 2005, in which it was still not all that popular in the eyes of the Palestinian population. It is ridiculous saying these guys are motivated by ancient anti-Semitism, an ancient desire to wipe out the Jews, the biological imperative of the Muslim man.
Grandparents slaughtered in their kibbutz, massacred at a music festival, brutally raped, mutilated, and sexually assaulted. Thousands more carrying wounds, bullets and shrapnel from the memory of that terrible day they endured. Hundreds taken hostage, including survivors of the Shoah. Now, here we are, not 75 years later, but just 7.5 months later.
Anyway, yeah. It's ironic, but it is very commonplace, especially in the Western world, to talk about the ancient anti-Semitism, which is a real thing, by the way. Obviously, like anti-Semitism is a very old type of bigotry that has existed throughout history since Judaism has been around, mostly perpetrated by Christians and still continued on that tradition by Christians in general. But it's a very neat little way to put this blame on the Arabs and the Muslim populations. They love that shit. Okay? They love that shit. In Europe, they love that shit. In America, to be like, that's right, it's the Arabs that are doing the ancient anti-Semitism here. Muslims, Arabs, and especially Palestinians, especially because he's talking about Palestinians here, understandably have a very righteous reason to want to not be killed by the Israeli state. It is not ancient forms of anti-Semitism. It is the most normal human condition to yearn for emancipation, to yearn for freedom, to want to not be killed. It is a desire that almost every single member of the Israeli Knesset and those who are in the Shin Bet and a part of the Israeli security apparatus have also communicated. They understand it. That's why I brought up Ami Ayalon yesterday. former leader of the Shin Bet, Israel's interior security, saying, yeah, if I was on the other side of that fucking border wall, I would absolutely join Hamas or any one of the resistance groups. It makes total sense. Something that Ehud Barak has also said. If I was Palestinian, I would join one of the terror groups. They understand it. That, in and of itself, that sentiment, in and of itself, being expressed by Israeli politicians and those in positions of power in Israel, immediately disqualifies this ancient anti-Semitism narrative. It is not anti-Semitism that motivates the Palestinian population. It is a understandable and righteous yearning for freedom to survive. It's resilience. You can cry and say, I'm idolizing terrorists again. Okay? All day, every day. But if I was over here preaching about how wonderful the American state is, if I was over here preaching about how wonderful the Israeli state is, then you'd be right. But I'm not doing that. I'm talking about the understandable motivation of the Palestinian population. Okay? I like the self-report coming in. Clips are turned off. No, if you're a subscriber, then you can clip. And also will avoid the top of the hour ad break. But you are currently not subscribed, so you will probably enjoy this 3-minute ad break. I do not idolize terrorists or terrorism. I have never idolized the American state, which is the single greatest sponsor of terrorism globally, including the Israeli government's state-sponsored terrorism. Okay? Anyway, the 3-minute ad break is upon you. If you no longer want to see those ads, Eccentrete, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Liberals use protection of Jewish people from anti-Semitism the same way they're using LGBTQ people as another excuse for their Islamophobia. Yeah. Here's a 3-minute ad break now, chat.
And people are already forgetting. They're already forgetting.
All right, we're done with this. Fuck Biden. Fuck Joe Brandon. So here it is. In the midst of all this fuck Joe Brandon, there was one moment as the deadline for America's determination on whether or not Israel is conducting operations that are in violation of international humanitarian law with U.S. weapons, because there was supposed to be a deadline, and that deadline is today. Okay, May 8th is when America has to deliver its report to the rest of the world, telling conclusively to anyone and everyone who will listen that Israel is either A, violating international law with the weapons that America has shipped over to Israel, or B, not violating international law with said weapons. And yet, it seems like they're no longer going to be releasing that report. As I understand, the report so far has been delayed. Yeah, self-imposed deadline. Now, leading up to this deadline, the United States did something that's different than what it's done so far. It halted arms shipments to Israel over concerns of the Rafah invasion. 3,500 shipments of ammunition have been delayed. Alongside this report, of course, in the eve of Israel's invasion into Rafah, violating the earlier red line placed by Joe Brandon. A red line that Joe Brandon now says is not technically kind of violated because Israel decided to do it. There are no red lines. That's what I'm trying to explain.
President Biden sending a message. As Israel's military continues its operation in Rafah, a senior administration official saying the White House stepped in to pause a shipment of arms to Israel out of concern about the possible invasion. The shipment, which was delayed last week, included heavy weaponry like 2,000-pound bombs. The U.S. worried those weapons would be used in Rafah, where over 1 million civilians are sheltering. The official saying Israel has still not addressed its concerns about a military operation there.
We will continue to make clear that we oppose a major military operation in Rafah, make that clear then privately as well as publicly.
The Rafah crossing from Egypt, a vital lifeline for humanitarian aid, remains shut. And Israeli strikes in the area continue. Residents sifting through rubble. They said this was a safe area, this man says. There is no safe place in Gaza. Where to go? Throw ourselves in the sea? Israel says Hamas is hiding among civilians in the area. But
that's so shocking that Israel is saying that. Yeah, there's always a new command and control center conveniently placed under wherever the fuck the Palestinians are. You know? It was northern Gaza. Then they blew up everything in northern Gaza and forced everyone to fucking evacuate to Han Yunis and to Rafah. Then they said it's actually Han Yunis. Then they blew up Han Yunis and reduced it to rubble. And then the rest of the people were also forcibly evacuated into Rafah, the southernmost point in the Gaza Strip. And now they're invading Rafah. It's so strange. It's so strange. They always keep saying that there's so much. Hamas is always hiding inside of the civilians. They're hiding inside of hospitals. They're hiding inside of mosques. They're hiding inside of schools. They're hiding inside of UNRWA aid workers. They're hiding inside of the World Central Kitchen aid workers. They're hiding everywhere. Everyone is Hamas. And it's not like Israel has stopped its propagandizing. They literally have considered everyone from actual Hamas militants all the way to the United Nations. Israel is called the UN Hamas. Israel is called the United Nations Refugee Relief Works Agency, UNRWA, that is specifically designed to at least like make the Palestinian lives a little bit more livable. Hamas. Israel is considered U.S. college students Hamas. They said the university encampments are Hamas. The International Criminal Court, Hamas. The International Court of Justice, Hamas. Doctors Without Borders, Hamas. Everywhere and anywhere, everyone is Hamas. And we're playing this song and dance as they use that as a righteous reason, supposedly, to continue ethnically cleansing and melting Palestinian children, okay?
It's continuing negotiations for the release of hostages. As pressure grows inside Israel, the CIA director involved in the talks. Israel says the latest proposal agreed to by Hamas, which would involve a full withdrawal from Gaza, doesn't meet its security needs. But still considering a deal as tensions build over Rafah.
It was funny to see like a brief moment from the media where they were like, Hamas accepted the conditions of the ceasefire, and then Israel reneged on the offer, only to very quickly turn back and be like, actually, no, Israel told us that it was Hamas that like fucked up the offer and added additional conditions, and that's why it's Hamas's fault. It's like, is there a moment that like Israel will be at fault for any of this, or is it always just Hamas?
Now, Israel says today it is reopening Kerem Shalom, another crossing into Gaza. The Palestinians are saying at this point, no aid trucks have gone through, but the UN says it is absolutely critical to get the Rafah crossing open to aid once again. And at this point, Israel has given no timeline for when that might happen. Craig.
Raf Sanchez for us there. Raf, thank you. Hey, thanks.
The Israeli Defense Forces have been say they are conducting a precise counter-terror operation in eastern Rafah. Let's bring in our military analyst, Professor Michael Clark. Professor Clark, great to have you.
Sorry, I'm uninformed, but does Hamas actually hide in places like that? No, dude. No. They're in the fucking tunnel system. And according to Israel's own metrics, Israel has only been able to take out 20 to 40% of the tunnel systems so far. Israel, however, has had a much higher success rate in destroying all matter of civic life on the Gaza Strip. There is a Haaretz article from a military specialist that talked about how cruel and how costly and how ridiculous Israel's war in Gaza has been. Especially how unsuccessful they've been at taking out the tunnel structures. It's pretty interesting. They film everything but can't show us any Hamas fighting going on. Yeah, there's like 30 seconds of footage so far of like them actually fighting against people that are fighting back, shooting back at them. That's pretty much it. Beyond that, it's always just like blowing up buildings, blowing up schools, blowing up mosques, whether they're doing detonations, especially as they've completely wiped out every building deliberately in a 500-meter radius of the Gaza wall that they set up, by the way, which once again is completely illegal. They have reduced the size of the Gaza Strip by force. Plenty of footage of them breaking into Palestinian homes and like trying on Palestinian women's underwear. Plenty of footage of them triple tapping aid workers, random Palestinians with drone strikes. There's footage of them running over with their tanks the I Love Gaza sign and also planting Israeli flags in Rafah. No footage of them actually fighting, though. Because they're fucking cowards. They're degenerate cowards that only have the smoke for women and children. That's it.
You with us. You were listening to some of that. Louise really laying out the complicated nature of all of this. Are we now seeing the start of the operation in Rafah, do you think?
Well, we've seen the start of something. The Israelis have got to choose now what to do because they were in control of the Kerem Shalom crossing, and although, as UNRWA said, it may be technically open, but there's nothing going through it, they've taken the Rafah crossing. And what they did, they pushed they've got 13 brigades on hand for this, but they've used 2 of them so far, 2 out of 13. So one is they've got an armour brigade, the 401st, that's taking the Rafah crossing, and then they've got the 84th Infantry Brigade, which is holding the road to the Rafah crossing. That gives them about a quarter of the distance across to the Mediterranean itself. Mm-hmm. And this is known as the Philadelphia line, the actual border line. Although this is the Rafah crossing, this is not Rafah City. Rafah City is around here. Mm-hmm. But this whole thing is only about 9 miles long, so we're dealing with pretty small areas here. So from a military point of view, the Israelis could choose one of 3 things. They could either sit where they are and then conduct these airstrikes against Rafah City and insertions of special forces to try and grab Hamas people. That's one possibility. A second possibility is that they could move out to the northwest, pushing civilians away into the so-called safe areas as they do, and then move in on Rafah City that way. Or they could go right up the Philadelphia line and take the whole border, seal the tunnels which they still say lead to Sinai, which in general a lot of them do, and then, as it were, put pressure on Rafah from that borderline. So they could do one of three things. I think they're just waiting to see what happens politically to decide which of them to do, because most of their forces have got two whole divisions sitting around here. They've only committed 2 out of 13 brigades, so they can choose quite a lot of options now once they get some sort of political direction as to what the government really wants.
And just before we move on to what's happened with the US, are we clear at this stage of this how many members of Hamas are in this particular? The Israelis say it's 4 brigades.
Yeah, 4 battalions. That doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, conventionally, a battalion is 600 troops, so that would be 2,500 or fewer. They reckon more like 5,000. I mean, battalion is just it's a dignified term for cell structures of Hamas people. So the general view is 5,000. The Israelis have got about 50,000, these 2 big divisions. They're big for division sizes. 2 of them, the 162nd and the 98th Airborne Division, between them have got about 50,000 troops. And they're going to use those 50,000, if necessary, to winkle out or kill or push out the 5,000 Hamas people that they say are in Rafah.
OK, let's talk about what the United States have done reportedly over the past week or so. They've paused the shipment of bombs. What kind of bombs, and what does that tell us about how the US and Israeli governments are dealing with each other right now?
Yeah, well, the kind of bombs are fairly big. There are about 3,500 in the shipment. About half of them were these 2,000-pound bombs, which are big. I mean, that's almost a ton of explosives. And then the other half were 500-pound bombs, more conventional size for most military operations. And clearly what the Americans are doing is saying, look, you can't have the bombs that are doing all of the damage to civilian structures. These big bombs, they are used to either bring down a whole building, of course, or to go deep underground to get tunnels that might be underneath them, since they leave a pretty big crater. And so...
What did you think about the Jewish Columbia students' letter today? Interested to hear your thoughts? I have no idea what that is.
In not supplying or in slowing down the supply of those weapons, that's a clear message to the Israelis. Now, the Americans have been hinting about this for some weeks, and they've let it be known. Well, now they've let it be known that last week or so, they genuinely slowed down the supply, and they started to review whether they're going to supply these more accurate weapons called JDAMs, this kit to put on a bomb to give it little wings and make it very accurate, and these small diameter bomb systems. They're reviewing whether to supply them in the future. So again, the fact that they're telling us this or letting it be known is showing the outside world that they will keep supplying Israel with defensive systems, with missiles to fire against incoming Iranian missiles, if that were to happen again. But they will not, or they're wary of supplying now the sort of things that are doing so much damage to the civilian population. It's a very clear political message. Whether it will make any difference to what the Israelis do, we don't know. Last night, the IDF, the Israeli Air Force, said they conducted more than 100 bombing operations in Rafah itself. So that's pretty extensive.
Significantly, it's coming from the US administration that they've decided to make it public
as well. It's important, no question. It may be a political message, but if it's a US political message, you can't afford to ignore it.
Professor Clark, really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
We can now bring in Avi Hyman.
Before we talk about Avi Hyman, because I think that's the same Avi Hyman that Piers actually quickly engaged in a pack watch on. Before we talk about that, here is an Israeli member of the Knesset, Likud official Tali Gottlieb, with a message to the United States. Okay? I need you guys to understand something. Because even this like marginal slap on the wrist, like, hey, dial the violence back a little bit, we're just not going to give you a resupply, has met a lot of resistance internally in Israel. Let's take a look. Isn't this the lady who accidentally said the Shahada, by the way? Am I thinking of the same demon? I think that it was her that said the Shahada in the Knesset. Yeah. By the way, she's a joke even in Israeli Knesset, but even she's bullying Netanyahu right now. Yeah. The U.S. is threatening not to give us precise missiles. Oh, yeah? Well, I got news for the U.S. We have imprecise missiles, and we have a right to defend ourselves. So maybe instead of using a precise missile and taking down a specific room or a specific building, I'll use my imprecise missiles. And I'll just collapse 10 buildings. 10 buildings. 10 buildings. That's what I'll do. Ryan Grimm asked Matt Miller about this lady today. State Department hypocrisy in full display, not ruling out going after the International Criminal Court, possibly holding war criminal Netanyahu accountable. Is the Biden administration afraid of being held accountable too in being complicit? Here's what Matt Miller had to say.
Part of her question. Forget about members of Congress for the moment, but you know the last administration actually did impose sanctions on the ICC prosecutor and a bunch of others. And when you guys came in, when this administration came in, you made quite a big deal out of rescinding that. Can you rule out that?
Oh, it's not this one. It's the one above here.
Does the State Department send to people who really truly believe in the respect of
Likud official, member of the Knesset. I asked you about Tali Gottlieb, Likud official, member of the Knesset. She said this. She said the U.S. is threatening not to give us precise missiles. Oh yeah, well I've got news for the U.S. We have imprecise missiles. We'll use it. We'll just collapse 10 buildings. 10 buildings. That's what we'll do. So she's threatening that if Israel is held accountable for war crimes, they will respond by committing greater war crimes. What kind of effect does that have on U.S. decision making?
Those comments are absolutely deplorable, and senior members of the Israeli government should refrain from making them. We will continue to make our.
By the way, that's really cool because like the genocidal intent of Hamas comes from one senior member of Hamas saying Israel's actions against the Palestinian population give us righteous cause to do 10 October 7s, a million October 7s. Remember that? That was 7 months ago. One guy said that. Okay? And nobody has stopped complaining about how the real genocidal people are actually Hamas. Meanwhile, every goddamn week, every goddamn day, there's another Israeli high-ranking official or a Knesset member, a member of the party of the that's leading the war cabinet, Netanyahu's very own party, going, we are going to do genocide. We love genocide. We love genocide in the Palestinians. I love genocide. I will continue saying it's not a genocide while doing the genocide. What can you do to me? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Oh, yeah? You're not going to give me more weapons? I'll use the weapons that you already gave me to do genocide. And America's just like, oh, man, it's really fucked up. They really shouldn't say that.
Our policy assessments based on what's in the best interests of the American people, what is in the best interest of the region.
I asked you about...
Yeah.
International law.
Anyway, there was more. What messages does the State Department send to people who really truly believe that that in the respect of the international law, when your lawmakers in the U.S. are threatening ICC judges, and 56% of Democrats believe Israel committed genocide?
Geneva Convention. When you have lawmakers in the U.S.
The Democratic administration, ladies and gentlemen, important to remember that,
are threatening the ICC judges or basically sanctions if they indict Netanyahu. When you have an important report to look into whether Israel is misusing U.S. weapons against civilians is being delayed. When there is a unit in the U.S. Army, in the Israeli army, that's being accused of gross human rights violation in the West Bank has been pushed aside. So, and also there is a statistic, 56% of the Democrats, which is the party of the secretary and the president.
He said halal flow. What's up, brother? You having an issue with the name halal? Does that trigger you? Resupply is just politicking anyway. Israel have bombs enough to level Gaza 4 times over. That's sick, man. Do we see another October 7 lever amongst our midst? Is that what's going on? Palestine rejected the 2-state solution like 5 times, but he's back. Yeah, I can't believe halal flow. Scary. I've been here for political takes for years. Everyone who's taken Hamas's side in this is a nut job. Yeah, you're right. We should be taking the genociders' side on this. You're right. You can cry about it all you want. Israel is the party that is demonstrating genocidal intent. Israel is the party that is doing the ethnic cleansing campaign. Israel is the party that is rejecting reasonable offers of permanent ceasefire. Why are Israelis not in the streets right now? Pro-Israelis can't technically say Hamas is holding hostages anymore because Netanyahu's doing all the work. There are. There are Israelis by the thousands on the street right now that are telling Benjamin Netanyahu, even if they personally want to continue the bombing campaign, they still want to put an end to the bombing campaign for now, to at least do a ceasefire for now. The idea that like Israel could nuke Gaza if they wanted to, and therefore are demonstrating restraint, is so fucking insane. Like, this argument is I don't know how to contend with this argument. It's like talking about Nazi Germany and being like, dude, what are you talking about? They could have done the final solution so early, but they chose not to. You know what I mean? They only ramped up and escalated the mass slaughter of Jews and everyone else in the concentration camps towards the end. You know? They're showing restraint. Does it have to get to the final solution? We already know. We already know that if it does get to the final solution for the Palestinians, which is nearing currently, you still will defend it most likely. Because if you're defending tens of thousands of women and children and the elderly slaughtered, then it's obvious that, you know, a couple 100,000 won't change your attitude either. The energy is always going to be in one direction. It sucks. It sucks that a lot of the major motivating principle on the other side of the conversation directly stems from not seeing the Palestinians as human beings. Just unrestricted Islamophobia. That's why when you see halal flow, you're like, lol, halal flow. They are not listening to you. I know. Don't start wards then, I guess. He's scared to respond to you. He's just a keyboard warrior against chatters. I suspect this is a Euro cuck who probably even fancies themselves as like somewhat of a progressive Swede or some shit, chirping in here. Yeah, Russia has nukes. Look how restrained they've been in Ukraine for not nuking Ukraine. Maybe that is a better way for you to understand how fucking silly you sound. Would you say that Russia has been restrained in Ukraine? I certainly wouldn't make that argument. I think they've been unhinged. They have nukes. Anyway. Dude thinks this war started last year, says enough. It's just pure cope. There's nothing. Fuck Russia to death. Huh. Wait. So you hate Russia and you say fuck Russia to death. I suspect because you see the unrestricted slaughter of Ukrainians. That is definitely a Euro cuck, by the way, a NATO cuck. You can tell. I'm telling you, this is a Swede. Islamophobia, check. Like fuck Russia to death. Like genuine. He's Finnish. He's German. I don't know. He is a Swede. I think the Islamophobia is giving Swede. Yep, there you go. This level of Islamophobia is just like is musmata means mouse mat in Swedish? Yeah. Called it. Swedish chatters will know and recognize exactly the level of Islamophobia at play here. This is the type of Islamophobia that's like, I'll have you know, when the Muslim refugees started coming to Sweden, our rape statistics went up a lot. And it's because of the immigrant rape that's happening in Sweden. Do you understand me? We need to make sure that we no longer have any Muslims in Sweden. This is how we will ensure that rapes are not occurring. Only Swedish rapes, please. Only Swedish rapes, please. No Muslim rapes. I know that it sounds, yeah, I'm not racist. It's just statistics. I'm looking at statistics. Meanwhile, immigrant rape statistics are not a real version of the statistics. And actually, Sweden changed the designation of how they lock down, how they determine sex crime statistics recently. And that is the reason why there was an absolute skyrocket of rapes occurring. Also, many of the immigrant rape statistics actually come from immigrants that are declared immigrants by being other EU citizens. But of course, that doesn't change the reality. You have assumed that only immigrants mean Muslims. It's always immigrants.
Saying they believe that Israel committed genocide. So what message would you send to the equally people who believe in democracy and rogue state who just trample all over these principles?
So a number of things there. Number one, we don't make our decisions based on polls. We make our decisions based on the facts, and that's what we.
Yeah, I'm doing a Norwegian accent, which is even funnier, I think, because it adds extra insult to injury for the Swedes.
We will continue to do to make decisions in the best interests of the American people. When it comes to members of Congress, they make their own decisions. They speak for themselves. They don't speak for the State Department or the United States government. That has always been the case. They're independent actors. When it comes to the NSM, I don't think you should take a delay of a few days to speak at all to our commitment to compliance with international humanitarian law or to writing a thorough report that will look into all of these questions. We are committed to doing it, and I think it is a bit. I think it's a bit silly to suggest that a very short delay in any way undermines that commitment.
That's one example out of three.
I know. I'm going through the examples one by one. But that said, our overall message is that we are absolutely committed to the upholding of international humanitarian law. We have made that clear. That is the case when it comes to Israel. It is the case when it comes to every country anywhere in the world. We expect every country to comply with international humanitarian law.
Yeah, just not Israel, really. We don't really have that kind of smoke. And also, if someone tries to hold Israel to account, like the ICC doing the function of the International Criminal Court, then we will threaten them. Then we will threaten the ICC, not Israel, by the way, the ICC. America's targets so far, the American states' targets so far, weirdly enough, since October 7, has only been college students, international organs of enforcement for humanitarian law, Palestinian civilians, It's just so strange. TikTok. No matter what, it's like we have all the smoke and all the enforcement for those who are saying Israel's committing a genocide, Israel's an apartheid state, which is fact. Okay? And none of the smoke for the actual players in this. None of the smoke for those who are doing the genocide. We had more smoke for the Yemeni population that also openly said that Israel is engaging in an act of genocide, one that they understand from their own personal victimization by U.S.-backed forces of UAE and Saudi Arabia as they withstood a genocide themselves, took matters in their own hands, shut down the Red Sea. That's the level of enforcement and the level of smoke we have for anyone and everyone that stands in Israel's way is unimaginable. Why do you not mention Russia? Is it because they are mostly a white country? Wait, what? Russia and China? Russia. Why do you not mention Russia? Because, wait, what? Because America has literally supported Russia and Vladimir Putin getting sanctioned and also having an arrest warrant out for Vladimir Putin by the ICC, despite the fact that it's also not participating in the Rome Statute and is not technically under that jurisdiction. Doesn't matter. We love that shit. But when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu, we're like, basically, you're violating Israeli sovereignty by not letting them do a genocide. Also, what do you mean, Russia, China, and then you said white country? It's very odd that chatters have their own personal hearing issues, and then they make it everybody else's problem. I talk about Russia all the time, too. Those judges should absolutely be threatened. They're abdicating their objective and duty as ICC judges. Yeah, their duty is to, what? Enact America's interests or something? Will Tokes, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah, but have you condemned Russia? Come on, guys. Come on. Like, you're being fucking unimaginably ridiculous. Please stop. It's ridiculous. The amount of, like, yeah, 7 minutes ago, approximately, while I was having this conversation, I talked about how, I talked about the similarities between Russia's actions and Israel's actions. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. Anyway, let's do the Israeli spokesman that got fucking absolutely cumstered by Piers Morgan. This same guy, Netanyahu, under pressure from all sides, interviewed the Israeli government spokesperson, Avi Hyman. Here is a 5-minute fuckfest where Piers Morgan actually genuinely becomes a journalist for a brief moment. Let's watch.
How many do you believe you've killed?
We don't have exact figures, as you know, it's the fog of war.
But you've got exact numbers for Hamas terrorists you've killed. Why wouldn't you know how many civilians you've killed?
Because obviously our focus is to go after the Hamas terrorists. And
hang on, I mean, that does imply that you're putting a bigger premium on killing Hamas terrorists in terms of numbers and accountability than you are on...
Yes, Piers threw Hyman in this, honestly.
Civilians. That can't be right, surely. If you know exactly how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, you must know how many civilians you've killed. Otherwise, you're prioritizing the lives of terrorists over innocent people.
Piers, with respect, don't put words into my mouth, please. I didn't say exactly 14,000. I said around 14,000. Whereas Hamas will come out with precise numbers that statisticians will look at.
Give me a ballpark number for civilians.
Well, you can use the ballpark as far as the Hamas figures, which I reject as being false.
Well, if they're false, why would you give me those?
I gave you the numbers that I had.
No, you've told me you know how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, but you don't seem to have any idea how many civilians you've killed. I'm just bemused. Why wouldn't you keep count of both?
I saw a TikTok about this, and they were all saying you turned Piers Morgan into a believer. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but it's a shocking display. And as a fair and balanced reporter of facts, I will hand it to Piers. This is an unimaginable W.
I don't have that information
unexpected
to give you, Piers. If I did, I would.
You literally no idea how many civilians you've been killing.
I can tell you definitively that our aim is to go after Hamas.
No,
We've done it successfully.
I'm sorry to push you on this. That's quite extraordinary. You're an official spokesman for the Israeli government, and you have no idea how many civilians you've killed. I thought you just told me that you were particularly careful about...
I can tell you what those numbers are. Those numbers are just the number of military-aged men. That's it. Every Palestinian that has been killed that is over the age of, I believe by Israel's designation, they consider anyone over the age of 17 or 16, if I'm not mistaken, to be military-aged men. Not 18 plus. No, it's 16 plus, I think. They consider every single person that has been killed over the age of 18 that is male to be a Hamas militant. The cutoff is from 16 to, I think, like 65 or something. That's what that number is.
Not killing civilians. But if you don't know how many you've killed, how can you say that with any certainty?
Because even if you were to go by a ratio of the Hamas figures, we would still be far ahead of any Western army.
That wasn't my question. You know it wasn't my question.
I don't have the information.
But you literally have no idea how many civilians you've killed.
It's not that I don't know. I'm not authorized to give the information. I don't have the information.
That's complete nonsense. Why are you authorized to give me the number of terrorists you've killed, but not the number of civilians? I don't understand.
Per Google AI, the Israeli Defense Forces IDF considers any male over 15 years old in Gaza to be a Hamas fighter. Oh, over the age of 15, I guess. This part is incredible. Look.
You literally have no idea how many civilians you've killed.
It's not that I don't know. I'm not authorized to give the information. I don't have the information.
That's complete nonsense. Why are you authorized to give me the number of terrorists you've killed, but not the number of civilians? I don't understand.
This pause is incredible.
Can you explain?
Piers, we will go after Hamas. We will ensure that we...
But you want me to believe you're being incredibly careful about how many civilians you're killing, and you have an amazing exemplary record, but you don't know how many civilians you're killing. So how do I know you've been careful?
Piers, when the dust settles, we will come out with the proper numbers. Hamas runs to the press daily with...
Yeah, when we are done with our genocide, okay? When we are done with our genocide, then we'll let you know. Chill out, okay? When we are done with our genocide, we'll let you know exactly how many civilians we killed in that genocide. Calm down now.
When the dust settles, a lot of people will have died, and you know how many Hamas you've killed, but you don't know how many civilians you've killed. And I'm just asking you why. Why is it you've kept a record of one, but not the other?
I personally don't have that information to give to you. You can ask me over and over. I'm not going to come up with more information. I don't personally
you don't know?
I don't have that information for you.
But you're an official government spokesman for the Israeli government, and you have no idea. Piers,
I came on here to focus on what's going on with the war.
Well, actually, you came on here to answer my questions, I think.
Yeah, and I don't have an answer for you for that.
And I didn't intend to press you on this point because I assumed that you would not respond the way you have. But I've never had an Israeli spokesman who simply said, I have no idea. Particularly after you boasted about the fact that you've been very smart in the way you've avoided killing civilians. How do you know if you've got no idea how many you've killed?
Because I know the way in which the IDF operates. I know the way in which we go after the terrorists in the best possible way. It's not what I've said. It's what General Petraeus has said. It's what John Spencer from West Point has said. It's what multiple British generals have said. Israel goes out of its way to avoid civilian casualties. That's what we'll do. If you can point to me to another conflict by which they have evacuated, got out of harm's way civilians to the extent that Israel has done, then fine.
If you sorry, with respect, Mr. Hyman, how can you possibly expect me to accept any comparisons to any other conflict or war, given that you do not know how many civilians you've killed?
Piers, you understand that I can't prosecute the war over the media.
I'm just asking you for basic information. I'm not trying to trap you, and I'm not trying to unfairly harangue you. I think people are watching this and they'll make their own conclusions. I just find it astonishing that the moment I asked you how many Hamas you killed, you could tell me immediately. And the moment I ask you about civilians, you haven't got a clue, literally. That you're not even prepared to issue a ballpark number. And I think people will find that staggering, particularly given that you are insistent that you're doing everything you can to avoid killing civilians. To which, again, I just simply ask, how do you know? If you don't know how many you're killing, how can you possibly be sure that you are, A, doing better than other people waging war elsewhere, or B, that you have any idea how many you're killing? You don't, clearly.
I feel bad for all the jobs. The work of the Israeli mouthpiece, the mouthpiece for the Israeli government and its ongoing genocide is a difficult one. That's why they keep cycling them out. Jonathan Konkunkrius is gone, even though he's like now doing it for the fun of it. Elon Levy was gone. Now they're cycling out that fat British guy, the friend of the Zionist Friends to Israel of the Labour Party guy. Seems like this is the new British dude. This is the new British demon. Obviously, for the record, do I think that Piers is genuine? Of course not. And I'm sure that tomorrow he will do some more unhinged shit. As always. But he will also always feature people like Abby Martin. Here is Abby Martin going toe-to-toe with the son of Hamas. This guy, who she calls an Israeli spy, an Israeli asset, that I don't know enough about, went toe-to-toe with my queen, Abby Martin. Abby Martin is a phenomenal investigative reporter and an incredibly important voice that has been for a very long time alongside her, I believe, husband or boyfriend, not entirely sure. Her partner, Mike Prisner, has been advocating against American imperialism. Mike Prisner, for those of you who don't know, was also on the show as well. In the past, he is the famous veteran who opposed the Iraq War. Dude, his glaze is so strong. I mean, I will always glaze them. They're phenomenal. All right, let's continue.
You know, Mossab is the Palestinian who hates Palestinians. He's developed a lucrative career being able to lie about basic facts about this conflict. He is actually credited to jailing the Palestinian Mandela, Marwan Barghouti. This is a guy who he put in prison 20 years ago, who was marching side by side with Israeli peace activists denouncing Hamas killing civilians. Marwan Barghouti is the most popular unifying figure in Palestinian society. He would resoundingly win in an election against Hamas. So again, I mean, when we're looking at someone who's worked for Israeli intelligence, who spouts the same rhetoric as Israelis.
Oh, they're married,
who
yeah.
say Hamas, but what they really mean is all Palestinians. I mean, it's really hard to debate someone on the fundamental reality and the principles of, the facts of this conflict.
Well, this is Abi's desperate attempt to discredit me. I am a man of the field. I fought against Hamas as part of legitimate intelligence organization, against savage group that were targeting civilians in suicide bombing attacks, waves of suicide bombing attacks that they killed people indiscriminately. So Abi today want me for some reason to apologize for saving human life, because my truth challenges her convenient truth. Abi does not have the authority. She's just a self-appointed low-grade journalist. How can you be a journalist and you call this a genocide, ethnic cleansing? And she just keep repeating ethnic cleansing, genocide, colonialism, etc. None of it is real, including Palestine. It's only in your head. None of it is existential. Palestine was never born. How can you free it? It was never there. It's just a colonial entity, and some people choose to...
Palestine is a colonial entity, not Israel. He got the same talking point as Emily. Yeah, this guy is son of Hamas. He's basically Candace Owens. Okay? He is literally functionally Candace Owens. He's probably the most unhinged, like, Israeli mouthpiece that is of Palestinian descent. Like, he's worse than that John Aziz guy. He's worse than that German Palestinian dude who wrote about how, like, the real enemy is the Columbia student protesters or whatever. He literally is an absolute fucking psycho. Why do you keep saying son of Hamas? Isn't this the guy? This is the guy that they call son of Hamas. I think he's like... he's related to someone in Hamas. That's why, like one of the higher ranking officials in Hamas. Major daddy issues. Yeah, dude, they only...
This is the...
Look at that. Dr. Phil's audience goes silent as son of Hamas founder shocks Palestine activists with facts. They love trotting him out to do the exact same bullshit Israeli Hasbara. Okay? He is like Yammi Park. Exactly. Candace Owens. Many such cases. And Uncle Mahmoud. Okay? That's it. I am son of Hamas. And I love Israel. And I hate Palestine. Palestine does not exist. His father is Sheikh Hassan Youssef, a co-founder of Hamas. Yeah.
To make it into a national identity. And this parrot has been just repeating Hamas propaganda. Marwan Barghouti that she's talking about him, she never met him. I knew Marwan before he got to power. He's a criminal.
Marwan, he wanted to kill all Jews. I'm telling you. Marwan, he is a bad man. He is not Hamas, but he might as well be Hamas. Actually, I've decided he is Hamas. The reason why I don't watch this fucking dipshit is because, like, when I see these fucking tokens, okay, it just, it makes me, it creates this like primal reaction in my brain. I become at least 35% more unhinged. And I worry. You might have noticed that I have never shown this fucking piece of shit on the broadcast up until today. And I'm only showing him to you right now as he is trying to and failing to debate Abby Martin. Because he is so goddamn infuriating. I hate him.
Killed 5 people. He has blood on his hands. He cheated on his wife. He has a secret son that he never revealed it to the public.
He is hiding a child like Drake. Also Hamas. Do you know Drake signed Artists for Ceasefire in Gaza? It is basically like Drake. He cheated on his wife. He deserved death penalty. He is Hamas.
Of course, I can criticize him, and I can criticize all the criminals that I know personally. She's been there only for a visit, and maybe she had some falafel sandwich, you know, and she really was blown away of the Palestinian experience. There is no such a thing as Palestine. It's about time to retire, find a different job. You're not a journalist. You don't qualify even to be a mother.
Wow. Abby.
Masab, you know, it's usually a public figure. If they were caught lying about half the things that they said, they would be completely discredited and never allowed airtime. You are spewing such ahistorical anti-Arab bigotry that not even the fringe of Israeli society would agree with you. I mean, not even Israeli historians agree.
I'm not anti-Arab. I am Arab. I am Arab. This is my ethnicity. Islam is just
anti-Muslim bigotry.
Yeah, I am Arab. You cannot say this, Abi. I am Arab. Palestine does not exist. I am Arab. I'm here to tell you, we are dog. We are dog. We are violent. We hate Jews. As an Arab, I am here to tell you. I swear to God, not Allah, because I've converted to Christianity. Let me tell you. We would love to kill all the Jews, not me, of course, because I am a good Arab. But everyone else, all of them, all Palestinian babies, they are terror babies. They are Hamas babies. Anti-Semitism ingrained in Arab DNA.
I am not a Muslim.
Mazhab.
We are Arabs.
Mazhab. Okay. Then anti-Muslim bigotry, which is frankly appalling considering that there's a billion people on the planet who would be characterized as you as, you know, extremists who need to be used force against, according to you. But Masab, not even Israeli historians would agree with the fact that you claim that there's no military occupation in the West Bank, that there's no apartheid state. Israelis at least admit, yes, those things exist, but here's why they're necessary and justified. They don't even agree with you. You're so fringe that I don't even know where you're coming from. I mean, so again, if we can't even...
My father made Hamas. I hate him. I hate Palestine. Palestine doesn't exist. Fuck you, Abby Martin.
Agree with the basic facts of the conflict and the reality in front of our eyes, I don't know how we can really even discuss this.
Yeah, because you don't qualify.
Well, I think the belittling her credentials. Listen, everyone's entitled to an opinion.
Piers, best case scenario, if there is an occupation, it's between Israel and Jordan, or it's between Israel and Egypt. Because it was not an occupation of a country called Palestine. There was never Palestine in history.
This is such an unproductive conversation. It's just like, that was never Palestine. Okay, dude, you're out of your fucking mind. Who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Yeah, man destroys woman by following her home from Target. Like, this is like a Command and Conquer cutscene where one guy pretends to be... if that's the case, how is he Palestinian? He's Arab. He's Arab. He's Arab Christian. All Palestinians, which don't exist, by the way, will die in the hands of the Israeli state. The Israeli state will kill all the fake Palestinians because they do not exist. I am son of Hamas. He comes off as Palestinian Uncle Ruckus. I'm telling you, this is Uncle Mahmoud, okay? I am son of Hamas. He's just comically bad.
This is not an absurd statement. It's
not your best accent, and that's confusing. What do you mean? He just sounds like that. It's not my fault.
Reality. Palestine never existed. It was not a country. It was not a nation. It's not an ethnic group. We are Arabs. We are the Arabs of Judea and Samaria. And when I was born, like millions of Palestinians...
God, he's such a fucking dog. Like, he is such a piece of shit. We are Arabs of Judea and Samaria. Okay, dude. Yeah. Sure. Got it.
We had Jordanian birth certificate. The people of Gaza were Egyptian with Egyptian birth certificate. There was no Palestine. Yasser Arafat created this entity.
What the fuck? Okay, this is hilarious. Never mind. I had no idea he was like this. I didn't know he went to this length. He's saying Yasser Arafat invented Palestine. Brother, there is not a single Israeli historian that will agree to what he is saying. Like, there is not a single person on the planet. I don't, Abby Martin is right. Actually, as a matter of fact, like, the most unhinged ultra-Zionists would not agree with the ahistorical information that's coming out of his fucking mouth right now. Palestinians don't exist. We're all Arab. We're all actually technically Egyptian or Jordanian, which, by the way, Jordan? That's weird. So Palestine is a fake state, but Jordan is a real state? When did that happen? Israel is a real state. Jordan is a real state. Palestine, not real state. Only when the British decide if you are a state, then you are a state. I am Arab. I am son of Hamas. Only when the British invent, they are so good at invention. Piers, I love you. When the British invent state, then it's real state. Nothing else. Arafat was 19 when Israel was invented. Yeah. Piers. Piers Morgan. You are British, defend me.
And everybody believed him. And this lie must die. This is why I don't like what Abby and her likes doing by trying to delegitimize Israel. She's trying to discredit me. Who gave you the authority? How dare
I think you're doing that on your own, brother. It's so funny. It's so funny to literally say Jordan is a real state. That's what Palestinians are, Jordanian. Palestine as a concept absolutely predates all this shit. And it as famously predates Israel as well. Both Israel and Jordan are British inventions. Okay? They are British inventions. If they're legit, they are legitimate states, and Palestine isn't a legitimate state, then I guess his major operational principle here is that as long as the British invented, then it's a real state.
You are a
I'm
spy.
Region,
You're a spy for Israeli
conflict.
intelligence,
You
Massab.
It is not funny. It's not funny.
Yeah, there are maps that go back to like the 15th century that calls the region Palestine. Literally, even earlier than that. Even earlier than that. Yeah, it wasn't called the British Mandate for Israel. It was called the British Mandate for Palestine. And even before that, when Theodore Herzl went to the Ottoman Empire, the Ottoman Empire, and asked to take over that territory, he did not say, can we take over this territory called Israel? He said, can we get Palestine from you and make it our own? Ridiculous. For an infinitely longer period of history, it has been known as Palestine, and also the early Zionists were Palestinian. Okay?
Your
It's
your
not
false
funny at
narrative
all.
need to
It's-
stop because
it's
you
not
are
funny at all,
creating chaos.
Massab.
Listen, Abby, you are bringing
I have
chaos
to
to the
pee.
United States, and you will be held accountable. You are just a criminal like them.
Sure. Okay, Massab, you can't be taken seriously, and you're not legitimate because you are literally, you have
I
worked
don't
for
care if
Israeli
you take me
intelligence to out
seriously
your
or
own
not.
people. But listen,
Sooner
okay, but
or
Massab,
later
you
you
can't discredit
realize.
my reality as well. You can't discredit my reality as well. I was in the West Bank. I had assault rifles
Then
pointed at my head from a
dare you.
17-year-old
Don't dare you
American
try
from
to
Palo
discredit me.
Alto.
You
That's an occupation.
You are in my domain
Massab.
right
That's
now.
a military occupation.
Okay, you are in my domain. When you come to my domain, you have to pay respect. You have to respect all the effort that I put to save human lives, and you cannot reduce that into some propaganda because
why
it's
on
not.
earth would I
It's not
respect you
about
for
Israel,
putting
it's
the
about
leader of Fatah, Massab? You put the most unifying, popular Palestinian figure. You are credited to putting him in prison This is someone who would win an election against Hamas. He is a peace activist. He was fighting for a two-state solution. This isn't about Hamas, and you know it. This is about you shutting down, tamping down on all factions of Palestinian society. And let's be clear, what is Palestine supposed to do? What are Palestinians supposed to do when in 2018, thousands of Palestinians in Gaza marched peacefully to this fortified perimeter fence that Israeli snipers have authorized themselves to shoot to kill? And that's exactly what they did. They massacred over 200 peaceful demonstrators, medics, press, journalists, clearly marked press, disabled people in wheelchairs, and children. These are all violations of international law in the Geneva Convention. Israeli snipers perched up behind sand dunes picked people off one by one.
Abi, in the words of Drake, if Israel's so bad and do these violations, why no international condemnation, Abi? Israel too famous to be pedophile. Israel too famous. It's bitch too bad, Abi. Yeah, guess what? You say these are war crimes. I say these are war good. Okay? Those Palestinians, which don't exist, by the way, they deserve to be shot in the leg and wounded by Israeli sniper.
And a methodical slaughter over the course of several months. That's when Palestinians tried to peacefully protest. So I think the question should be, what should Palestinians do? Because they're not even allowed to advocate.
You won't, Abi, in the words of Drake, you won't find Israel. Abi, oh shit. Son of Hamas got me. I am back. I am back, Abi. I am back. I am back. I am back. Is this still effing? Like, I don't get it. Refresh, dumb fucks. I'm back. Anyway, is that a lady's jacket? It looks nice. I don't think so. I don't think there's a lady that's this big. Anyway, let's get back to the video real quick.
Should Palestinians do? Because they're not even allowed to advocate for their legal rights. They're not even allowed to raise up a Palestinian flag. I visited a place called Sebastia in the occupied West Bank, and Palestinians were shot and in the hospital for simply erecting a Palestinian flag on a hilltop.
Mark Lamont Hill debated Bonarelli over Israel's genocide and military occupation and systemic violence. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Mr. Bonelli, fettuccine mozzarella, you are such a fantastic moron. It's terrifying. Oh, this is the old video from February?
Several days prior. This is the brutal reality of military occupation in the West Bank, Vasab. I mean, I want the violence to end. I empathize with the victims of both sides of this. And that's why I want to get to the root of the conflict. Yes, I don't go out there and say Jews can't be trusted like you say about Muslims. I empathize with all civilian life. I believe and cherish the sanctity of human life.
Before we talk about Palestinian state or whatever name you want to give it, that when we have a savage group, Islamists, by the name of Allah, hijacking and using...
This guy is just the most Islamophobic motherfucker on the planet, dude. How does this make you unhinged for like only a moment? This footage is giving me hypertension for life. I think I just take on a metric ton of Islamophobia on a daily basis, so it doesn't faze me to the same degree. I hear this shit every day. Like hearing it so much, and then hearing it from like a Palestinian dude doesn't really change the dynamic that much. Yeah, he is just like Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who also converted to Christianity now. She went from Ayaan Hirsi Ali also famously converted from Islam to r/atheism. Why are you not taking this seriously? Hasan, this is staged. I'm not taking it seriously because it's fucking ridiculous. He literally said Palestine doesn't exist. Like, it's not a matter of historical record, and Yasser Arafat invented it. You will never find a single historian, Israeli, Palestinian, Western, Christian, Jewish, not a single person will say that. I have never even heard. I've never heard that sentiment. People say Palestine doesn't exist. Zionists will say Palestine doesn't exist, not real. It was never a real state. But they don't say Arafat invented the concept. Like even the worst Hasbroist trolls will still say like it was never like a fully functioning state. Yeah. Palestine is a domain expansion made by Arafat. Yeah, he just fucking... I've heard the idea that Palestine doesn't exist as a state. That's why he said Judea and Samaria instead of the West Bank, for example. So remember, that's like a telltale sign. A lot of Israelis will claim that Palestine doesn't exist. A lot of right-wing Israelis will say it's Judea and Samaria. But ultimately, I don't know. I think this guy is like, no, that's actually a common narrative inside of Israeli society. No, that's not. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Yes, a lot of people in Israeli society legitimately will claim Palestine doesn't exist. Palestinians are not a real people. That's not a real thing at all. They're just Arabs, right? However, I'm saying that I've never heard someone go, Palestine as a concept was invented by Arafat. Oh, I have heard the Arabic doesn't have a P sound, therefore Palestine is not real. That's a really funny one because it's called Philistine in Arabic. Palestine. Just like tell me you're a fucking Westerner who doesn't understand the issue at all without telling me. It's Philistine. Palestine. Or Philistine in Turkish. In Arabic, it's Palestine. There is no P word. It's just it's just it's a Westerner's new way of trying to come up with a funny reason. Yeah. Palestine. It is Palestine. Coming up on America's Newsroom at the top of the hour to discuss Israel's defensive war in Gaza, Hamas's duplicity in hostage talks, and the threat of Iranian escalation. At the top of the hour, he should be escalating the 3-minute ad break. Whoever this fucking guy is. Senior writer of the National Review, of course. Right-wing shithead. Arafat was there when Shakespeare wrote about Palestine. In Othello, Shakespeare asked for a place name and witnesses say Arafat said Palestine before giggling to himself. That is right. I am son of Hamas. Listen to me, Abi. Oh, yeah. Going back to the Rafah thing that we were talking about, but also, like I was mentioning, we'll talk about that. We'll talk about this addendum here in a second. But during that, but in that second that we're discussing this, some of you will see the 3-minute ad break. Like I said, here's the 3-minute ad break now. Anyway. My mother saw the YouTube notification on my phone for the UCLA vid and thought I was missed. It was a missed call and says someone from UCLA called you. HasanAbi. I was at a lecture on the history of Palestine in Melbourne last night by a historian from Bethlehem. He showed several maps of ancient Palestine, not even an attempt to prove it exists. This 24 extra looking ass has no clue what he's talking about. Yeah. All right, let's, we're done. We're done with this fucking shit. I don't want to hear this fucking dumbass ever again. The Biden admin leaked a story that it held up one weapon shipment to Israel in an effort to pretend it's taking action, as we covered extensively. The IDF's top spokesman totally downplayed it today. A U.S. official said Biden didn't pull the handbrake on Israel taking Rafah crossing in a call with Netanyahu. So remember that when you think about like the marginal de-escalation by the United States of America and the way that is being portrayed in the media as a whole. And then remember how this fucking psychopath, this right-wing, ultra-right-wing Likudnik psychopath was saying, like, if you don't give us smart weapons, we'll use our dumb weapons, bitch. We'll blow up 10 buildings now, like a child throwing a fucking temper tantrum. Parents of kidnapped IDF soldier claimed daughter was killed by Shifa hospital doctor. Parents claimed that a doctor at the Al-Shifa hospital killed Noah Marciano rather than treat her wounds sustained during an Israeli-occupied force bombing. That is insane. Yeah, dude, it was medical malpractice and not the bomb that fucking blew her up. Totally. Good take. It's crazy. How the fuck can they know that? Dude, no, they don't even have to know that. Do you not hear what the subtitle is? The parents claim that a doctor at the Al-Shifa hospital killed Noah Marciano rather than treat her wounds sustained during an Israeli-occupied force bombing. They know that she was blown up by Israeli bombs. And they're still trying to turn this back onto Palestinians. Palestinian doctors, mind you. That's crazy. What a fucking psychopathic way to frame this issue. It's the parents saying this. How is this an article? It's good to see the feverish nature of ultra-Zionists. The idea that, like, yeah, no, our government killed our daughter, but also, technically, it's also still Palestinians that did it. Hamas doctors did it. Also, she was not a civilian. She was a IDF soldier. Breaking. Speaker Johnson and Senate Minority Leader McConnell send a letter to President Biden expressing alarm about the decision to pause a weapon shipment to Israel and ask for clarification by the end of the week. Senate Republicans and congressional Republicans across the board have done a couple things over the course of the past week, where they sent a letter threatening the International Criminal Court and their family members, threatening the nation of Netherlands by invoking the Invasion of the Hague Act, for the crime of for the crime of potentially doing what they're supposed to be doing, which is prosecute war criminals for their war crimes. They are now also yelling at Biden for restricting one weapon shipment as a means of, like, I don't know, pulling. Hold on. All right, hold on here. I'll play this right now. One second.
For the Israeli government, who joins us from Jerusalem. Thank you very much for joining us here on France 24. Now, we've had these reports that the U.S. has paused some weapon shipments to Israel. This is concerns, of course, grow off that looming offensive in Rafah. Is the Israeli Prime Minister willing to risk this steadfast support he's been getting from Washington so far?
So, as you just reported, the President of the United States has said that his support for Israel, America's support for Israel, is ironclad. Now, I'm not going to comment on reports of unnamed sources. I have nothing to add on that. What I will say is that Israel will plow on with the missions of this war, as stated from day one, to destroy Hamas, to bring home the hostages, and to ensure that Gaza no longer poses a threat to Israel.
How much weight does the Hague Invasion Clause actually hold, though? It just seems so insane to me. Why? Why does that sound insane to you? It's America, baby. We do what we want. No. Belki bir dakika.
Those war aims, we stand shoulder to shoulder on those war aims with the American administration.
The support has been steadfast so far, you're right, but shortly the Biden administration is going to come out with a report on whether Israel has violated U.S. and international law during this operation in Gaza. Once those findings come out, whatever they may be, is there a fear where you are that U.S. aid will come with strings attached now?
We are in the midst of a war for our very existence. We're fighting a genocidal terrorist organization that stated quite clearly that they will do October 7th again and again and again if given the chance. We won't give them the chance. In the meantime, Iran and its proxies that surround us from every direction are watching, are seeing if they can smell blood in the water, because they seek our absolute demise. We will do everything in our power to safeguard the future of the one and only Jewish state, and we will stand shoulder to shoulder in that mission with the American administration.
I want to ask you about a possible ceasefire agreement, because on Monday, hours after parts of Rafah received that evacuation notice from the IDF, we had Hamas that said it accepted a ceasefire proposal. Israel said that that ceasefire proposal was agreed to or brokered by Egypt and Qatar.
I love the idea that, like, Israel's in a bad neighborhood. Israel's surrounded by people who hate them. It's like, bitch, the people surrounding you hate you because you keep killing them. The fuck do you mean? Stop killing the people in the neighborhood and they won't fucking hate you. I like that Israel has started to call Hamas a genocidal organization to water down the use of genocide since people are using it to describe their actions. Yeah. It's also ridiculous because if Hamas is genocidal, Israel is literally omega genocidal. Like, there needs to be a new classification.
What was wrong with that proposal?
USA, please let them annihilate Hamas, please. Hamas is an idea. That's it. It's called Nazi. Not really, because what they're doing is akin to what Nazi Germany was doing.
So we definitely saw that Hamas announced that they had accepted something.
What do you mean Jordan hates them? Jordanians do. Doesn't matter what the Jordanian king has to say about it.
The only problem is it takes two to tango. They apparently accepted some kind of an agreement that we didn't agree to.
But did the US agree to it? Or did the US say Israel would have agreed to it?
That is unclear to me. What I can tell you is that our lines have been quite clear. I'm not going to negotiate for the release of the hostages over the media, but what I will say is my prime minister has been quite clear. We will not agree to an agreement that says that there has to be a permanent ceasefire, which would leave Hamas in power, which would enable Hamas to take over the Gaza Strip, and ultimately would enable Hamas to do what they want to do, which is October 7th again and again and again. What we will do is what we've done in the past. We will keep up the military pressure. We will explore all military,
I'm Jordanian.
all
We love
military
Hamas.
and diplomatic options available to us, and we will do our utmost to bring home the hostages. We have our team in Cairo now trying to make a deal, and at the same time,
but this is a low-level team, from what I understand from media reports. So can they really take decisions, or do they need to come back and get the blessing of the war cabinet?
This is a team that was sent by our prime minister with the explicit instruction to do what they could do to bring home the hostages. Now, Hamas needs to come to the table and negotiate in good faith through the mediators, because enough is enough. They are holding 132.
Enough is enough. Come to the table in good faith so we can fucking shoot it down again, like we did over and over again. Jordan's Queen Rania Al Abdullah says U.S. is seen as an enabler of Israel in the Middle East. She just went on U.S. media 3 days ago. Yeah, I mean, I'll say it. She's a little bit of a PR operation herself. Okay, although I think she is of Palestinian descent. She does PR. That's her job. Her job is to do PR. No disrespect, but I mean, the Jordanian monarchy is a British invention. Okay, it's like her saying her talking about like America is enabling Israel or whatever. I mean, albeit true, is a way to basically act like Jordan as a unit, as a state, is not also technically offering full-throated, unconditional support to Israel and America and the UK. It's like the Saudi kingdom coming out with a statement. As a matter of fact, I would say even most of the countries in the Arab world are totally invented by the French and British. Exactly. It's like the Saudis like coming out with a statement saying that Israel cannot invade Rafah, I would say is like more powerful. It's a way for her to, the reason why she's saying all this stuff is so that people don't pay attention to what the Jordanian government is doing to the Jordanian protesters that are pro-Palestinian, and what the Jordanian government is doing in support of Israel in general.
Israeli hostages against their will, men, women, children, and a baby, a crime against humanity. You know, this war could end right now, today, as we've said from the beginning. This war could end right now if Hamas put their hands in the air, waved the white flag.
This is literally not true, because Hamas did say, end the war and we will put our weapons down. And Israel was like, actually, we decided we want to continue the war. No, the idea that this war could end right now as long as Hamas puts their hands up in the air and puts their weapons down is bullshit. We saw that. We saw that literally 2 days ago. The Israeli conditions are Hamas, give us the hostages back. Hamas, put down your weapons, put your hands up in the air. And also, last but not least, and perhaps most importantly, let us kill you and a shit ton of other Palestinians after you do all of that. That is what Israel has basically said time and time and time again. The idea that Israel wants anything but complete destruction of the entirety of the Gaza Strip and the forcible removal of as many Palestinians as they possibly can from the Gaza Strip, anything short of that is a non-starter for the Israeli war cabinet. It's bullshit. We Ethiopians are also proud of Israel. May victory be for the Holy Land of Israel. Amen. Yeah, dude. Hey, as an Ethiopian, good luck in Israel, okay? They're going to cut off your fucking ovaries, as they have done to the Ethiopian Jews in Israel as regular practice. They're going to cut off your mother's ovaries, jackass. It's called forced sterilization. Look it up, dumb fuck. He's like, as an Ethiopian, I actually welcome the Israeli government forcibly sterilizing myself and my mother and many others. It's actually really cool. I personally love that shit. I am son of Ethiopia and I love Israel. HasanAbi, we're pretending he's actually Ethiopian. Yes. I like that. I like pretending it. He just keeps spamming it over and over again. This argument doesn't work for them because they say the same thing about minorities supporting Palestine. I mean, it's additionally funny to me that someone who claims to be Ethiopian online is like so vociferously defending the state of Israel when the state of Israel quite literally despises the fact that there are Ethiopian Jews. Guys, this is not a secret, okay? The Israeli government, oftentimes historically dominated by Ashkenazi Jews, have always had a little bit of a white supremacist dog in them. You know what I mean? Like they want to try to make Israel as white as possible, but of course, many Jews are not white. Many Jews are of Arab descent. Not true. Okay. Sure. Going so far as to bring in as many immigrants from the USSR as possible or from Russia as possible, even if their Jewish heritage might be called into question. Dominated by Ashkenazi, the vast majority are Mizrahi. That's wonderful that you literally didn't hear what I said. I did say that. I said that many Jews are not white. They are of Arab descent, as in the majority of Jews are of Arab descent. I said Israeli politics has been dominated by Ashkenazi Jews. Absolutely true. There are even Israeli historians of science working on this. I know them. They would totally confirm exactly what you're saying. Anyway. I don't remember who it was, but wasn't there a black congressman stopped by the IDF during an official tour? Jamal Bowman. He was there with J Street. But the other story that you're talking about actually is Ta-Nehisi Coates, who is not a congressman. He's a very famous liberal black writer, journalist, Obama's favorite, who personally experienced racism in the hands of the IDF in the West Bank. Anyway, important detail, please. Hamas did not say they would put down their weapons to end the war. They said the Qassam brigades will dissolve and the fighters would join a national army if a fully fledged two-state solution was achieved. Okay. What sovereignty can a nation state have without a standing military force? They would be putting down their arms and no longer engaging in conflict with the Israeli state, and would be a part of the sovereign state in a two-state solution. I don't understand why we have these arguments on the boundaries that Israel has placed, which is that it's a non-starter that Palestinian statehood comes with a Palestinian military and a functioning government and internal security and access to natural resources. Okay, then it's not a fucking state. Hello? Ironic, because throughout the so-called peace process in the negotiations, there were moments where the Palestinian resistance did actually do this exact same thing. A hard lesson for the Palestinians to learn, that they learned by force. And yet, it seems that even Hamas is willing to do that exact same thing. Ironic, considering that Hamas became a violent resistance militant force specifically because of Arafat's decision to lay down their arms and engage in the negotiations process, which the Palestinians saw only led to further demise. And even with all of the compromises that Arafat brought to the table, Israel still continued the negotiations process to greatly expand into Palestinian territory, occupied Palestinian land in the West Bank, and basically utilize the Palestinian Authority as a part of its own security apparatus.
Yesterday, President Biden marked Holocaust Remembrance Day with a speech supporting Israel and denouncing what he calls a, quote, ferocious surge of anti-Semitism. Nancy Cortez has more on the president's forceful message.
It's absolutely despicable.
Speaking at the U.S. Capitol, President Biden warned that the lessons from the Holocaust are being lost.
To the Jewish community, I want you to know, I see your fear, your hurt, and your pain. Let me reassure you, as your president, you're not alone.
According to the Anti-Defamation League, anti-Semitic incidents in the U.S. shot up 140% from...
Source ADL. Yeah. Now, anti-Semitic incidents do increase in times, like real anti-Semitic incidents, by the way. I'm talking like fucking drawing a swastika outside of a synagogue or defacing like any and every Jewish institute without care or consideration to their participation in Israel or their support for Israel. Things like that are anti-Semitic. Okay? Of course, when you look at the actual report, as many Jewish journalists have done in the United States of America, including but not limited to Ben Lorber, for example, the anti-Semitic incidents in the U.S. now also incorporate mentions of a free Palestine, mentions of from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, that is now considered anti-Semitic incidents, greatly watering down real anti-Semitism that does happen and that does increase in times of Israeli violence against the Palestinian population, or just anti-Semitism that exists in American society all the time. Ridiculous. According to the ADL's definition, being an anti-Zionist is anti-Semitic. I am a major source of anti-Semitism growing in the United States of America, according to the Apartheid Defense League, which I say so much that I accidentally used that terminology. I called the ADL the Apartheid Defense League in normal conversation with normies just the other day and had to stop myself. As the anti-Semite of the week a couple weeks prior.
2022 to 2023 and got worse after Israel went to war with Hamas. Biden argued people have lost sight of who started the war in the first place.
It was Hamas that brutalized Israelis. It was Hamas who took and continues to hold hostages. I have not forgotten, nor have you, and we will not forget.
In a bid to better protect.
Yes, pro-Palestine Jewish people are anti-Semitic, according to them. What are you talking about? They literally say that. The ADL's website literally has Jewish Voice for Peace, and even If Not Now, as two organizations that are anti-Semitic. I don't know if they actually feature If Not Now as well, even though they have criticized If Not Now's involvement. Literally. The ADL openly considers Jewish Voice for Peace as an anti-Semitic organization.
Protect Jewish students, the Department of Education is issuing new guidance to colleges and universities to help them identify anti-Semitism and other hate speech. Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson argued the president's words came too late.
And if he had spoken sooner, we might not have all these disruptions. We might not have all these commencement exercises being canceled for these poor students.
Yeah, we should have killed every Jewish student and every Muslim student, every Christian student that has said that Israel is doing the big bad. As a data analyst, you can make data say anything if you want to use shitty data. Yeah, I mean, it's unimaginably shitty data to claim that, like, things that are not inherently anti-Semitic, like saying Israel's actions are unconscionable, is actually anti-Semitic now.
It's wrong.
But Biden is also facing pressure from some in his own party to say more about the suffering of Palestinian civilians in Gaza. While Senator Bernie Sanders has gone so far as to warn that the war in Gaza could be Biden's Vietnam.
Hamas did October 7. Why are you mad at Israel, huh? I think that perhaps a lot of things will be confusing to you if you say dumb shit like, Hamas did October 7. Why are you mad at Israel, huh? It's not like October 6 was fucking awesome for the Palestinians. It was still an apartheid state. That's exactly what Israel is.
And when it comes to a crucial voting bloc, young voters, Biden's approval rating has dropped 12 points in 2 months. A sign, Gail, of just how fraught this issue is for him, especially in an election year.
All right, Nancy Cordes, thank you very much, reporting from the White House.
28 past the hour, more than a dozen conservative federal judges say they won't be hiring law clerks who attend Columbia University because of how the school has responded to recent pro-Palestinian protests on campus. Wow. The 13 judges, all appointed by former President Trump, sent a letter to the university's president and dean of the law school this week, explaining that they've, quote, lost confidence in Columbia as an institution of higher education. The letter goes on.
I hate this fucking country so much. I really do. Oh my God, I hate fucking reactionary conservative pieces of shit so goddamn much. Oh,
To read, Colombia has instead become an incubator of bigotry. As a result, Colombia has disqualified itself from educating the future leaders of our country. The dean of Columbia's law school put out a statement in support of students, arguing Columbia law graduates are, quote, consistently sought out by leading employers in the private and public sector.
Oh my God, right-wing Christian fascist nutties won't hire Columbia grad students. No way. That's crazy. If it makes you feel better, no one is hiring right now. That shit is cap. Yeah, everyone is doing fake hiring. Everyone is like faking that they're looking for people all the time to create this image that they are growing rapidly and that they're doing well in spite of everything else. And yet, seemingly, not a lot of people are hiring in actuality.
Including the judiciary. Willie.
Joining us now, the CEO of the data intelligence company Generation Labs, Cyrus Beschloss. His group is out with new polling first published yesterday in Axios, examining how college students are feeling about the ongoing protests at their campuses across the country. Cyrus, it's great to see you. So what did you find? Because we've been talking about this the last couple of weeks. You see some polling that Mr. Della Volpe brought us that showed it was like the 15th or 16th most important issue, Gaza. What did you find in your polling?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the steady stream of footage out from college campuses. We went into the field to test the assumption that this was the #1 issue driving young voters. Our company, Generation Lab, we have got the largest frame of young people, 2 million young people across the country. We did a poll of 1,250 college students across hundreds of campuses to see, how important is Gaza? We've seen the footage, obviously. What we found was #1 issue, not Gaza.
I like that, by the way, I like that literally, are we going to do anything about that? Fuck no. Are we going to do anything about education funding and access? Fuck no. Are we going to do anything about economic fairness? Fuck no. A fucking Nepo baby getting on MSNBC to launder a genocide, pathetic loser? Of course. Are we going to do anything about racial injustice or civil rights? Fuck no. Are we going to do anything about the Middle Eastern conflict? Extra fuck no. That's awesome. Thanks, man. I love that you made this list of all the things that the Democratic Party is not going to address. And yes, the sample size is 1,250 students. That's a perfectly valid sample size. Please stop. Please. As long as they are taking into account, as long as they're taking into account a proper demographic and psychographic profile, a sample size of 1,250 students is a good sample size.
#1 was healthcare. #2 was student debt. #3 was the economy. Gaza came in last. So very consistent with the polling that you mentioned. I think the big thing to consider here is young people tend to look at this issue a lot like the rest of the electorate. Not so different.
And then the follow on that was you asked these students, have you actually participated in these demonstrations on campus? And what did you find?
Exactly, yeah. 92% have not participated in those protests. It's only been everything that we've seen.
Here's the actual polling data. Yeah, so here's the thing. For the record, what's instructive to me, at least, is these two numbers. Those who have participated in campus-wide demonstrations are 7 times higher on the pro-Palestinian front, and those who favor the pro-Palestinian front are even a larger number than that. Or not a larger number than that, 3 times higher. Sorry. The idea that you think that this shows what you think it shows is silly as fuck. Almost 4 times as higher.
Seen on the screens in the last few weeks, that's about 8% of college students. And so very, very, very slim minority. But of those who have not protested, which again is 92% or so, 4 to 1 or so are favorable, are sympathetic to the Palestinian cause.
What's your sense of the college students that you've polled or the campuses you've been to?
That's still only like 80 people versus 15 people. Wait, what? No, stop looking at a fucking sample size and then trying to guys, the way polling works, okay, and I don't know the actual methodology. I don't know if they actually did sample, like, keeping account, like taking into account the attitudes that students actually have. I don't know if they fucking went in and found a bunch of Hasbara trolls and sampled them. But 1,250 is a valid sample size. I just want to say, in elections where the entire election was won by less than 100,000 votes nationwide, something that is top for 13% of people is huge. This is just dumb as fuck. Yeah. I think that obviously if the sample size is every single person, then that's not a sample, that's not a poll, that's a census. That's number one. Number two, here's something that's closer to a census that is more significant, as Central Committee is also correctly pointing out: elections. When you look at the primary elections in the Democratic Party, those are participated. The people that go out and vote in the primary elections are the Democratic Party's most active voter base. Okay? I know this because I engaged in a lot of door knocking operations during the primaries, okay, where I tried to get people to be galvanized and motivated to go out and vote for Bernie Sanders. And the reality of the matter was many people were completely ill-informed that liked Bernie Sanders, but they were like, what? The primaries are happening? I had no fucking clue. Because a lot of those people are not exactly the most tuned in, the most MSNBC watching audience. The people that do go out and vote in the primaries are the most active base of the Democratic Party. So in that base of support, if you still have tens of thousands of people that are voting uncommitted in an effort to show the Democratic Party that they must change course, that is the single most important percentage that you need to look at, especially if your goal is to win elections. Okay?
Are they going to vote or not?
Yes, there is.
Yeah, and also this other side of the conversation is also very important. Why are you basing decision on who should be killed based off how it polls? I don't give a shit about that either. Like, people will say, oh, you gave a shit when it was popular, when it was seemingly popular as a concept. And it's like, I'm sorry, dude. I mean, healthcare reform is phenomenally popular according to this poll. I'm an advocate for that. That doesn't change course for the American Democratic Party or the American government as a whole. So clearly, this kind of stuff doesn't really motivate people in any direction. What I care about is the morality of the situation, and I do think that a genocidal apartheid regime is immoral inherently and must be stopped, must be put an end to. That's it. Anyway. Now, there are perhaps valid reasons for 50% of the students saying none of the above, especially when they see, since October 7, how many fucking students have been doxxed and had, how many students have been doxxed, how many students have been suspended for being pro-Palestinian, how many students have lost their job opportunities or openly had those in positions of power in whatever industry say they will never hire someone if they are suspected of sympathizing with Palestinians. Perhaps that plays a role in silencing many people on this issue. Only one side gets this kind of narrative, by the way. It's not like anybody's running around being like, I will never hire someone who's pro-Israel. Okay? As a matter of fact, the one fucking company run by a goddamn Palestinian CEO, HIMS, okay? The balding medication and erectile dysfunction pill company, HIMS, that dude literally said he would hire those who have been fired or potentially suspended for being pro-Palestine, and he got owned. The one time a dude was like, yeah, actually, I stand on this business. My people are being slaughtered. I think that's unconscionable. That's really fucked up. Anyway. Data you've cherry-picked from Generation Lab. Hi there. We're reaching out to you from Generation Lab, a research firm studying young people with findings in the New York Times, Wall Street Journal, and other sources. We ask that you share your views in a new 10-minute poll within the next 48 hours. After completing the poll, you will receive $3 via your preferred method. I mean, that doesn't matter. That I want to see the crosstabs. I mean, this is normal, but I do want to see the crosstabs. That part is normal. It's just regular process. But it's normal for surveying, and it's normal for paying $3. That's perfectly valid. I do, however, want to see if they have if they do a better profile overall of like what the background is of students that they polled. Based on what you know, who do you think is more to blame for the current situation? Hamas leaders. Also, the funniest part about polls like this, of course, and Harvard does a decent job of showcasing how fucking stupid polling can be. The Harvard-Harris poll. The best part about these polls is like, one, it's greatly motivated. You can massage the questions in a specific direction. It shows that like people are responding to the biased ways in which the question can be framed. But also, this is a flex. They'll be like, yeah, who do you think is most responsible for the violence? It's like that other poll that I remember from a couple months back that where people were asked, I think it was Pew, that asked people, who do you think has had more civilian casualties, Israel or Palestine in the ongoing conflict? It was like literally like 3 or 4 months ago. And the majority did not know. That, to me, is basically just the media flexing that they've done a great job of misinforming the public. Obviously, when the casualties are 10x on one side versus the other, well, not even 10x, fucking 30x. It's a little ridiculous when you ask the public this information and they respond in kind. 40x now, almost. To what extent do you agree with the following statements? This is awesome. Free Palestine. There's only one solution, intifada, revolution. I like that people say neither agree nor disagree in the highest percentages. They're like, yeah, whatever, who cares? Which one of the following do you think is acceptable for students to do as a part of their protest? Select all that apply. Occupy campus buildings, 33%. Block students who support Israel from entering certain spaces on campus, only 10%. Refuse a university order to disperse, attend encampment or protest, 42%. That's crazy. Awesome. Do you think Piers should be spending more or less time protesting? Not sure. How do you feel that the tented campus of materials across college campuses which use to boycott, protest Israel? Oppose them strongly, 12%. Oppose them a bit, 12%. Strongly support them, 27%. Support them a bit, 18%. Which issues are the most important to you? Select up to 3. I wonder why they're not talking about all these other polls on this video.
What's your sense of the college students that you've polled or the campuses you've been to? Are they going to vote or not?
Yes, there is huge energy. We've tracked this from 2020 up until now, and we've actually seen rising intention to vote. I think the question is what issues are going to drive them. Going into last few days, conventional wisdom, whatever wisdom I got, which isn't much, would have been that Gaza is going to be the big issue that's going to swing young voters. The data says otherwise.
But I covered a protest recently, and the one commonality between both sides, and they were all very emotional about it and very, very animated, of course, but to a person, they said, screw Biden, screw Trump. So if they're going to vote, are they going to vote for either one of these guys?
Totally. And by the way,
is this an RFK opportunity, or what's going to happen? They don't seem very happy with the nominees of the two major.
Wait, is this a father-son bonding moment, or am I crazy? Hold on. No, it's not. That guy is a famous he's a famous journalist. He's like he did the what is it? He's not a cowboy, Chatters. He did the circus as well. Like he had a show called The Circus. He did that circus show. But I mean, I think he was like a Politico guy, maybe. Oh my God, everyone's saying like Dick Tracy, John Wayne. Shut the fuck up, chat. I'm trying to figure out what his goddamn name is. The video info. Cyrus Best Claus. CEO of Generation Lab joins Morning Joe. It's not father son. He worked for, but the other guy did. The other guy did. What do you call it? Work for the George W. Bush campaign, I think, or for the George W. Bush administration. This Cyrus guy's dad is Michael Besclaus, who's a presidential historian and is also a longtime MSNBC contributor. Yeah. Michael Besclaus is his dad. This is the guy. He's always on MSNBC. This is Cyrus Besclaus. That's why people were calling him a Nepo baby. Hold on. Fuck. I have to pee so bad. Bushloss. I don't fucking care how you say it. Hold on.
Between both sides, and they were all very emotional about it and very, very animated, of course. But to a person, they said, screw Biden, screw Trump. So if they're going to vote, are they going to vote for either one of these guys?
Totally. And by the way,
is this an RFK opportunity, or what's going to happen? They don't seem very happy with the nominees of the two major parties.
They definitely are, but where did you run into those folks? Those were the folks that you met at a protest. Yeah. You didn't necessarily meet them at the at the bars at SoulCycle.
Yep.
So at the end of the day, I mean, this makes me think of like if I've watched Law and Order for 20 years and I go into an actual courtroom for the first time. I'm waiting for the surprise witness to get wheeled out. Who everybody thought was dead. I'm waiting for the jury outburst. But when in reality.
So you think self-interest at the end of the day, they'll vote?
Self-interest, they'll vote. But what we found, actually, we just released a poll with CNBC yesterday that found that Biden's only leading Trump by 1. And RFK gets 29% of the
Among
votes.
Gen Z.
29%
And what's
of the
the
vote.
age frame on that?
So that was 18 to 34.
Okay.
18 to 34. Biden won young voters 18 to 29. He won them by 24 points in 20.
And it's 1 now.
It's +1.
And
But
so RFK Jr. is effectively a stand-in for we don't like our choices, and there's another guy sitting there. Sure, we'll go along with that.
Exactly. And big reasons it seems that Biden is leaking youth support. I think it's impossible to look at any of the data that we've collected and say that Biden's in a great position with young voters. I think the reason for that, it's not Gaza. Believe it or not, it's not Gaza, despite everything that we've been seeing the last few weeks. It's the kitchen table issues. It's the boring stuff.
For students.
For students.
I mean, it's amazing. Healthcare, education, the economy, just
And
no
more
nonsense,
broadly, I mean,
normal.
I like that they're not talking about, they're only using this as an opportunity to be like, yeah, nobody gives a fuck about Gaza. Nobody gives a fuck about Gaza, actually. It's like, bitch, nobody gives a fuck about healthcare either in the American government. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Oh, here are also all the other issues that students care about. In our poll, where we found that actually, as a matter of fact, if you look at the other answers to the questions, the only one that showed that students, because it's the most important issue, select up to 3. Obviously, when faced with all of these other options, yes, not many of them put the conflict in the Middle East on there in their top 3 priorities. Okay? But every other issue that directly asked them questions specifically about, like, what do you care about? Do you care about, is Israel in the right or is Israel in the wrong? They have overwhelmingly said that they're on board with the fucking Palestinian plight. This guy literally made a TikTok style fucking questionnaire where he was like, hello, dude, gay people get rights or you get healthcare. Which one? And then posted the fucking results. The rest of the results are like, no, both actually. And obviously they're not even talking about that shit. Have you participated in any of the protests among your friends and peers? None of the above. Yes, I participated in the pro-Israel protests. 7 times higher. Yes, I participated in the protests against Israeli action in Gaza. 9, no, but I favor the pro-Israeli protests. 34% no, but I favor the protests against Israeli action in Gaza. Genocide son or healthcare daughter. Dude, they are so desperate. It is very revealing, in my opinion, that these guys, it is very revealing, in my opinion, that these guys are so fucking desperate to cling on to anything and everything they can, that they're just straight up being like, yeah, no, but you don't understand, actually. People don't care about Israel. I promise. They just want to stop talking about it. They want to stop talking about fucking Gaza. See? College anti-Israel agitators could be sent to Gaza under new House GOP bill. It's great, man. I mean, this is one of those like idiotic fucking bills. Where the fuck did it go? I couldn't even read the fucking... This guy said cherry picking, but I couldn't even fucking see what they were saying. Tear gas son or LRAD daughter. Anyway. Let's move on from this shit. There's just so much brain rot. Oh, here's a friend of the show, Walter Masterson, with another banger 32-minute hogwatch video. Stolen Westbank property being sold in New York.
I'm here to buy real estate.
Oh, by the way, as we are talking, there was an effort to oust Mike Johnson. And of course, Democrats, 32 Democrats and 11 Republicans voted to advance the Marjorie Taylor Greene effort. 7 voted present. The vote was 359 to 43. 196 Republicans voted to kill it. And 163 Democrats defended Mike Johnson. If you want to understand how unimaginably cucked the Democratic Party is, here it is. Why do you support terror? Brother, the only terror I support is at the top of the fucking hour when there's a 3-minute ad break and I terrorize those who are unsubscribed. Okay? Don't come at me with that weak ass bullshit. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And if you no longer want to be terrorized by said top of the hour ad break, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Tuition account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Democrats could get the easiest political dub by demonstrating how fucking fundamentally flawed and broken the Republican Party is by routinely having them go through a cycle of trying to vote in a new Speaker of the House over and over and over again. However, why aren't they doing that? Because they want to send $26 billion to Israel. They have the Ukrainian funding package on the line. They have the Israeli funding package on the line. They have the Taiwan funding package on the line. So, of course, they shut the fuck up and do what they're supposed to serve their masters within the military-industrial complex. So, of course, they're like, oh, dude, come on. You can't be fucking this up right now. Don't fuck up the bag. All right, let's watch this. Stolen Westbank property being sold in New York.
There's a real estate sale selling stolen property which was stolen from the Palestinian people. As Jewish people, we should not steal. This is either a political move or a financial move.
I'm an IDF vet. I was just fighting in Gaza for the IDF.
Bro, you should be in jail.
So what are we shooting today?
How do I explain what this is? There's this gathering where they're going to sell real estate, like in Palestine, like Westbank territory. I'm reading about it, and it goes against like the Fair Housing Act, all this stuff. So I thought I would be a real estate agent. I can't decide. Should I be a real estate agent or a real estate influencer?
I think you got to be a real estate influencer.
Yes. Okay.
So wait, these are a real estate company that is selling. How are they getting this Palestinian land?
Well, I don't know. Dude, I mean, we can imagine how that plays out. Actually, I don't think we have to imagine that at all. I think we, whatever you just thought in your head of how they obtain the land, you did it. Like that's it. It's exactly what you thought. It's like I think it's like some type of convention, and they have little booths set up, from what I've seen, and
development in the West Bank.
Yeah, what's up? It's your real estate influencer here, showing you how to flip houses in Palestine. So step 1, secure the land. Make sure it's in a place that the entire world is like, please, can you not? Step 2. Fucking take it anyway. I'm a real estate investor, and so I was, trying to educate my audience on, where they can buy and sell real estate to flip and stuff like that.
Okay.
So
Israel's definitely the way to go.
Oh my God, I've heard it's like a huge thing. So, I think there's like a lot of controversy on this one because some of it's like there's like disputed territories. I don't know who's disputed.
I'm not going to respond to that.
I know. So, but then there's...
My father was technically a Palestinian, so that makes me a Palestinian.
Oh my God, so if you were to buy it, then it's not an issue.
I should be able to buy any land because I'm legally a Palestinian.
Oh, so like Palestinian, like how?
My father was a Palestinian. That's what it says on his birth certificate.
Okay, and so he was there like during like the whole.
He was born 43, yeah.
Okay.
My grandfather was in the British Army for Israel.
Okay.
So I should have no legal issues.
Yes. So it's a pre-1948.
Yeah.
Got it.
I legally own my land.
Okay.
On all accords.
So I've just been told I can't come inside and make any real estate bids because I'm not Jewish, and I
got people walking in the street around you, so
I don't know about the Fair Housing Act or Civil Rights Act or anything like that. I'm sure this doesn't violate any of that at all. So some people are really upset about this apparently. I don't get it. I mean, as long as the land is like theirs and not stolen, I don't see why the problem is. Oh my God.
Brutality, pigs, you burn babies in ovens. You rape women.
Right in the big target.
What's up, Osama?
real estate influencer, and so they're selling real estate inside of there. I actually couldn't be, I couldn't get inside. I'm not Jewish. Some of it's like in the Westbank and stuff.
Yes. Well, what's your before you?
What? So
before
it's
you
a
fulfill it.
yeah.
Which side of the divide are you on? You're on
What?
the liberal side or on the conservative side?
I'm on the anti-apartheid side. That's the
So
side.
you're on the anti-Israel side.
The anti. Oh, wait. Why is that anti-Israel?
Well, when you say
I'm anti-apartheid.
Okay.
I don't want the. How is that anti-Israel?
I guess you're claiming that Israel is
I made-
pursuing apartheid policy.
I didn't say. No, I'm
So
saying.
therefore, if you're, well, I guess if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. So if you're saying that Israel pursues,
I just don't want people to live in apartheid.
right. So then you're saying you're anti-Israel because.
So if I'm anti-apartheid, I'm anti-Israel.
Well, if you're saying that Israel is pursuing apartheid policies, is that?
I
what
didn't
you're
say
saying?
that. I just said that. They just said that there's
So why would
there's
you bring up
people
apartheid?
living under apartheid.
You know
Yeah.
what you're saying, and I know what you're saying, but you won't admit to what you're saying.
But
but
the way you jumped to anti-Israel, though, I thought that was just funny.
Because you're saying that you're talking about Israel, and you're talking about apartheid. So obviously you're inferring that Israel is pursuing those apartheid policies.
So
Are
we
you
have.
not?
So it's not.
I'm asking you a question.
The hostages home first, and then we're gonna talk about free Palestine. You know, bring them
What does
home
this have to do
first.
with? I'm here to buy real
You
estate.
are killers.
No, but I'm here to buy real estate. I'm here to buy real estate in the West Bank. I don't know what this is about. I just wanted to buy real estate in the West Bank. They wouldn't let me inside because I'm not Jewish. I couldn't. I was set to buy a whole bunch of real estate. I thought that's how the free market works. But where's this real estate?
This real estate that's being sold is in the West Bank.
In the West Bank?
Yes.
So you can sell real estate in the West Bank? I don't know anything about real estate, apparently, and I mean, I'm just...
I mean, technically, it's illegal what they're doing. It's
Yeah.
illegal.
Yeah.
It's against international law. It's against local law. It's against state law. It's against fair housing. It's illegal what they're doing.
Wow. So wait, what's happening inside that building? It's a real estate sale?
It's a real estate sale that's going on in many places, where they're selling and offering land in the West Bank in 48 territories, but particularly a lot of the...
Wait, how can you sell land in the West Bank?
So that's why part of why we're here. It's illegal, actually, by international law under the Geneva Convention. You're
Isn't
not
that
allowed...
doesn't that violate like housing
First
laws
of
in New
all-
York State?
First of all, it violates international laws, which is...
Biden CNN interview airing at 7 p.m. today. No more weapons for Israel if they invade Rafah. Yo! President Biden tells Aaron Burnett that if Israel invades the city of Rafah, the U.S. will stop supplying with artillery shells, bombs for fighter jets, and other offensive weapons. Well, someone should tell him that Israel is already in Rafah. Man. Also, offensive weapons and defensive weapons is the funny one because they can still fucking send weapons and be like, oh, it's just defensive weapons, actually. Don't get your hopes up. Oh, fuck no. I'll believe it when I see it. Are you kidding me? Too little, too late, honestly, but we'll see where this goes. Everyone say thank you, Macklemore. Yeah, nope, it's actually Macklemore that did this. Congratulations to Macklemore, that swagged out white boy. Disappointing. The White House has too many Hamas abusers in its staff. Shameful. After the hashtag October 7 massacre to act like this, unreal. Bro, he literally did. He got Obergefell too. Yeah, when he said, nice, Ali Khamenei, supreme leader of Iran. Yeah. Macklemore said, when I was in 3rd grade, I thought I was gay. And then gay marriage was legalized. Think about that. What new fresh hells will Macklemore deliver to us now? Also, I have I'm trying something new today, chat. This is unrelated to everything that is on screen. Hold on, let me show you. I found this thing that's like a 0-calorie noodle, basically. Called konjac or something. It's called Miracle Noodle. Miracle Noodle Variety Pack, Fettuccine and Angel Hair. Konjac noodles. I don't know what the fuck it is, but it's literally, they're gross. No, it's not. No, it's fucking sick. It actually looks kind of like glass noodles. Look at this. That's what it looks like. It's not a sponsorship. Tastes pretty fucking good. Gives you the same mouthfeel of like regular noodles anyway. Ozempic noodle? Anyway, civilians have been killed in Gaza as a consequence of those bombs and other ways in which they will go after population centers, Biden told CNN's Aaron Burnett in an exclusive interview. I made it clear if they go into Rafah, they haven't gone in Rafah yet. If they go into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons that are being used historically to deal with Rafah, to deal with the cities that deal with that problem. They can block absorption of medication, so make sure you take any meds like hours before or after. Really? Joe Biden's so late, they're busy showing off their Rafah synagogue. I thank the Walla journalists for uncovering the truth that I have been warning about since October. The ends of the murderous attack on Gaza are not Israeli security and the release of hostages. They are not even the dismantling of Hamas. The true end, a messianic and deranged one, is the implementation of the psychopathic murderous subjugation plan devised by the racist Bezalel Smotrich, the uprooting of the Palestinian people from their homeland. My man added him too. He said, fuck you, Bezalel. By expulsion and extermination to take over their lands and the full establishment of a theo-fascist racial regime. We won't let them. We will fight with all of our power against those gangs of blood, race, and tears. In the video below, the 162nd Division of the Occupation Forces has established the first synagogue in eastern Rafah. CNN article, video unrelated. Yeah, we'll get to the video when it comes out. It's going to come out in an hour. Someone should let Biden know that they're doing this stuff, but bad noodles, HasanAbi. If you will be skinny and bald if this eats your hair meds.
Against the settlements in the West Bank. Secondly, it violates American real estate housing laws, which is the Fair Housing Act and the Civil Rights Housing Act, which both say that you cannot discriminate based on race, ethnicity, or religious background. So it would violate all of those things. So we're here to stand against that, and particularly with the climate, with an ongoing genocide happening right now on the people in Gaza, and an uproar of violence also in the West Bank, where feel that it's very flagrant to do this at this moment.
Go back to Jersey! Back to Patterson! Where you belong! Never come here again!
There's nothing funnier to me than like a dude rocking IDF gear next to an Israeli flag telling counter protesters to go back to Patterson, New Jersey. It's like, what does that mean? I think Patterson, New Jersey is like, I guess it's like a heavy Muslim area or something. But it's like, bro, you're literally fucking wearing an IDF jersey next to the Israeli flag, barely over 5'2", telling people to go back to somewhere else. It's like, bitch, where the fuck are you from? Little guy. Little guy. Where are you from, little guy? Where are you from, little man?
This is brutal. That's pretty nasty to say. Like, so after they took the land, Egypt and Jordan wouldn't take the people. It's like, listen, we stole your land. Here, take your people. And they just wouldn't take it. How selfish. After we took land from the Native Americans, no one in South America or Canada would take them in. It was just, or South America, Canada, Europe, no other country would take them in. We're like, here, you take them. We don't want them. We just took their land. Get these people.
There's nothing more ironic than saying that as a Jewish person in 2024 on U.S. soil, when America historically literally refused to take in Jewish refugees that were escaping the Nazi regime. Like, the idea that you're like, no one wanted you, lol. It's like, bro, your fucking great-grandfather was almost murked by the fucking Nazis on the same soil that you are now chirping in the exact same fucking Hitlerian way. How fucking stupid are you, dude? Do you not know your own fucking people's history? What are we doing here? How ridiculous. Literally, bro, it is no different than fucking like the American Bund movement, okay? Yelling at like Jews with a megaphone in like the 1930s being like, nobody wants you. America doesn't want you here. It's crazy.
Explain what's going on inside the synagogue. There's a real estate sale.
There's a real estate sale selling stolen property, which was stolen land that was stolen from the Palestinian people. Now, this is recognized internationally as illegal settlements, at least some of it. And this is, as Jewish people, we should not steal and we should not sell stolen property. We should not share property that has been stolen. According to Judaism, if one shares with a thief, is considered a thief. And especially when this is happening in this time, while this genocide is taking place in Gaza, which is only making everything worse. What is happening in Gaza is...
Wow, this guy's a real anti-Semite, man. Classic anti-Semitic tendency coming from this dude, you know? Classic. Where are the cops? They need to kill this man immediately. You know, in an effort to defend Jewish people, we must immediately sick the rabid dogs of the state on this dude.
Is disastrous. This mass murder of the Palestinian people is unacceptable. And the danger that the occupation of Palestine is causing for Jews is also unacceptable.
So you're saying that's making Jewish people less safe?
Certainly it is. In addition to the injustice of it, it is endangering Jewish people. And all of this should not happen in the first place. And unfortunately, what this is going on, continuing, making everything worse, and as I said, especially in this time. And on top of all, why in a synagogue? Why in a holy place? This is either a political move or a financial move. This has nothing to do with religion. Happens to be that all of this is forbidden.
So it has nothing to do with religion?
No.
So selling real estate in a synagogue, that's not a practice? That's not a common practice at all?
It's not a religious practice. It's either a financial practice.
I'm not Jewish, so I need you to tell me, explain this to me.
It's either a financial practice or a political one or a criminal one. Yeah. But nothing to do with religion. And I'll explain you why in the synagogue. Because the movement of Zionism since day one is misusing religion to justify all crimes it is committing. While the movement of Zionism is officially secular. They don't even claim to be religious. Yeah. And why do they misuse the religion? Just in order to to confuse the masses, to have the world think and believe as if all Jews.
It's so funny that, like, these guys are, I don't know if these guys are directly Neterai Karta, but there are many Hasidic sects, like many Orthodox Jewish sects, that under the tenets of Judaism consider Israel and consider Zionism to be abhorrent. Some because they find it unconscionable that Jews in the name of Judaism would go and kill so many people. Others, oh, it says NKUSA. They are Neterai Karta. So the thing is, yeah, they are Neterai Karta, NKUSA.org. So these guys also personally believe that Jews, according to Judaism, are to remain stateless until the Messiah comes, right? So they find it to be heretical to do an advocacy for a ethno-state, a Jewish ethno-state specifically. So there's also a religious, like a theological underpinning to their movement. And beyond that, there's also obviously like developed sympathies towards the Palestinian plight as a consequence of being on the right side of history. And what is Neterai Karta? Neterai Karta is one sect of ultra-Orthodox Judaism. Orthodox Judaism is a relatively new invention inside of Judaism. Ironic, because like you would think that these guys are they look like they are the older sect, but it's actually a newer sect of Judaism in comparison to the to how long Judaism has been around. However, obviously ultra-Orthodox Judaism also goes in the other direction as well. So make no mistake, if you go to New York, if you go to like an ultra-Orthodox community in New York, like the dudes who built the Chabad tunnels, right? Like those guys are very, very pro-Israel. So make no mistake, there is much discourse amongst Orthodox Jews, as well as Jews as a whole. Neterai Karta is also less of a sect and more of a political group within the Litvak Haredi Judaism. They aren't Hasidic. Not all Orthodox are Hasidic. I thought Haredi was just another. I thought it was all Orthodox. If you're Haredi, and like Haredi is like a more aggro version of just like being Orthodox. Like Ben Shapibo is an Orthodox Jew, so he follows. He keeps, obviously everybody keeps kosher. He, does the burning of the fucking kitchen and shit. And then Haredi, not Hasidic. Hasidic is Haredi, but not all Haredi are Hasidic. What's the I genuinely don't know the distinction between. Yes, you're right about Haredi. Hasidic is a mystical form of Orthodox Judaism. Hasidim are mixed on Zionism depending on their specific sect. You got these wonderful people in the video and the nutcases on the West Bank, some of which also follow Hasidic sects. Yeah. You also have Orthodox Jews in Jerusalem that are also a part of either Neturei Karta or other sects inside of Orthodox Judaism that are also very anti-apartheid. That's why you see dudes that look like him getting beat up by the Israeli police force on a regular basis inside of Israel. Anyway, my point is, these guys believe that there is no theological justification for Jews to have a nation state, let alone an ethno state, let alone in the historic land that Israel is built on top of, and that they will naturally, throughout the course of history, once the Messiah returns, be granted a nation state when the time comes. But beyond that, there are obviously like different kinds of Orthodox sects that believe that the Messiah is here, like the dudes that were building the tunnels. I think those are one of the Messiah guys, right? Like the ultra Orthodox Jews that are that believe. Yeah, there's Messianic Chabadniks that believe that the Messiah actually is a real person that came, Chabad Lubavitch. And those guys are definitely, the Chabad Lubavitch guys are not pro-Palestine at all. And those guys are the very right-wing Orthodox Jews that you hear from time to time. The ones that are, the ones specifically in New York that have a lot of issues with education, get state funding, and also have like their own version of the police force and inside of NYPD. Anyway, so basically what I'm trying to say is it goes to show that the notion that Jews are monolithic in their understanding, or Jews are monolithic as a whole, is probably one of the most anti-Semitic and also ahistorical perspectives that you could have on Judaism. What's the joke? It's like you got 2 Jews, 8 opinions or something. Like, it's just, Judaism in and of itself is the most debate-lord religion of all time. 2 Jews, 3 opinions. So obviously the notion that, you know, the notion that like all Jews are monolithic in their approach to Judaism, all Jews are monolithic in their understanding of Israel could not be far from the truth. You know, it's very, very frustrating that people present it as such. Wouldn't that be like saying all Christians are the same? Yes. But even more so inside, especially inside of Judaism, because a big part of like the analysis of the Talmud literally revolves around debating it. So like debate is literally baked into not just the core, not just like the Jewish culture in general, but like baked into the religion. So, yeah, they're OG debate lords in general. The basically different Hasidic sects have different dynasties of main rebbes. The Chabad community often believes that the 7th Rebbe Menachem Mendel Schneerson, who died like 30 years ago, is actually, yeah, this is the best one, who actually died 30 years ago, is still actually alive and is the Messiah. It's pretty insane. That's my favorite one. Those are also the guys who are the most like proselytizing, I feel like, out of all the different sects. They're the guys who are like They're the guys who will walk up to you if you look Jewish. Yes, I'm saying what you think I'm saying. They will literally walk up to you if they suspect you of being Jewish and be like, would you like to join our cult? Yeah. Literally. It happens all the time. Are you Jewish? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. To proselytize is forbidden, except for those guys. They love proselytizing. They don't give a shit. But they proselytize to the Jews, suspected Jews, who they think are Jewish. They don't like go up to someone who is, I mean, if someone's just like, nah, I'm Muslim, they're not like, okay, well, join our cult. They want everyone to do a tefillin. It's a mitzvah.
Support this movement, and as if the Jewish
they don't
religion
proselytize. I said that. They don't technically proselytize. Their goal is to get Jewish people to become Orthodox. They're not interested in converting people. Yeah.
condones the existence of the state of Israel, the occupation of Palestine, or all criminal actions it commits. All of this is...
I know a suspicious amount about Jewish folklore, Judaism, Jewish culture. Think about that. That's why I'm the anti-Semite of the week, baby. You already know. Always. Very suspicious. Very suspicious how much I know about different kinds of Jews, as you say, Muslim boy.
Is unacceptable. All of this is embarrassing for Jewish people, and as I said, dangerous to Jewish people as well.
Is it part of the sect that you're from that you don't believe that we should return to the Holy Land until the Messiah comes?
Right. Exactly. According to Judaism, one of the basics of Jewish belief is the concept of Jewish exile, which according to Judaism is a divine decree. In other words, Jewish people are in exile not because of an accident, not because of the lack of Jewish power. We believe that this is a divine decree, that Jewish people are required to accept the decree of God and not fight against it. Attempting to end Jewish exile by any physical means, which is basically the Zionist philosophy, goes in total contrast of basics of Jewish belief. This will be forbidden in Judaism, even without any crimes to it, even if it's in total peace with everyone. But when this happens in Palestine by committing so many crimes against the indigenous population of the land, it's just adding so many additional...
You should either thank or blame Felix for that knowledge? No. I didn't learn this shit from Felix. I learned most of it from being pro-Palestine, actually. For years and years and years. Also, I was born in New Jersey. So, as this chatter correctly pointed out, it is epigenetic. If you are born inside of the tri-state region, your knowledge of different Orthodox sects just comes, it's like beamed into your brain.
crime to be Orthodox Jews. Our movement, our organization is Nature Karte, but what we are presenting is basic Judaism with no nicknames to it. It's Judaism that all Jews believed in for thousands of years without any exception. There's nothing new I am saying.
Yeah.
All that changed is over 100 years ago when the movement of Zionism started by
Theodor Herzl,
outspoken heretics who didn't follow Judaism, didn't even claim to follow Judaism, and only they came up with a philosophy which is in total contrast to traditional Judaism. Now, whether one wants to disagree with us, that's the personal opinion of the individual. But nobody can say that what we are presenting is new. We are presenting traditional Judaism. People might today, for one reason or another, choose something else, which is the choice of the individual, which I discourage.
See? Listen, bro. Debate lord, bro. Do you understand me? This man is in a permanent state of debate. He's like, listen, you could disagree with me. I discourage it, but you could disagree with me nonetheless. I'm telling you, dude, it's the most debate lord religion out there, straight up. It's also very fun. It's like Mormonism in the way that you have so many different like loopholes and shit.
But that's the choice of the individual. But don't you say that Zionism, as I once saw at the Zionist rally, a sign saying Moses was a Zionist. That this is a
why wasn't he a Zionist?
No, this is a joke.
Yeah.
That this is a simple joke, because Zionism is something which is a new philosophy going in total contrast to traditional Judaism. There is no way that you can say that Zionism is Judaism. People do say so.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make any sense. We should be very careful, never allow the conflation of Zionism with Judaism. This is not the same. If one criticizes Zionists, I appreciate that, and I'll tell you why. Because I appreciate the people that define the right definition to what.
I love how the sun has started to set during the process of this conversation, like it's getting darker. Yeah, bro. My man is a yapper, okay? He is the lore master. Dressed to the task too. He do be looking like a lore master. That is the dude I would go to be like, excuse me, sir, can you give me the lore, please? Like, he looks like a quest giver.
They criticize. Rather than criticizing Jews, which I discourage to do, because not all Jews are committing these crimes. If you want to criticize the people doing it. Now, I'm not here to encourage people to criticize others, because I wish that everybody would be honest and just and religious and please God, and nobody will have to be criticized. But unfortunately, since these crimes are taking place, and since people should, as a moral duty, people should stand up.
To clarify, the sect has pretty weird opinions outside of Palestine, I'm assuming. Yes. I mean, one quick way to figure that out is by noticing that there are no women present.
Up and speak up against evil. The actions of Zionists, the actions of the Zionist state of Israel should be condemned, should be criticized. But let's define it accurately. Let's not.
But of course, to be fair, the way I see it is this. I would rather have my ultra-Orthodox Judaism understanders be women haters that hate the apartheid rather than women haters that also love the apartheid. Because there's plenty of ultra-Orthodox women haters who love the apartheid as well.
Not criticize the Jews, let's criticize the Zionists. Yeah. And we have to differentiate between Judaism and Zionism, which is never the same.
Because that's sort of, I didn't know this going in, and that you have people in Rafah and Westbank, they'll be 30, 40, or even 50 years old before they meet someone who's Jewish, who's anti-Zionist, and it's a life-changing moment. They'll write about it. They'll be like, it's mind-blowing.
I visited Gaza.
Yeah.
And they did meet me. Many of the people met me. From Gaza, and I do this in each and every occasion where we can. We are here to teach the world. We are here to teach the suffering people of Palestine. We are here to teach whoever wants to listen that not all Jews support these crimes. Not all Jews are the enemy. The Jewish religion is not what is causing all of this. On the contrary, the Jewish religion condemns all what is taking place.
True.
And we as Jewish people are here to teach the Jewish religion and to teach the masses that this is criminal and this is wrong.
He's right about that.
And the last thing that I found out is a lot of you.
Not even the Jewish religion, like Jewish culture, Jewish history, like centuries of Jewish people living all around the fucking planet, engaging in actions that would be exactly antithetical to what Israel is doing right now. Straight up. It's so crazy. It's so fucking crazy.
You come out to protest, right, like as the Sabbath is starting, and all of you have to walk home. What's the longest you and your friends have walked home?
7 hours.
7 hours?
Not only one walk. Sometimes we have to go and come. When it's Saturday, for example, we have to walk to the rally and then back. It was, I think, 7 hours was the best we did.
That's the best we
The
did.
best
Yeah.
we did.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Just trying to cover the.
I love comedy. To be honest, no matter what you believe in, you gotta make fun of everything.
I showed up with a stormtrooper costume, and I showed up with the people across the street, and I wrote, "The Empire did nothing wrong."
You
And
guys on Instagram?
Yeah,
What's
Walter
your name?
Masterson. Walter Masterson.
Jonathan, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
How do I pronounce it?
Yeah.
You're not Jewish, are you?
I'm not Jewish.
You look Jewish.
I look Jewish? Oh.
You look like a European Jew.
Oh, European Jew? Oh, okay. Yeah. So wait, which side are you on? This side or the other
On the
side?
other side, on the wrong side.
Oh, you're on the other side and the wrong
We're
side?
on the side that doesn't rape women.
Other side, okay. Oh,
Wait,
you're in the IDF.
What are you asking them?
I'm not in the IDF, but I support
But wait,
the IDF.
oh, so it's okay.
I'm not in the IDF.
Okay.
We're on the side that doesn't rape women, bro. You're wearing a fucking IDF jersey. Weird.
Fat I am. You think they would take me? They would never take me.
No, yeah,
The
I'm-
IDF guys are like, come on,
Yeah.
they're like buff.
Yeah.
The camera guys laugh. Yeah. They don't
Oh my God, he said they would never take me. The IDF guys are buff. Oh my God. I'm doing my part.
No, I'm just doing.
They
I'm
don't
not.
take me. That's what they would say to me. Go on the other side so we can win.
Well, you guys aren't winning.
Oh, we're definitely gonna be winning for sure.
How do I?
Well, let me ask you a question. So, you know what, Reza, Westbank, what do you see as a way forward? Should they just get their own? Should they just be independent?
Let me tell you something. It takes two people to tango. If you have one side that hates the other side, there's no peace in that land. If I want to dance with you and you don't want to reciprocate, how are we going to dance?
He doesn't want to dance.
But listen.
So the Palestinian people, they don't want to dance.
Well, listen,
you know what they want? They want blood, Jewish blood on their hands.
Let's just take that aside. I've read the truth about Camp David. I've read about the Camp David Accords, Oslo. I've read about all these.
No, it's more
I've
than
tried
just
to.
the Camp David Accords.
Yeah,
Even
yeah.
recently, you have the Abraham Accords. You have so much. You have so many.
Yeah.
peace treaties.
My man said Abraham Accords. That's all you need to know. He said, oh, Camp David. Well, what about the Abraham Accords? It's like, bro, the Abraham Accords does not feature Palestinians. Like, it was not done with any envoy or Palestinian representation. March for Israel at USC commencement tonight, supported by the LAPD. Oh no, are you for fucking real?
Are you of the side that says, you know what, for national security reasons, we should take Reza, we should take Westbank, and they need to go, otherwise we're never going to be safe? Or are you of the side that's like, you know what, give them their own state as long as they're not trying to kill us?
Okay, so listen, in my humble opinion.
Bro, even this like the way he's asking this question is like so deliberately, like he's asking that in the kindest way to invoke like I would say it's going above and beyond. Oh, as long as like, would you give the Palestinians their own state as long as they did like promise not to kill the Israelis? Like he is trying so hard to get him to agree with him. Like the most generous. The generous way to frame this. Let's see what they respond with.
I would love to support a two-state solution, but currently, if you have a leading government, okay, i.e. Hamas, as they have brought them to power in 2005, and in Hamas's charter, it clearly states to kill all the Jewish people, how can you promote a peace and a two-state solution? In my mind, I don't think it's gonna fly.
So, but then what's your solution?
I think if the Palestinians can reason with themselves and accept that the Jewish people should live in Israel because it's their homeland and the Jewish people's roots tie more to the land of Judea and Samaria. We go
Jews
back
come from Judea.
1,200 BCE before Christ.
Okay.
If they accept the Jewish people's right to exist in the land and Hamas is eradicated completely,
then you'll accept a two-state solution.
I would love to live. My neighbor, if I lived in Israel, my neighbor be Palestinian Arab. I would love it. And I would invite him to my Shabbat dinner. But he has to have peace in his heart for me to live in that land. Young Palestinian children, even towards the youngest age of 2 or 3 years old, they're all indoctrinated with hate. And they're raised since the little kids to hate Jews.
This is such projection, dude. Yeah, bro. They don't hate Jews. They hate Israel. Sometimes also Jews, because Israel fucking says that they're killing their families for Judaism. But just Israel in general. It's Israel that they hate. And they don't learn to hate Israel at school. They learn to hate Israel when the school is blown up by Israel. Also, oh my God, that's such a good point. It is crazy to make this argument outside of an auction of Westbank homes. Oh my God. I forgot that they're literally having this conversation at a real estate auction of Palestinian homes in historic Palestinian land that Israel is currently unjustifiably and illegally occupying. And American Jews are basically looking at that as cheap fucking real estate that they're going to purchase. Oh. This is exactly what I mean when I say the average Zionist doesn't know what Zionism is. The myth of Palestinians and Arabs will always hate us, so there's nothing we can do is so strong. You don't even have to define to yourself what Zionism is beyond Israel good, Jewish state good, and what its consequences are. Oh. Oh, yeah, maybe that's why he's saying my neighbor would be Palestinian. He's like, I can't wait to go settle in the West Bank. He's like, my neighbor will be Palestinian Arab because I will have taken his uncle's home.
Okay, and to hate Israel, to oppose Zionism, and they're taught that Zionism is a bad thing.
It is.
In our eyes, the same thing that relates to Nazi, the Zionism screams Nazi in their eyes because this is what they're taught as a little kid.
You know, when people say like, oh, it's not settler colonial, Theodore Herzl doesn't know what you're talking about. David Ben Gurion doesn't know what you're talking about.
What's one thing that Theodore Herzl proposed that's settled?
He's literally said in his own journals of like, this will be a settler colonial project.
You have to understand the essence of the Jewish people. We were exiled from Egypt into Judea and Samaria. This is the land that was over there. And now when you're talking about the West Bank, okay, Jews lived in the West Bank. And you have so much proof from the Torah, even from the Bible. Where was Jesus born? Jesus was a Jew. But apparently on TikTok, apparently on Instagram, Jesus was Palestinian.
Yeah.
Jesus was a Jew born in Nazareth. Nazareth, I think, is Shechem. I'm not so sure,
okay.
but it's in the West Bank.
But I'm saying, like, why should this hell occur at the expense of a group of people? I just want to start a conversation of, like, can we acknowledge that the people in West Bank and Reza, you know, they're living in what is definitively an open-air prison.
Never was. Why was it an open-air prison? Who was to blame for it?
Bro, it's always like they were asking for it. They were begging for it. This guy looks Arab, North African, crazy really? No, it's not crazy at all. It's not even remotely crazy. That's why I always say the notion that, like, bro, Judaism is an ethno-religion that contains other ethnicities outside of, like, Eastern European under it. Eastern European Jews and Western European Jews are Ashkenazi Jews. Whereas Mizrahi sects of Jews are literally Arab Jews. And even some Sephardic Jews are also Arab Jews. Okay? But if you have a conversation with a Zionist person in Israel, They literally could not comprehend what you're saying. They're like, what? No. Like, they think you're dissing them when I say Itamar Ben-Gvir is literally of Arab descent. They go, no, he's not. He's Jew. Why would you say that he's Arab? It's like, bro, he's from Iraq. They think I'm insulting the person by lowering their status. When I say someone is of Arab background, when I say someone is Jewish, of Arab descent, of Arab background, they think I am lowering their status. This dude is the same. Look at him. If he didn't have a keep on, NYPD would be beating his ass because they'd be like, all right, Mohammed, pack it up. You know what I mean? Look at him. He is more MENA than I am. On a lineup, if you ask a racist fucking NYPD police officer whose skull needs to be cracked, they crack his skull before mine. They'd be like, nope, that's the Muslim right there. That's why that's extra funny, because a lot of the Persian Jews that I know out here in Los Angeles, this is the largest Persian Jewish diaspora on the fucking planet. They've all been fucking brutalized in different ways because they are suspected of being Iranian Muslim. And yet they are some of the biggest dick riders of Israel. So funny.
Is it the Israeli government or Hamas?
Hamas doesn't run the West Bank.
Hamas runs Gaza. I'm not talking about the West Bank.
But what about the West Bank?
Well,
then?
the Palestinian Authority has most control of the West Bank.
You know, like if we can acknowledge what that is and say, like, all right, that shouldn't be.
Have you seen videos of Gaza before October 6th?
Yeah.
Pictures. This is an open-air prison.
Technically, all Muslims are of Jewish descent. Yes, most. I wouldn't say all, but most. Yeah. I mean, it literally is what is this fucking thing? It is a Abrahamic, it's an Abrahamic religion. All of the Palestinians that remain in that area, all of the Palestinians that remain in that fucking area that converted to Christianity and then later on converted to Islam are literally direct descendants. Okay? Those motherfuckers are the direct descendants. Those living in Gaza, those living in fucking Gaza right now are descendants of the early Jewish population. They first converted to Christianity and then later converted to Islam. A little bit of a stretch, broski. What? No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, you guys are trying to fucking bait me at the top of the hour. At the top of the hour, I will be occupying your eyeballs with a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. A few years ago, I had an Israeli aunt visit me in New York City from Tel Aviv. When she saw Arabs out around, she would say shit. Dogs, how dare they show their face in public? She was the visitor insulting citizens of their own country. Yep. True, I'm a Palestinian Christian and my DNA test said I have Sephardic Jewish DNA. Yeah. Mesuzi B. And also Subsonic Spartan, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. At the top of the hour, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads. There's a 3-minute ad break now. Yeah, most of the Mizrahim and Sephardic are Arabs and Berbers. Amazigh, the Minister of Diaspora Affairs, parents are Tunisian Jews. This is a very common issue in supremacist movements in the region, by the way. Lebanese Christians think that Europeans make the distinction between them and the Lebanese Muslims, but the bigoted outsiders are all Arabs, thus inferior. Exactly. Turks do this shit too.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, the
Just-
hotels, the boardwalk, people commuting, restaurants, people
Just
living
because
lavish lives.
they're not intense.
Hold on.
Like what, they're supposed to just be intense.
Whenever you refer to a prison, you're talking about people who live in poverty.
Yeah.
So where is the
So
poverty?
Reza,
Where's the poverty?
they don't.
Where's the poverty?
There's a ton of poverty there. I mean, it is everything.
Bro said, where's the poverty in Gaza? This is what I mean when I say it's so fucking disingenuous and so monstrous to use Palestinian resilience against them. We're talking about a place where like there's like before October 7th, there's like 56% unemployment. Most of the population is underage. Literally, majority of the population is fucking underage. Okay? People literally working for like $1 a day, extreme poverty conditions in general. And that's if they can get a fucking visa into working in Israel. Yeah. In Palestine, the median age of the population was 19.6 years in 2023, meaning that almost half the total population is comprised of children. Okay, I guess it's not the majority. It might be the majority now, but... It's ridiculous. A person in a Norwegian prison is still a fucking prisoner. Okay? Just because the prison conditions are better than the American prison doesn't change that reality. And the conditions of the Palestinian open air prison are not exactly great. Sure, it's better than it was better than fucking like a concentration camp. The average daily wage in the West Bank is $32 and $13 in Gaza, compared to $82 in Israel. My Egyptian DNA is 13% Jewish, 26% Arab Peninsula, and most of the rest is North Africa. It's not like our populations were replaced, but we went through waves of Christianization, then Arabization / Islamization. Yep. Biden interview is happening now. Let's go. Let's go. Let's tune into CNN and see what the fuck is up with Aaron Burnett. I assume after this commercial break, we're going to have Joseph Robinette Brandon coming on to talk about how he's going to fucking tell BB, Jack, look alive. The Jews were not occupying Gaza until after the October 7th. You're wrong. The real Ya Nation. You're just wrong. And they are not genociding anybody. Double wrong. They are murdering innocent people along a warpath, hunting down the criminals responsible for October 7th. The collateral is messed up. You're completely incorrect when you say...
Welcome to a special edition of Out Front. I'm Aaron Burnett, tonight live
Okay,
from
never mind. Let's listen to Brandon.
interview
I'll
with
get
the
back to
President
that
of the
dumbass
United
in a little
States.
bit.
In an extensive one-on-one, we talked about the war in Gaza. And for the first time in his most uncertain terms, the President of the United States lays out conditions on American aid to Israel, connecting it directly to what is happening in Rafah right now. We also talked about his rematch with Trump. Biden telling me, quote, I promise you he won't, when he talks about Trump accepting the outcome of the upcoming election. And we talked about the #1 issue for voters, and that is the economy.
Okay, to be fair, that does track. Like, Trump literally won in 2016 and still didn't accept the outcomes and claimed that he actually won the popular vote. So he's a sore loser as well as a sore winner.
Potential new jobs. Jobs the Biden administration wants to tout on the exact same land where Trump made one of his biggest jobs announcements of
Nasla the
his presidency.
Savior. Thank you for the five.
Those jobs did not
subs.
pan out. And now Biden tonight is saying he can do what Trump failed to do. Here's our exclusive interview with the President of the United States. Mr. President, thank you so much for being with me.
Thanks for having me.
So Trump attended a groundbreaking here where we are for Foxconn. He promised 13,000 jobs, and only about 1,000 of those actually exist right now. So I know you're promising more than 2,000 union construction jobs, and that 100,000 people are going to get trained in AI here. Why should people here believe that you will succeed at creating jobs where Trump failed?
He's never succeeded in creating jobs, and I've never failed. I've created over 15 million jobs since I've been president. 15 million in three and three-quarters years. And secondly, Microsoft is a serious player, and they're very much engaged in making sure that they pick this area as sort of the home base for their AI initiative in the nation, and they're gonna do it. And just like, and by the way, well, I shouldn't go into it, but Trump is he started off with the golden shovels, you know,
For the groundbreaking here.
For the groundbreaking, and talked about this being, you know, the eighth wonder of the world. When has he ever done anything he said? I'm not being facetious. Think about it. He started off, he lost.
I'm not being facetious. I'm asking, when has he done it? Who's Trump? I forgot.
He managed the end of his last year when we were dealing with COVID. 1 million people died. He told people to inject bleach that may do it. Wasn't a real problem. When he did an interview with one of your colleagues where he just flat out acknowledged he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to speak to it. You know, it's I just, and look at what he says he's going to do if he gets elected. He says he's going to do away with what I've done on Medicare, reducing the price of Medicare drastically. He said he's going to do away with the Affordable Care Act. He said he's going to do it just down the line. So we have a very different view. I look at it from physician, not being facetious, from the Scranton perspective. He looks at it from Mar-a-Lago perspective. He wants to give more significant tax cuts to the super wealthy. You know, we got 1,000 billionaires in America. You know what their average federal tax is? 8.3%. He talks about if I want to raise it to 25%, that would raise $40 billion, $400 billion over 10 years. We could further reduce the deficit, which I've been able to reduce. I mean, it's just a completely different perspective on how we should proceed.
When it comes, though, to the 100,000 jobs specifically that we're talking about here, people training in AI, the actual jobs, when are they actually going to have jobs, those 100,000 people that are being trained?
Beginning probably the first tranche in 3 to 4 years. The community colleges are going to, the one we're at, we're going to provide for 2,000 folks and to be able to be trained, 200 a year. And it's going to go, the whole pipeline goes all the way through out to high schools and training facilities. You know, it used to be that when...
Cheddar said, you won't be president by then? Bro, he's not going to be alive by then.
And very tail end.
Bro, it's not a guarantee he survives the next year.
Shop and home, you know.
Look at him.
Learn to work with your hands. It doesn't exist anymore. And so it allows people who have skills and be able to train to technical skills to be able to make a decent living without a college degree. And it's what we need.
So when we talk about the bet on AI and sort of what it means, I don't know if you saw this weekend, Warren Buffett had his annual meeting and he talked about AI. So the first thing he said was, okay, it's got enormous potential for good. But then he likened it to the development of nuclear weapons in the US. And he said it scares the hell out of him You know, he always says it like he sees it. And then he says, quote, he doesn't understand a damn thing about it. And that may capture how many Americans feel. Does AI scare you?
AI has enormous potential, enormous downside potential. That's why 3 years ago I got together the major architects of AI from the different operations around the world. I met with them in Europe and here in the United States. And it ranges all the way from one of the leaders saying it's going to take over human thinking, all the way to folks that say, no, it's not a problem. And so that's why I set out certain standards that it can do no harm, and we have to make sure we know how to do that. We have to make sure it's controlled, and that's all. It's the most significant, I think, technological development in human history.
The most significant in human history.
Yeah, and not in terms of war and peace, but in terms of being able to. One leader in the AI community said to me, "It's going to overtake human thinking," and which is frightening.
Terrifying.
But the other, most think it can be used for everything from find cures for cancer to significantly increase productivity.
So when you talk about the economy, of course, it is by far the most important issue for voters. It's also true right now, Mr. President, that voters by a wide margin trust Trump more on the economy. They say that in polls. And part of the reason for that may be the numbers. And you're aware of many of these, of course. The cost of buying a home in the United States is double what it was when you look at your monthly costs from before the pandemic. Real income, when you account for inflation, is actually down since you took office. Economic growth last week, far short of expectations. Consumer confidence, maybe no surprise, is near a 2-year low. With less than 6 months to go to Election Day, are you worried that you're running out of time to turn that around?
We've already turned it around. Look at the Michigan survey. For 65% of American people think they're in good shape economically. They think the nation's not in good shape, but they're personally in good shape. The polling data has been wrong all along. You know, how many, you guys do a poll at CNN, how many folks you have to call to get one response? The idea that we're in a situation where things are so bad, the folks that, I mean, we've created more jobs. We're in a situation where people have access to good paying jobs. And the last I saw, the combination of the inflation, the cost of inflation, all those things, that's really worrisome to people with good reason. That's why I'm working very hard to bring the cost of rentals down, to increase the number of homes that are available. But let me say it this way. When I started this administration, people were saying there's going to be a collapse of the economy.
I can't be the only one who feels like this is the most old we've seen him in a while, right?
Although GDP last week was far short of expectations.
Oh, it wasn't. Look, GDP is still growing. Look at the response of the markets. Overwhelmingly positive. Overwhelmingly positive. And one of the reasons why people feel good about it not being as strong as it was before is they believe that the Fed's going to respond.
They hope they're going to get a rate cut.
Yeah. Well, so, but I mean,
I forgot how old he was because he's been so aggro on the Israel stuff that I like forgot about how fucking demented he is and how old he is in general.
Have a right to be concerned.
It just always feels like every time he's talking, it feels like he's like squeezing a big old shit.
$30 fee for bouncing the check might change that. You can't charge more than $8 for that. Or your credit card, you know, your late payment, $35. I mean, there's corporate greed going on out there, and it's got to be dealt with.
What about, I mean, but there's real pain. I mean, grocery prices are up 30%, more than 30% since the beginning of the pandemic, and people are spending more on food and groceries than they have at any time really in the past 30 years. I mean, that's a real day-to-day pain that people feel.
It really is, and it's real. But the fact is that if you take a look at what the people have, they have the money to spend. It angers them and angers me that you have to spend more. For example, the whole idea of this notion that Senator Casey talked about, shrinkflation. I think it's on your program.
Same price for a smaller bottle of juice or something.
For example, Snickers bar, they did it.
Bro, why is Aaron Burnett like literally playing whack-a-mole? Not even whack-a-mole, but like playing plug in what the old man is saying here. She's having a conversation like many chatters have had conversations with their grandparents when they're like at the tail end of their, existence where you're just like, yeah, grandpa, this is what you mean, right?
U.S.
Mad
bombs
libs.
to Israel due to concern that they could be used in any offensive on Rafah.
All right, here it is.
Have those bombs, those powerful 2,000-pound bombs, been used to kill civilians in Gaza?
Civilians have been killed in Gaza as a consequence of those bombs and other ways in which they go after population centers. And I made it clear that if they go into Rafah, they haven't gone into Rafah yet. If they go into Rafah, I'm not supplying the weapons that have been used historically to deal with Rafah, to deal with the cities, to deal with that problem. We're going to continue to make sure Israel is secure in terms of Iron Dome and their ability to respond to attacks like came out of the Middle East recently. But it's just wrong. We're not going to supply the weapons and the artillery shells used that have been used.
Artillery shells as well.
Yeah, artillery shells.
So, just to understand what they're doing right now in Rafah, is that not going into Rafah as you define it yet?
They haven't gone into the population centers. What they did is right on the border, and it's causing problems with right now in terms of with Egypt, which I've worked very hard to make sure we have a relationship and help. But I've made it clear to Bibi and the War Cabinet, they're not going to get our support if, in fact, they go in these population centers. We're not walking away from Israel's security. We're walking away from Israel's ability to wage war in those areas.
So it's not over your red line yet?
Not yet, but we've held up the weapons. We've held up the one shipment that as an old shipment was designed. We've held that up.
And I want to ask you one more thing, if I may. The images that people see out of Gaza are horrific. The UN's talking about, some of these mass graves and the summary executions that there's been evidence of, torture. The images of children, it breaks anyone's heart to look at it. And obviously, we've seen that frustration here in the U.S. on college campuses. And Mr. President, I've signs at college campuses. Some say Genocide Joe. Any of us that have gone to those campuses, sometimes we hear that chant. Do you hear the message of those young Americans?
Absolutely, I hear the message. Look, two things.
Genocide Joe.
First of all, there's a legitimate right to free speech and protest. There's a legitimate right to do that, and they have a right to do that. There's not a legitimate right to use hate speech. There's not a legitimate right to threaten Jewish students. There's not a legitimate right to block people access to class. That's against the law. That's against the law. And so, and if you look at the data, these demonstrations are real, but they're not nearly, look, and I made a speech on the Holocaust the other day. Mm-hmm. And I pointed out that, it took 7 decades to get to the place where after the Holocaust occurred and there's still anti-Semitism. Look what's happened in 7 weeks, 70. What's happening? Everybody's sort of forgotten about what happened in Israel. Those 1,200 young kids murdered. I saw pictures, I went over there shortly after. A mother and a daughter being roped together and then kerosene poured and burned to death. Nothing's like that to happen in the Jewish community since the Holocaust. So when I went over immediately after that happened, I said to Bibi, don't make the same mistake we made in America. We want to get bin Laden and we'll help you get Sinwar. But we went into Afghanistan it made sense to go get bin Laden. It made no sense to try to unify Afghanistan. It made no sense, in my view, to engage in thinking that in Iraq they had a nuclear weapon. Don't make the same mistake. Focus on, and we'll help you focus on getting the bad guys. And we got to think through what is happening after Gaza, after this is over. Who's going to occupy Gaza? I've been working with the Arab states. I won't mention them because I don't want to get them in trouble, but 5 leaders in the Arab community who are prepared to help rebuild Gaza, prepared to help transition to a 2-state solution.
To govern it?
Well,
that's a lie. And he's lying on the behest of the Trump administration.
A Palestinian authority that's real and not corrupt.
All right, well, Mr. President, thank you very much. I appreciate your time today.
That's it?
Thank you.
There was no fucking... What are you saying? Why is he running defense for Trump's horrifying foreign policy blunders right now?
President Obama is giving him right now on the campaign. And you're going to want to hear all of what he had to say about Trump right now.
And he may not accept the outcome of the election. I promise you he won't.
Promise that he won't.
He won't.
So,
which is dangerous.
Plus, Trump's legal team shifting strategies as Stormy Daniels is about to return to the stand in just hours. We are now learning they plan to spend a lot more time cross-examining the adult film star.
President Biden tells me that civilians in Gaza have been killed using U.S. 2,000-pound
Sang a
bombs.
worm had eaten part of his brain and then died, causing memory loss. A parasite
crazy.
expert will be out front.
It's crazy. I'm shocked. Guys, color me surprised about the shocking revelations that came from this wonderful interview with Aaron Burnett that American 2,000-pound bombs have actually killed Gazan civilians. That's crazy. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, if you've been paying attention since October 10, you would fucking know. Did you see that RFK was a HasanAbi head? Yes, he has brain worms. I know. Oh. Didn't Trump help start historic peace between Saudi Arabia and Israel? He is a bad guy, but that seems like a W. No, dummy. The historic peace between Israel and Saudi Arabia already existed in all but like legal doctrine, okay? Donald Trump simply sidestepped the Palestinians and their understandable demands for statehood and said, fuck the Palestinians. We're just going to do this peace negotiation between states that were already at peace privately and sometimes even publicly and solidify it in paperwork. This was disastrous. Absolutely disastrous. And Joseph Robinette Brandon defending that is crazy. Here's every Okay, let's take a look at this from Breakthrough News. Here's every ceasefire deal and prisoner exchange Hamas has offered Israel since October 7th.
Ceasefire deal and prisoner exchange that Hamas has offered Israel since October 7th. October 9th. Hamas offers Israel an unspecified number of women and children being held hostage in Gaza in exchange for 36 Palestinian women and children being held hostage in Israeli prisons. October 16th. A Hamas official says they'd free all Israeli captives in Gaza in exchange for 6,000 Palestinian captives in Israel. October 17th. A Hamas official tells NBC News that they'd release all of their Israeli civilian captives if Israel agreed to stop bombing Gaza. October 28th. Hamas's leader in Gaza offers to release all of the Israeli captives in Gaza in exchange for all of the Palestinian captives in Israeli prisons. This proposal, more commonly known as All for All, was a demand widely adopted by Israelis protesting against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. November 17th.
It's like Israel's answer always is no, smile. We will continue killing you and your friends and your family and all of the other people that are in the Gaza Strip, our open air prison.
Qatari negotiators propose a deal where Hamas will release 50 Israeli captives in exchange for a 3-day ceasefire. Hamas agrees to the general outline of the deal. Israel refuses. January 2nd. Hamas proposed a 3-phase deal where Hamas releases 40 Israeli captives in exchange for a gradual withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza and the release of Palestinian captives. In the last phase, Israel would end the war and Hamas would release all of its Israeli captives. Israel rejected this offer. January 18th. Members of the Israeli government make a proposal to Benjamin Netanyahu to reopen negotiations with Hamas. He refuses. January 22nd. Israel rejects a deal where Hamas would release Israeli captives in exchange for the release of Palestinian captives, a withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza, and accepting Hamas's leadership in Gaza. February 7th, Hamas
Breaking
proposes
news.
a three-phase.
I promise you he won't. Those are the words of President Biden telling.
Oh my God, I don't care.
Phased 4.5-month ceasefire, where in the first phase, Hamas would release all women, children, ill and young male Israeli captives in exchange for the release of Palestinian women and children being held captive in Israeli jails.
Notice how Hamas is calculating they're able to make bigger and bigger demands of Israel as time goes on. Yeah, this is very normal. This is like literally the fucking same exact process that took place between Ukraine and Russia. Ukraine had the upper hand earlier on in the Antalya, like in the Turkish deal that was being put forward, the 15-point plan. And now Russia, of course, has the upper hand. The other reason why Hamas is able to ask for more Palestinian captives is because Israel in that same time frame was literally taking more Palestinians hostage in the West Bank. So the number of Palestinian prisoners was rapidly growing.
In the second phase, adult male captives on both sides would be exchanged, and then in the third phase, remains of the dead and an end to the war. March 15th, Hamas offers to release Israeli women, children, elderly, and sick captives being held in Gaza in exchange for 700 to 1,000 Palestinian captives in Israeli prisons. And most recently, yesterday, Hamas offered to participate in a proposed three-stage deal where, in the first phase, Hamas would release Israeli female prisoners for 50 Palestinians held in Israeli prisons each. After 11 days of ceasefire, Israel would begin to dismantle its military structures in Gaza. In the second phase, there would be a halt to all military activity in Gaza. And then in the final phase...
At no point did Ukraine have the upper hand as delusional. No, Ukraine had a much better bargaining. Ukraine literally had a much better time bargaining when the conversation was taking place in Turkey. One might even say that Russia's interest in bargaining with Ukraine at the time was because they had miscalculated gravely, and Ukraine had actually created an environment where Russia did not have the permanent air superiority that they took for granted that they thought they would. There was a point in time when Russia thought that this would be a special military operation, as in, we'll just fucking blow up their air defenses and, maybe even decapitate the leadership and bring in our own guys from either the Ukrainian parliament or their own guys in general. I think people forget that they literally moved all the way to Kyiv only to move back east of the Dnieper River. How he even secured Crimea to this day, Crimea is an entirely different story. There's a reason why overtaking Kharkiv was deadly and destroyed many of the civilian infrastructure that existed, versus Crimea was virtually overtaken, annexed, without a single shot fired. I mean, shots were fired, but barely, in comparison to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Since then, the leverage has moved entirely in the direction of Russia, who's still not having an easy time, of course, but they have basically firmly planted their flag in existence in eastern Ukraine.
The war in Israel's blockade on Gaza would end, and the reconstruction process would begin. Israel rejected this deal. Now, you might be saying, well, what about all of Israel's proposals that...
Bargaining with Putin is the same as bargaining with Netanyahu or Hitler. No bargain you make will be upheld. It's ironic that you say this because you're in the fucking broadcast of a person who has been demanding that we literally bargain with you know, your version of Hitler, Benjamin Netanyahu, from the jump. Okay? Saying, well, that guy is Putler, that guy is Hitler, you can't bargain with him, is silly. That's not how the real world works. Okay? That's it. Notice how I've been demanding a ceasefire deal and a hostage swap in perpetuity, not saying that like Israel will just renege on the offer and blow up Gaza anyway. Notice how that's not the language I'm using, and that's precisely not the language I was using when dealing with Russia as well. Because that's not how you do these things. All war and all conflict inevitably end in treaties, either with full and unconditional surrender or not. It's just a matter of when. That's why it is wise. Reddit Warhawks and OSINT are slowly not talking about Ukraine anymore as things get worse. They never had stakes or give a fuck about Ukrainians. Of course not. That is how every war ends. Except World War II. That is literally how World War II ended. What are you talking about? What? What do you think happened at the end of World War II? They were just like, all right, Hitler killed himself. Let's just leave this alone. Is that what you think happened? All right, good luck, guys. You did it. Yeah, Hitler rage quit. So I guess that's it. Anyway. So my point is, given that all wars end with a ceasefire and a treaty, it's all a matter of when is the best, most opportune moment to strike or to facilitate said treaty, when you have the most leverage, when you have the most bargaining power. For Ukraine, the highest level of bargaining power they had was when they had seemingly thwarted Russia's attacks and also refused to let them have air superiority. That was a major miscalculation for the Russian war cabinet, for Vladimir Putin. That was the greatest opportunity they had, as I stated at the time. The idea that he was not going to follow through on the conditions of that bargain does not change the reality. What the fuck are you saying? Not all our wars end in a ceasefire. Some end in terms of surrender, in which the winners dictate what to do with those who lost. I think you are having a very hard time understanding the words that are coming out of my mouth, considering that you just repeated the same exact thing that I just said. Either you are so angry that you did not listen to what I was saying, or simply did not hear it because you chose to repeat exactly what I said verbatim. I factored in your consideration into my commentary, and yet you chose to overlook it. I said, all wars end in a ceasefire and a treaty, like a functional ceasefire, as in like neither belligerent is shooting at one another, whether there's full-blown conditional surrender or partial surrender or not. As in, yes, some wars do end in full-blown surrender. Okay? But at the end of it, you make peace, some form of managed peace with your enemies. My bad. Thought you meant there's just a cessation of violence without resolution of the conflict. No. I'm saying the opposite of what you think I'm saying. Anyway. Because appeasement ended well last time is not a good argument. Because obviously what I want and what the Palestinian people want and what the Palestinian representatives want is a ceasefire. Now that doesn't mean a permanent ceasefire, as a matter of fact. Now, that doesn't mean that Benjamin Netanyahu is going to follow through on those conditions. They certainly don't seem to want to follow through on those conditions at all. And yet we are still demanding such things. Why is it that people in my chat or Palestinians, why is it the Palestinians are not saying, oh, dude, no ceasefire, fuck them all. Let's keep the war going. Chat. Well, I guess some people are doing that. Hammer and Sickle Twitter Twitter users, Twitter power users with Hammer and Sickle are saying like, no ceasefire, but very marginal voices overall. The overwhelming majority of those who are on the pro-Palestinian camp want a permanent ceasefire, permanent cessation of hostilities. Now, having said that, there's no guarantee that Israel will follow through on it, and yet that still hasn't changed my attitude, and it still has not changed the attitude of all on the ground. They just want to end. They just want to put a permanent end to the suffering. Think about that. People yelling for no appeasement from their couches. Yeah, exactly. One must ask the question, why? What I think a lot of people fail to consider is that I have been literally completely consistent in my position, both in terms of my analysis over Russia's unjustifiable illegal occupation, annexation, and of course, invasion of Ukraine, as I have been, especially when we consider the severity of the next thing I'm about to mention, Israel's 75-year apartheid, the Nakba, and of course its current version of the Nakba, which has been the bloodiest version of the permanent ethnic displacement and ethnic cleansing campaign so far. It is always about trying to find peace, no matter the cost. Bro, I haven't seen a single Hammer and Sickle account say that. No, it's always like one person with like 8 fucking followers that Noah, what's the dude's name? That neoliberal guy, he'll like pull it up and be like, Palestinians want peace. Why the fuck do you want to keep the war going or whatever? It's just like Noah Smith. No opinion, exactly. He should have no opinion, honestly. It's irrelevant. It's entirely and utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. I'm just simply saying that although those voices are marginal, they do sometimes exist in an effort to make sure that people understand that, like, I am personally even considering the most marginal of voices in this process. Huh? Bye-bye. Ultimately, it doesn't matter. Anyway. So notice how I am not in favor of Russia, and I am in favor of Ukrainian emancipation, despite what my naysayers have spent countless hours trying to convince their followers of. And of course, as you guys also know, I am in favor of Palestinian emancipation, and I don't think my naysayers actually say that I'm not pro-Palestinian. They simply say I'm a terrorist for that position, because they are ridiculous charlatans with no moral compass whatsoever that simply channel whatever the fuck the American State Department is saying. They repeat that propaganda as the dogs that they are. I love these guys, people, because they're like, no peace till Tel Aviv burns, long live the resistance, while Hamas are like, actually, maybe this two-state solution thing doesn't sound so bad. Exactly. It's ridiculous. Anyway, my point is, I am completely consistent in this position. I do not change my opinion because I am a dog to the American State Department for free. Okay? Just something to consider. Now let's finish off this video.
That Hamas turned down. But all of Israel's proposals so far have been for temporary ceasefires. In other words, they would stop the fighting long enough to allow Israel to get its people out and then decimate Gaza without having to worry about killing any Israeli hostages. This is fundamentally different from the ceasefire that Hamas and the vast majority of the world want, which is a permanent ceasefire that would end the war. Now Israel is trying to say that they have no choice but to invade Rafah because Hamas refuses to negotiate. But this is obviously a lie. If Israel really wanted its hostages back, it could have had them back 7 months ago. This was never about hostages. Israel's been relentlessly carpet bombing the very place their hostages are being held and have killed an untold number of them. Israel was actually very clear from day one what this genocidal slaughter was all about.
Decimate Gaza. Whoa, buddy, slow down there. It's not about eradicating Hamas. It's about eradicating Hamas, not decimating Gaza. Yeah, no, totally. You're so right about that. They just want to eradicate Hamas, except they just keep decimating Gaza instead.
They said they would wipe the Gaza Strip off the face of the earth.
Wait,
They
what?
said they would bomb it so badly that Gaza would be a place no human being.
Wait, what? Wait, why are these people saying these things? It's about killing Hamas.
Could exist. This was never about hostages. Hostages were always just their excuse to justify the extermination.
That guy is being a jokester. For the record, you guys are yelling at a jokester. They're being sarcastic.
Extermination of a people and destroy its ability to resist.
Yeah, it's true. As a very radical ML, I hold the same position as you because supporting Ukraine will bring less violence on the workers overall. I think that Russia should have never invaded Ukraine. Controversial, I know. This video is going to have a lot of fucking TOS. That's why I usually don't watch Double Down news videos, even though they're awesome. But they just straight fucking show dead children. Like, literally blown to bits and shit. Let's see. David A.
If anyone
Hurst.
is guilty for the bloodshed that's going on, it is the international community, particularly.
What should have Russia done? What should Russia have done? Keep beefing up their fucking trade relations with European states. Apply pressure through OPEC Plus. Never invade Ukraine. Like, that's a pretty good idea, I think. Yeah, have fun. NATO coups your nation and forces itself in there. Yeah, it doesn't matter. As long as there's conflict, as long as they maintain Crimea, which is still technically a part of Ukrainian soil, and as long as there's still conflict in Donbass, ain't no fucking way that Ukraine was ever joining EU. It never was joining EU regardless, okay? It was just not happening. That's why my favorite argument from those who are like kind of Z pushers, like kind of pro-Russia, is the idea that this was actually like 5D chess by Putin to save the citizens of Ukraine that live in eastern Ukraine, which is ironic because infinitely more numbers of people have died, both Russian and Ukrainian, in this Russian invasion so far. I mean, the direct result, yeah, and also on top of that, the neutrality relationship that existed beforehand because of the fear that Russia might invade them, for like Finland and Sweden, for example, but especially Finland, but they're like dual partners with the EU, within the EU structure, and also for NATO, immediately perished. Because the Russian invasion of Ukraine showed that Russia does not have the capabilities of like permanently invading and annexing Ukraine. So all of a sudden, their fears of being under constant bombardment by Russian forces went away when they realized that Russia could not do this to Ukraine. So, of course, they felt comfortable joining NATO. Now, they had good political reasons to join NATO, as in the population they could convince to join NATO. And also, They did not have any real fear of military escalation from Russia, military retaliation from Russia. So it was a strategic oopsie on that front as well. That is why I regard Vladimir Putin's actions as a beautiful gift to our beautiful NATO generals. That's it. Too bad your chat is infested with libs, so you have to glaze Ukraine. That's not true. I have never glazed Ukraine, and I will never glaze Ukraine. I don't think that, I mean, I care about Ukrainian people. I don't think that the Ukrainian government is great. I make fun of Zelensky and have made fun of Zelensky. I've made fun of right-wing nationalism growing in Ukraine. Now I'm a little bit more fearful than just simply making fun of it. The only country I glaze is Japan. And even then, I am still very critical of Japan as well. Huh. How many more baits did this guy have to do? Like, I like that you waited, Weeby. If you cared so much about this topic, why not pay more taxes and donate to these poor countries, brokey? If you cared so much about this topic, why not pay, like, literally got timed out by Fossabot. Still came back for more. You are clearly milking the war conflicts overall. If you cared so much about this topic, don't milk it. You are clearly milking the war conflicts overall. If you cared so much about this topic, don't milk it, dude. People are actually living it. People are actually living it, dude. Yeah, you're right. Except the people that are living in these conflict zones, maybe not Ukrainians. I can't speak for them. I'm not too familiar with their attitude is. I'm sure they would probably still appreciate people talking about Ukraine, especially at this stage as the entire global, entire Western world has seemingly forgotten about them. But the people in Palestine absolutely do appreciate Americans talking about the plight of the Palestinians, considering that it seems like no one cares. Damn, bro, you are so swagged out. Look at this fucking fit, my boy. God damn, Chris. Gaia, down. Anyway, let's continue with Double Down News.
Britain, the international community has given the greenest of green lights to the Israeli army to do what it wants, and that means the freedom to commit war crimes. You'll see Western values as they actually operate, raining down bombs on completely innocent Gazan civilians. Whether they're supporters of Hamas, Fatah, whether they're civilians, they're going to die and are dying in their thousands. Where are Western values there? If there's blood on anyone's hands, it's on those who say
Israel has a right to defend itself.
Israel has the perfect right to defend itself.
Israel has a right to defend itself.
Israel must have that, does have that right to defend herself.
Israel has an absolute right to defend itself.
Israel.
When someone says herself, you know they're fucking completely locked in. Okay? When someone refers to Israel as her, like Keir Starmer did right there, they are so unimaginably invested. Kid Starver, Keir Starmer.
Has a right to self-defense.
this is not the whole story. It's not the defense of Israel. It is the expansion of Israel, and it is the creation of an apartheid regime even more severe than the one that happened in South Africa. Israel says it's fighting an existential war, and it has compared what Hamas did to a Holocaust.
Yeah, that's why they call Keir Starmer the kid starver, because his response, Sir Kid Starver's response, came after a question of Israel in the beginning. This was like early October when Yoav Galan said that we're going to fucking cut off the food, the water, and the electricity from these human animals that we're fighting. His response to that question, should Israel be able to cut off the food, the electricity, and the water supply of the Palestinian population, was Israel has a right to defend herself. That's why they call him the kid starver. He got in trouble for that. It was so funny because, yeah, they have that right. He said they have that right. Now, what's funny about that is that it was an unimaginable blunder, right? It's like, what the fuck? You're a human rights lawyer. What are you saying? Holy shit. This is the most insane thing. Like, fucking Tories aren't like that bold, right? And so he turned around and he was like, I've never said that. And then for like weeks, they literally, for weeks, they kept showing him his exact quote anytime he went anywhere. Because although British media is incredibly Zionist, like ultra Zionist, they also are simultaneously very anti-labor. Like they have this like epigenetic, biological, predeterministic anti-labor attitude. No matter what happens, like they have to be anti-labor. So they would just like keep dunking on him for it, while simultaneously also offering unconditional support. They're so petty. Oh, come on, Hasan. Why should Israel give water and food to Hamas? It's not fair to expect them to. That's my answer to you. Okay. Come on, dude. Why does Germany feed the Jews in the concentration camps? That's their mortal enemy, dude. Come on. I don't understand, dude. I don't get it. Oh, that's not why they call him that? I'm British. They call him that because of a feud over a child tax credit. Oh, my bad. I thought that was the reason why they said he's a kid starver. Come on, bro. Do you think the German government has a right to feed the Jews that literally were in their ranks and like doing Jewish tricks? Oh my God. Do you see how fucking indecent that sounds when you make this argument? It's because what you're doing is akin to a Nazi doing Nazi propaganda in the fucking 1930s, in the 1940s. What?
Holocaust. Half my family died in the Holocaust. There's no comparison from a Palestinian perspective. You have to realize that Israel was the lords, the masters of the land. They controlled all your movements. They controlled how much you ate. They controlled who you married. It's the one that decides when to attack. This is a country used to total control over 1/2 of the population, and it lost that control. And it lost that control wildly. I'm appalled by some of the things that happened. Desperation turned into savagery, and I will use that word about what happened at Kfar Aza, or the music festival that took place where unarmed festival goers.
See, listen, it's true. Israel lost its grip of control on the Palestinian population due to the sheer arrogance, the sheer hubris that they felt, and because they believed their own propaganda that the Palestinians were servile dogs that could never create a strong offensive campaign. Straight up. And they learned, what? You want the basketball? Why? What? Talk. Use your words. They can't hear you. You're going to ball without me? That is the most disrespectful thing you've ever done since... That is the most disrespectful thing you've done to me since your arrival in my home. The fact that you said no, to balling with me, my basketball is in the back of my, no, that one is, it's low on air, is in the back of my trunk in my car. Just take the car too. Take it all, Chris. Take it all. You already took my heart and my soul when you fucking refused the ball with me and went to Runyon instead on Sunday. Anyway, where the fuck were we? Lol, are you like levels below him in basketball? No, I cook his ass, dude. That's why he doesn't want to play with me, because he's scared. Yeah. Keep coping. Okay, well, tomorrow we are going to ball then. No. Oh. Anyway, the point I was trying to make is that their hubris, their arrogance, and their sheer dehumanization of the Palestinian population led the Israeli government into a false sense of security. And when they lost control because of the near century of dehumanization and violence that they were subjected to, the Palestinians, they pushed back. In an act of desperate savagery, I think is a almost poetic way to put it. Okay? Savagery brought about desperation. It's exactly what happened. You see canopies like that, you know they're playing white people psytrance. Oh my God. Anyway. It's so wild how different of your coverage is from most mainstream media of the war in Palestine. Yes. And that difference in my tone and in my coverage, which I think is objective and correct, is the reason why so many people left this community, only to return now that they realize, like, maybe I wasn't in the wrong at all. It's not the same in Nazi Germany. Jews were fully integrated to German society. Gaza has its own government. Yes, brother. Because in Nazi Germany, in the lead up to Nazi Germany, they did not maintain an apartheid regime. So your argument literally is that Israel is worse in that regard because they've never offered full integration, even though that's not fully correct either. What the fuck do you mean? There were ghettos. Not defending the Nazis, oh my lord. Yeah, I think so. They created ghettos and put marks on Jewish people before the camps. Yes. I think this chatter, to be fair to this chatter, I think he means like before the ghettos. There was obviously discrimination against the Jews. There was obviously discrimination against the Jews in Germany before the Nazi regime. I suspect that's what he's talking about, before the ghettos, before people being marked as like Jews in Germany. I don't know. Anyway, let's continue.
Goers were shot like ducks. These scenes are unknown to the current generation of Israelis, and the shock this has produced, the sudden loss of confidence in its star performer, which is its army and its intelligence services, cannot be underestimated. That shock has now turned to anger. That anger has now turned to an unholy desire to kill Gazans.
I think now it's the time that we need to erase Gaza.
We gotta wipe them off the fucking map. I'm talking about.
These guys are KHamas, by the way. I remember they had like a JDL flag and shit at this protest.
Every fucking flat's been like a parking lot.
Kill Palestine.
Oh, here it is. Here, there you go. There's a TOS moment coming up. That's why
There's a kafar azar happening every night in Gaza. Women and children buried under rubble. There is absolutely apocalypse.
The reason why I changed the camera scene to just show my face and not what's on screen is because there is a 25-second compilation of just dead children, of fathers carrying dead children out of the rubble. That's all this is for 25 whole seconds.
Apocalyptic scenes going on there. The Israeli Air Force deliberately targeting blocks, individual families, and wiping them out with precision weapons. And this is happening now to one family after another. I don't think Israel, and in particular the Israeli army, can give people lectures on brutality, particularly directed at children. It happens all the time in the so-called stable peace. There were 34 children killed so far this year by soldiers in the West Bank. So there is butchery and there's barbarity on both sides. The problem is what's taking place in Gaza, which is truly apocalyptic, is done on an industrial scale. And by the time this comes out, the death toll will mount and mount. Yoav Gallant, the Israeli defense minister, the man who said that Palestinians are human animals, said Israeli forces will not be held accountable for anything they do. So all the past rules have been torn up, and Israel is going.
And it's not like the past rules were actually good either. The past rules were also uniquely cruel and unusual and barbaric. Make no mistake. It's just that they expanded on the previous already fucking violent actions that the Israeli state had taken and greatly amplified it. In 1939, part of Hitler's anti-Semitic propaganda was similar to what the Israelis are saying today. TLDR, Germany was criticized for their anti-Semitic actions, but when asked in England, France, etc., wanted the German Jewish population, they said no. This is, of course, not fully true, but this is similar to what Israel is saying with Egypt, Iran, and other Arab states.
For the maximum number of Gaza.
So you don't condemn Hamas for October 7th? 7 months into this war is crazy. These people took hostages. When was that ever good? Allah? Dude. Bait used to be believable at the top of the hour, okay? When you come in here with an MLG Dankman type username and you just say, you know, why are you not condemning the fucking October 7 attacks at 4:58 p.m.? It's just like, you know, you just can't, you can't do that. Like, that's not a good way to try and bait me. Okay? It's just not happening. Why am I blocked by this person? Big things are happening on Pitbull inbreeding Insta. Red Rum. One of the craziest bullies on earth. Red Rum is beyond crazy with a unique look you won't find around, guaranteed, and his productions speak for themselves. This boy will be at West Coast Bully Expo 8. TBC Lemon Drop X Chopsticks, TBC King, Giagi X Lavender, Lemon Drop Sister. Enjoy, Bully World. 1000X Pimpy in that bad boy. Dude, this is so much worse than 2X Pimpy. This is 10X Pimpy. We've pimpied too much. We've pimpied too close to the sun. Anyway, like I said, though, at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. Here it is now. Looks like a bug dog Pokemon. Yeah, it looks like an abomination. It looks like an affront to God. It looks like something that is begging to be killed. Like something that's literally going, please kill me. Please end. Please end the violence that I experience as I breathe every day of my life. Or else put me around a baby and I will chomp on that shit and I will never let go. Look at the legs, dude. Yeah, someone call Christy Nome, folks, because this fucking abomination must be put down. Can we please start doing bully reacts? No. Anyway, way too pimpy. You have pimped too close to the sun, sir. Don't do it. Why did they name and market them like weed strains? Because they're awesome. Oh, it's so fucking hot in here right now. I'm losing my mind. It's literally 80 degrees in here. I'm fucking mad. When they eat babies, they're actually trying to do suicide by cop type thing. Or maybe they just really they greatly enjoy the taste of babies. Like, what do you mean? Okay, let's continue.
Casualties. And that's what the international community is allowing Israel to do. They have given Netanyahu the green light and an unlimited time to mount a ground invasion of Gaza. Gazans have tried to break out of their open-air prison before. It happened on the day in which Donald Trump's son-in-law was signing the ceremony that transferred the official American embassy to Jerusalem. On that very, very day, you had Palestinians unarmed who were gunned down demonstrating right next to the fence. They didn't break out of the fence, they were simply being shot at, rather like ducks, with the most sophisticated weapons. When that demonstration happened, Gazans learned a lesson, that the next breakout that they do would have to be armed.
Hamas is ISIS.
Hamas is very, very different from ISIS, and actually the two were at war with each other, in which there were quite a few dead bodies. There's no analytical comparison between Hamas and ISIS, and the main difference between them is that although the Hamas is an Islamist organization, an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas is a resistance group dedicated to ending the occupation. And this still is a dispute and a conflict over land and not religion. Having said that, Hamas called its attack on southern Israel the Al-Aqsa flood for a reason. Al-Aqsa is being invaded and attacked all the time. Al-Aqsa isn't just their third holiest site for Islam. It's also a national symbol for Palestine. This sacred turf is actually being taken away piecemeal. And again, the West is letting them do this. This was the reason for Hamas saying enough is enough. But there were lots of other reasons as well. If you can imagine it, 16 years in an open-air prison with the electricity controlled or rationed, food rationed, 60% unemployment, settler attacks on Palestinian villages protected by the army, which Israelis themselves describe as pogroms, the total impossibility of a political solution or even a national unity government, and that suited Israel absolutely fine. When they were demonstrating about democracy in Israel, no one was talking about the obvious elephant in the room, which was an apartheid regime for half of the population, the Palestinian population. Neither left nor right were bothered about it. And that too is an ingredient into what actually happened here. Because the message that was being given by Israel to the Palestinians is, you don't matter. We can do it without you. We can control you. And we've forgotten about the Palestinian state. No one is interested in it. Just days before this attack happened was the imminence of a normalization deal between Saudi Arabia and Israel. And Netanyahu got up in the...
Do you understand? This is why the Trump administration and the Abraham Accords were fucking awful. And played a massive role in October 7 happening. If you give people no other option but to resist violently, remember? What is it? Making it impossible to have peaceful revolution makes violent revolution inevitable. Not a RFK quote, JFK quote. It's true. Those who make peaceful revolution impossible will make violent revolution inevitable. It's precisely what Israel and those in the United States of America did.
United Nations General Assembly, waving a map that eradicated Palestine completely and saying,
"We'll build a new corridor of peace and prosperity that connects Asia through the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Israel, to Europe." This is an extraordinary change, a monumental change.
Reversing the logic of the last possibility of an agreement on a two-state solution, which is in 2002, which was called the Arab Peace Initiative. You've got Israel that's turning the screw all the time, and encroaching. There are now 700,000 settlers. It's impossible to put a Palestinian state, and everyone knows it. But a two-state solution is cynically the policy of all European governments and America. It's a policy that can't now possibly exist. And that is the situation that the Palestinians are facing. Now, what the Hamas attack has done is to say, I'm sorry, we're here. You cannot ignore us. Now, they've done it in a brutal way. They have definitely committed crimes against humanity. But the Palestinians, who would not necessarily support Hamas at all, would say, what the hell else do we do? And that's what's happening all over the place to a new generation of Palestinians. And this is the fundamental problem of Israel thinking that it can wipe Gaza out. It can wipe Gaza out. It can kill 10,000 people, 20,000 people. It cannot kill the Palestinian cause. Hamas is a complicated organization to...
Unless it kills every Palestinian. That's it. If you do half genocide, then, you know, you can't get away with it. No half measures, which is seemingly what Israel's doing anyway.
Describe. It has various wings. There is a faction of Hamas that controls Gaza, and there is Mohammed al-Dif, the head of the Qassam brigades, named after a Syrian preacher who turned to resistance under the British mandate. He was killed by the British in a forest outside Jenin. What the West and Israel permanently misunderstands about the nature of Palestinian resistance was that his name and example lived on. If Israel now succeeds in eradicating the military leadership, the Qassam brigades of Gaza, and kills them all, what do you think is going to happen to the memory that they leave behind? Yes, they can level Gaza. They can reduce the whole thing to a pile of rubble. They can kill 100,000 people, and they can say, job done. And they can even defeat Hezbollah. But what do you think is going to happen to the memory of all those dead in a new generation that will break out with even stronger force in 20 or 30 years' time? That's history. That's what's happened before.
It's ironic because that's what happened with Hamas. Like, people always chirp about Hamas, but Hamas's evolution can be traced back to Israeli violence once again. Hamas growing, Hamas mobilizing, Hamas engaging in acts of violent resistance, not just against the Israeli state actors like the military, but to directly like Israeli civilians themselves. Even that is a change in tactics that directly came as a consequence. Shut up for once, bing bong looking ass. The fuck? Why are you a whole ass 45-year-old talking like you're one of those Zoomers on one of those fucking New York videos at the subway station? Oh, don't you wish you was with the Knicks? That's what you're gonna say next, dude? Bing bong looking ass. $2013 creation account saying bing bong looking ass. Crazy.
Resistance, armed resistance, has been crushed many times. It was crushed in 1948. It was crushed in 1969. It was crushed in 1973. It's been crushed regularly. And what has happened? Hamas is now much, much stronger than previous iterations of it. So there's always going to be, whoever you call them, a very strong element of Palestinians who say the only way of changing the situation is by armed resistance, until they are involved in proper negotiations and a peace deal and a calm and an exchange of prisoners. But if Israel thinks that they can wipe out Hamas and wipe out the Palestinian resistance, history tells us they are completely wrong. And all we are doing now is setting the seeds for an even more powerful round of resistance in 1 or 2 decades to come. How do we stop the violence? We stop the violence by reversing course, by realizing that the Palestinians are people, that there's always going to be resistance.
Whoa, you're coming across real anti-Semitic right now, big dog. I'm gonna stop you right there. Big dog. You just said we gotta recognize Palestinians as humans. I'm sorry. That seems kind of anti-Semitic to me. I know you are a Jewish man and I'm a Muslim here, okay? But I'm afraid I'm gonna have to stop you right there before you make more inferences about how Palestinians are human beings. You know what I mean? Cool it. Cool it before you get referenced in the ADL database for an anti-Semitic hate crime. Okay, David A. Hurst. Just saying.
Whether it's Hamas, whether it's anyone else, whatever they call themselves, they are not going to be chucked off their land. There is not going to be another Nakba. They're going to stay there, whatever, and they're going to die on that land. The only way out of this incredible cul-de-sac that we've got ourselves into is to stop giving Israel the green light, is to enforce negotiations with a broadly representative Palestinian national unity government that allows Palestinians to elect their own leaders, that lifts the siege on Gaza and lifts the siege on all the other Palestinian enclaves in the West Bank, and that you start a process of sharing the land from the river to the sea between the two peoples. And this has got to be done with a realization in Israel that there is no end to this until they fundamentally reverse course. The alternative media in a crisis like this is really important because it provides a...
It's a great video from Double Down News, consistently doubling down. That was David Hurst, editor-in-chief of Middle East Eye, talking to Double Down News. One of my favorite British broadcasters out there. What if they kill 2 million Palestinians? Well, there's another 2.5 million in the West Bank. But also, even if you killed all of the Palestinians, inevitably, given the way that fascism operates, you would then turn your crosshairs on the Arab citizens of Israel, the Palestinian citizens of Israel. And then if you wipe them out, then you would inevitably turn your crosshairs into the Mizrahi Jews inside of Israel, those who harbor Arab characteristics. That's just how it works. Okay? That's just how fascism works. There's no endpoint to fascism. It is a suicide cult. There's always an in-group, out-group dynamic. There's also the Palestinian diaspora. There's also Lebanon. Many new vectors of hatred. How do I apologize to the Moz? Just say it. They'll see it. Conservatism consists of exactly one proposition, to wit: there must be in-groups whom the law protects but does not bind, alongside out-groups whom the law binds but does not protect. Oftentimes, the fascist mobilization directs its crosshairs at multiple different targets too. The more desperate they become, the more they will expand on the conflict. Like, for example, Israel's actions in trying to open up a new front, like going into fucking Iraq, striking the Iranian embassy. That was another example. Is somebody dying? Did Chas do something bad? I don't know. So someone said, how do I apologize to the mods? And now I think a lot of chatters are just apologizing to the mods. I don't know why. All right, let's get some fun shit. Here's ABC News anchor accidentally calling Drake a bad word.
Lots of questions tonight about a security guard who was shot outside the mansion of the rapper, I should say, Drake, in Toronto.
Now, many people are asking this.
Lots of.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
You are hearing I by Kendrick Lamar, and although the 17-time Grammy winner may love himself, it seems he doesn't have much love for fellow hip-hop artist Drake. Now, you may have heard about their public feud, the insulting tracks over the last couple of weeks, disses going back and forth. Against the backdrop of all that, a security guard is in serious condition after being shot outside Drake's Toronto home yesterday. Now, it's not clear if the shooting is related to the feud, and police have not identified suspects. This morning, we dive deep into the beef between two of the biggest names in hip-hop.
Call me on my cell phone.
He's the 5-time Grammy winner behind mega hits like Hotline Bling.
I know when that hotline bling.
Oh, what an own.
That can only mean one thing.
What an own, dude. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. When they bring up what you've done. When they bring up what you've done. When they use Hotline Bling to showcase what your artistry looks like. What your discography looks like. That's an own in and of itself.
Aubrey Graham, a.k.a. Drake, is one of this generation's most recognizable rap stars.
I'm upset.
And if you are wondering why he seems to be upset these days, look no further than another hip-hop icon.
Yo, my knees getting weak and my gun might blow, but we gon' be alright.
That would be Kendrick Lamar, who has racked up more than a dozen Grammys and even a Pulitzer Prize for his music.
Soldier's DNA.
But after around a decade of simmering on-again and off-again tension,
Poetic justice.
preceded by collaborations with each other, the duo has been exchanging fiery diss tracks since late March, calling out everything from parenting styles to allegations of infidelity and abuse, to the expression of their black identities, generating millions upon millions of streams. Both artists have either denied or alluded to denying the claims against them in their lyrics.
They hired a crisis management team to clean up the fact that you beat on your queen.
He a narcissist, misogynist, living inside his songs. Try to destroy families rather than taking.
Oh, God. CBS Mornings is like, it's a bridge too far to be like, Kendrick called him a pedophile. Come on. No. Show some of the more damning verses.
Care of his own.
And in his most recent diss track,
Certified lover boy, certified pedophiles.
Lamar.
Oh, no. No. Oh, it's so Jover. It's so Jover. It's so fucking Jover. CBS Mornings playing certified lover boy, certified pedophile. Oh, my God. Oh. Wow.
Referred to Drake as a pedophile, which Drake also denied in his response.
Say Drake, I hear you like I'm young. You better not ever go to cell block 1.
Oh.
Any that talk to him and they in love, just make sure you hide your little sister from him.
Just for clarity, I feel disgusted. I'm too respected. If I was young girls, I promise I'd have been arrested.
Oh my God, what an awful retort. No, they should have put the other one too. Drake is not a name you'll see on no sex offender list.
That got dark.
Now a feud that was already all over social media has entered the mainstream,
I've been away for the past 48 hours trying to piece it all together.
earning a mention on this weekend's episode of Saturday Night Live.
Shame on me for doing those mean raps about you. Well, bless your heart for saying that. Shame.
Wait, that's so funny. They're literally, Saturday Night Live is parodying this CBS morning coverage, which ended up featuring their parodying of the CBS morning coverage that came afterwards.
Mommy too, I suppose.
Oh, jeez.
We have reached out to representatives for both Kendrick Lamar and Drake for comment, but have not heard back.
Now, a German spy.
That is meta. But yeah, so that happened. Drake got shot, or sorry, rather, the embassy was shot at in a drive-by shooting. 2 weeks ago, a shooting happened at the Weeknd's manager's place as well. Security guard shot outside a $12 million Encino mansion owned by popular music executive known as Cash XO. It happened at a home owned by Amir Ismailian, an Iranian-Canadian music industry executive. Here.
Still trying to piece together exactly what led up to a shooting outside a music executive's house.
Security guard was rushed to the hospital, and the armed suspects are still on the loose. Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes joins us from Encino, where the crime took place. Rob?
Yeah, the hunt is on for those 3 suspects. They took off after shooting a security guard several times. Now, the mansion where this all went down is right down this long driveway. It is the home of a successful hip-hop music producer. The Encino home must have seemed like a good target, a 7-bedroom, $12 million mansion. But whoever tried breaking into it may not have expected to find a security guard on the property. And LAPD says the suspects opened fire on that guard, shooting him several times.
The wait time for any police officer to come is about 20 minutes to 30 minutes, and these people just need 10 to 15 minutes to come in and leave your house.
Neighbors are clearly frustrated, saying break-ins and burglaries here have been taking off. We did a data dive into the latest crime stats and found that burglaries in LAPD's West Valley division are up 30% since 2019.
Yeah, I know in the past year 3 break-ins have happened. It's a gated community. Our walls are like 15 feet high, so it's kind of scary that they can just figure out ways to jump over these walls and enter your property like that.
In this case, LAPD says it is now searching for 3 men who were behind the shooting. It happened around 2:30 this morning. The security guard said to be in his 30s, no word on his condition. The mansion in question, owned by this man, Amir Ismailian, a music producer known in the industry as Cash XO, who worked with hip-hop stars like Travis Scott and The Weeknd. One woman who lives in the neighborhood says despite the shooting, she isn't worried about crime here.
It's a very safe neighborhood. I feel very safe running in it. I'm sure it's something related to whoever the owners were.
Now, if you have any information...
It's like, yeah, them Iranians living in our neighborhood. Them Iranians came around these parts, made it. No, actually, she means Canadians. Even worse than the Iranian, a Canadian. I am so rich, it's crazy that anyone could break in because we have 15-foot walls to keep out the poorest West LA white people. Bro, this is an entirely different orbit, okay? This is in Encino. This is a gated community in fucking Encino, okay? Comprised of multi-million-dollar mansions everywhere. Encino otherwise, Encino other than like gated communities like this one are obviously, Encino is like in the valley. It's not exactly like a rich area. Except for this, I suspect this community.
Information that could help lead investigators to the suspects in this case. You're urged to call Crime Stoppers. The number is on your screen.
Encino is trash. It is. It's not great. So basically, your neighborhood, yeah, dude. Yes, I live in a gated neighborhood, guys. Okay, let's keep believing that. Yes, I am not going to turn around and tell you that I do not live in a gated neighborhood. I do. Please don't come here. Yes, not only do I live in a gated neighborhood, but the gates are closed. And also I have automatic turrets. Yeah. Auto turrets. Snipers on the roof. No, the shooting I just showed you is the Weeknd's manager's house. Cash XO versus the other shooting was in Toronto outside of Drake's house. The recent one that happened is happened in Toronto. Oh my God, someone clipped it. Academics actually showing a screen where he had 10 consecutive emails of food orders. This is the most hilarious revelation of this beef. Someone said not one business email out of 10. Yeah. No, I live in a mixed income neighborhood. It's a nice neighborhood overall, but it's like it's mixed zoning. It's not like I don't live in a gated community. The valley's where the wealthy people live. Hollywood or WeHo is where wannabes live. No, I think that there's like really nice parts of WeHo as well. My part of WeHo is also pretty nice. But it is also mixed zoning. It's not like most parts of WeHo are mixed zoning. Academics thinks The Weeknd shot at Drake.
I have spoken with Drake, and he's okay. He said he's good. But the streets is talking. From what I'm hearing, this got nothing to do with Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick didn't send some hitters. Obviously, he's going to get reported as such. But what I'm hearing, this wasn't random. There was a shooting that occurred about 10 minutes before, about less than 2 miles from here. And keep in mind, this isn't like the hood, right? This ain't like Southside Chicago. This is a rich neighborhood that doesn't see violence and doesn't see gunfire. And also in Canada, it's kind of almost damn near illegal to have a gun. So when you hear that 2 incidents of gun violence occurred within 2 miles and 10 minutes, they seem to be possibly related. But I do believe that, and I've told you guys this entire...
I think he's the worst possible person to cover any kind of instance of like violence that is even tangentially related to rappers or rap beef in general.
The entire thing was orchestrated by XO, in my opinion. Now, I'm talking about music right now. This is music. I believe that The Weeknd and Drake has always had issues. It was always pacified because both of them had shared people in common. I believe at a certain point that stopped being the case, and apparently they patched it up a bunch of times. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of people from Toronto has hit me, giving me like their idea of what's going on, and basically saying, yo, some of this this is word on the street, right? Again, they've told me much more than that. I believe there's some Toronto Whatever the politics is there, is that. It's nothing to do with essentially a rap beef. That's some Toronto politics and possibly, maybe that was somebody sending Drake a very powerful message. Nigga, I don't know who you think you are.
I like that the N-word is not bleep, but shit is.
But it could go down.
That's so funny. Oh, here's DJ Academics getting emotional during a live stream comparing Drake and Kendrick Lamar, saying Kendrick's infrequent music makes him feel... Wait, what the fuck is this?
I'm going to get... If Kendrick gets the better of this, I'm going to get upset at Kendrick that if you're this good, if you're this guy who's even better than the guy who I really like, you show up once every 5 years, you don't...
Bro, what are these bleeps, man? Fuck!
Put out music, you're not ever president in music. Like, that create a disdain for like, bruh, you don't deserve the title of being king. If you think that you just get to sit on that throne and not be able to do what I do like about Drake,
yeah, dude, quantity over quality is what I like about Drake, and what I hate about Kendrick is quality over quantity. Yeah, I'm ridiculous. What a ridiculous fucking argument.
Did the that if you're king, you got to do. He accepted every challenger. He tried to help young coming up. He tried to be president. When I said, what top 5 you smoking on? I don't think you've been president in this culture, my But if we got to go 5 years without hearing from you, it bothers me. I don't think you're that busy. I don't think your family life is that much. So when I got a who's been playing that role all along, and if you're better than him, we'll do the he's doing times 10.
Best actor in Hollywood is Daniel Day-Lewis, and he barely has any movies. Okay. I don't know if I want to cover this fucking story. RFK Jr. says doctors found a dead worm in his brain. I like that. I like the fucking... I mean, it's just brain worms, which we knew already, as you guys also know. But it's funny to be like, there was a worm in my brain, a brain worm, The presidential candidates faced previously undisclosed health issues, including a parasite that he said ate a part of his brain. And apparently the worm starved. In 2010, Robert F. Kennedy was experiencing memory loss and mental fogginess so severe that a friend grew concerned he might have a brain tumor. Mr. Kennedy said he consulted several of the country's top neurologists, many of whom had either treated or spoken to his uncle before his death the previous year of brain cancer. Several doctors noticed a dark spot on the younger Mr. Kennedy's brain scans and concluded that he had a tumor. He said in 2012 deposition review by the New York Times, Mr. Kennedy was immediately scheduled for a procedure at Duke University Medical Center by the same surgeon who had operated on his uncle, he said. While packing for the trip, he said he received a call from a doctor in New York Presbyterian Hospital who had a different opinion. Mr. Kennedy, he believed, had a dead parasite in his head. The doctor believed that the abnormality seen on his scans was caused by a worm that got into my brain and ate a portion of it and then died. Now an independent presidential candidate, a 70-year-old Mr. Kennedy has portrayed his athleticism and relative youth as an advantage over the two oldest people to ever seek the White House. He has gone the lengths to appear hale, skiing with a professional snowboarder, and with an Olympic gold medalist who called him a ripper as they raced down the mountain. A camera crew was at his side while he lifted weights, shirtless, at an outdoor gym in Venice Beach. For decades, Mr. Kennedy suffered from atrial fibrillation, a common heartbeat abnormality that increases the risk of stroke or heart failure. He has been hospitalized at least 4 times for episodes, although in an interview with the Times this winter, he said he had not had an incident in more than a decade and believed the condition had disappeared. Yep. Wait, what? I offered to eat 5 more brainworms and still beat President Trump and President Biden in a debate? Wait, what? What is going on? Elon Musk parody. You should debate them on X Spaces with Tucker Carlson moderating. Robert F. Kennedy, I'm in. It was great to talk to you yesterday. Why is he talking to that fucking Palestinian, the Palestinian Uncle Ahmed, John Aziz? Not the worst thing to be found in a Kennedy's head, I guess. I mean, better that than a bullet. Yeah, honestly, I guess like that's just how it works with the Kennedys, you know what I mean? About the same time he learned of the parasite, he said he was diagnosed with mercury poisoning, most likely from ingesting too much fish containing the dangerous heavy metal, which can cause serious neurological issues. I have cognitive problems, clearly, he said in a 2012 deposition. I have short-term memory loss. I have longer-term memory loss that affects me. All Kennedys are living on borrowed time, dude. I love that. Now we got fucking 2 dementia patients and a dude with literal brain parasites. Those are our fucking options, really? Can't wait to vote, man. Representative Mike Collins says you either die a Kennedy with a hole in the brain or live long enough to become a Kennedy with a hole in the brain. Jesus Christ. Bro, that's a representative. Like, what the fuck? Are you allowed to say that? I mean, good one, but like, goddamn. I guess I'm just jealous that I didn't say it first, but still. All right. Actor Steven Seagal could face EU sanctions after attending the inauguration of Russian leader Vladimir Putin in Moscow. Why? Because he's fucking swagged out.
I'm right where I'm supposed to be. I'm right where I'm supposed to be. I'm right where I'm supposed to be.
My goat. It's kind of fucked up that we lost him to Russia. Like, we did not play our cards right. We did not play our cards right. We did not cherish our national treasure. And look what happened. We lost him to Russia. This is the worst thing that Russia has done. Fun canceled. Everyone pack it up. President Joe Biden's campaign team put together a video dissing Donald Trump, which was soundtracked by Kendrick Lamar's Euphoria. Oh, no. I'm not playing Me Want the Punani. It's too sad. Also, breaking news, the Department of Justice is investigating whether Elon Musk and Tesla committed securities or wire fraud by deceiving people about Tesla's driving capabilities, Reuters reports. Except they lie about everything. So I feel like they should probably investigate them for every lie that Elon Musk has said. In almost every single meeting with investors. So there's that. Yeah, but lied to investors this time? Bro, what do you mean? He lies to investors at every fucking meeting. Straight up. And now it's fucking gaming time. That's right. We're going to go back to Disco Elysium once again. And play the most socialist game ever created. Motherfucking Disco Elysium. It's time. It's democratic, communist, Mazovian thought, Rebasholian nationalist. Why isn't it playing? My limbic system acting up. Hold on. I don't know why it's not playing the fucking... There it is. I used the blast off. Don't worry. No, integration is broken. It's not going to work. The integration doesn't work, chat, unfortunately, but I'll still poll for votes. Should I internalize for HoboCop? Let's use this fucking ammonia. How do you use it? Do I put it in my hands? Will I internalize race science? I think so.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does.
Wait, what was I supposed to do? What do you want me to do? Oh, I have points. I have 7 total points. I forgot you might need a volumetric shit compressor. Oh, and I didn't look through the ledger. Hold on. You're right. Let me start off by looking through the ledger. Interact.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers. Oh, and it's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off if you want. Still wet, the toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila! The ledger now looks marginally better. An aluminium block runs the width of the board, biting down on the paperwork. Its crocodile teeth are the only thing keeping the papers together. A regular pencil, the tip worn down to nothing, has been attached to the clip. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker. It's rectangular, sparkling with iridescence. You don't know how you didn't notice it before.
Lieutenant, is this one of the hologram watermarks you mentioned?
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property.
How can I read
Any
it?
capable light with the right wavelength will do.
Like, for
All
example?
RCM vehicles have headlights designed to reveal halogen watermarks. Mine too.
This means you can read the watermarks if you just turn the lights on.
Okay.
While a bunch of sodden papers sag from the clipboard in your hand, it's a sorry sight. They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches by sunlight and alcohol, and covered in dense blue handwriting. Ink escapes into watercolor patterns, reaching its tendrils across entire pages. The paper itself is checkered, with faint red lines, forming short paragraphs. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims, "Case files commit to paper." The case files themselves are plenty. You count more than 100 sodden, crumpled up, earmarked pages falling apart in your hands. They appear to be sufficiently organized and extremely dense, if mostly illegible.
What's in there? What are they about?
Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten logs of investigations dating back to January 51, this year. The exact number is hard to estimate due to missing pages and an odd naming convention. But there are at least 20, maybe 30 cases undertaken, not completed, mind you.
There was a mention of a naming convention here.
Yes, it appears you employ a, shall we say, robust yet literary system. Each investigation has its case number written on the margins, yet, still more tellingly, most are accompanied by a name.
Oh my, and they're written in a capital letters too.
Yes, all caps. One is called The Next World Mural. Another, The Square Bullet Hole Murders. Another yet, The Unsolvable Case. Others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the hookah parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder features prominently throughout. You like this grimy murdering, don't you? It's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done inspecting them up close.
Kim, my cases appear to employ some kind of naming convention.
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene?
No, I mean a non-numeric one with titles.
Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, almost everyone in the RCM does.
Why is that?
It's a holdover from the early days of the RCM, right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do things. It persists in an unofficial capacity. Officers use these titles to refer to their work among themselves.
Seems to have a name, case, called the Square Bullet Hole Murders.
Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that, to amuse myself. I pray his loved ones never find out.
What happened to him?
Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
I have to open an official case. Is there room?
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain untouched by the damage. The checkered grid forms a structure of passages, breaking the case into subtasks to accomplish. The tasks you've completed flow out of the pen in a brash freehand similar to the rest of the letters. The wording comes easily. It's almost robotically simple. A language developed for mental rigor and simplicity. Inspect the victim's body. Interview the cafeteria manager.
Cross out the ones you've already finished.
A satisfying slash sounds across the paper. You're done, it seems to say. And you, and you. Things to be done and things already done. The composition of reality. This is an extremely useful tool for a detective of the citizens' militia. Now all that remains is to name the case.
Lieutenant, have you by any chance named our case?
No, actually. Any ideas?
The Hanged Man. The Furies Are at Home in the Mirror. The Setting Sun. Shit on a Stick. Actually, I don't have one. What do we think, chat? So many people fucking saying number 4. God damn it. I'm going with the Hanged Man. Fuck it.
Ah, yes. I have to tell you, officer, I don't appreciate ironic titles. Other officers will have to use this as reference. If it's idiot or cockfinger, they're not going to get it. They're going to think an idiot and a cockfinger were on this case. So, do you have something less funny?
Good job, Chad.
Fun is outlawed with this guy. What a knock!
Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too.
Fuck
the
you,
Hanged
Chad.
Man. Good, strong name.
Bratan!
We have a very good name for the
You
case
did
now.
this, Bratan! You gave me the wrong idea! Now Kim hates us, Bratan! Fuck you, chat!
I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. In the back, you see thin, translucent copier paper. Some neon yellow, some bright red, all covered in boxes, like marching armies. These look like official forms, waiting to be filled out. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. The middle ones are station calls. And the bottommost are field autopsy forms. Each is easy enough to make sense of. A monetary penalization ranging from 20 to 250 real. Severe cases allow for one. These are quite sinister in turn. They give a date and time for the person to appear at the specified precinct police station. Below the call are the criminal charges you risk by not appearing. A dozen pages of thin copy paper, bright red in color. You see the parameters of a color of the irises, predation marks, condition of sexual organ. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those forms and hand them to people. Fines for wrongdoers, interview requests for bad guys, and field autopsies to dead guys. What delicious power hid within this pathetic mess. You feel better. The rest of the stinking cellulose is much worse for wear. It's made of dark blue plastic, hard enough to beat someone to submission with. The edges are rounded, however. The U4 size board feels thick and heavy in your hand. Light shimmers on its wet surface. On the back you see the embossed letters, RCM. Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. The plastic shimmers like lapis lazuli, but it is not see-through. You cannot see to its center. With your hands, U4-sized pages hang from the clip screwed to the top of the board.
Trying it.
The two sides of the board appear slightly misaligned, like a drawer that's come off its slides. If you bend the plastic on your knee slowly, the slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, without resistance or sound, the two panels move against each other. The compartment is now open. 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The aquarium costs extra. These let you go there too. Thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers, floral patterns, patches of glue. It smells of chewing gum. Apricot flavor. A touch of cinnamon. The end of summer. You think the label says tutti frutti. Familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, round letters in a woman's hand. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter so you can read it when you wake up. Maybe it will make you happy. Throw it away, please.
But it will make me happy.
A merciful wind blows in from the bay of Revachol, dusting the ground at your feet and raising newspapers far away. You feel the card slipping into it.
Let's go.
What was that?
Frisson covers your entire body. A feeling of cold, a persistent chill.
Hold on to it. Read the card.
Your hands shake, holding on to it. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. I carry it in my chest down Voyager Road. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector.
Christ.
I know it will be like this until late afternoon, when I get off the 42 and walk back to you. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes I do. I can't believe I met you. I can't believe the happiness I feel with you. You have a vast, vast soul, and I will always come back to it. Kisses, kisses, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Small white dots appear. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on. To what? There's nothing.
Detective, is everything all right?
I fall sideways.
There is nothing. Again. Nothing sad, brother. No treachery, just blackout. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you, that's still there. And the small light that's on, fluttering, somewhere in the basal ganglia.
Who's that?
That's me. Blue eyes, that's me.
And who was that?
Who was what?
He speaks of the sickening longing, the unwell emotion,
Even in the darkness, he's grasping for it. Still trying to hold on to the great sorrows slipping in the water. Slimy.
Yeah, that's the stuff.
Here in the paleo-mammalian cortex, we call it the shadow. Because it's always there.
Was that the X something? The
bloated corpse of the past resurfacing?
No, it was beautiful.
Beautiful. Believe me, stupid ape, its lack of beauty was not the problem.
Where is Voyager Road?
There is no Voyager Road. There are no roads, no houses, no lights in the windows. It's all on pause.
Enough. Just lie there motionless.
You think they would let you? Until you disintegrate into biomolecules? No. Someone is breathing on your face now, inspecting your pupils, stupid idiot.
I'm not coming back.
Oh, but you are. They're pouring something on you. Something in you.
It's delicious. Glowing lights on a dashboard emerge out of nothingness.
Where am I?
In the upholstered cabin of Lieutenant Kitsuragi's motor carriage, seated in the driver's basket. The air is thick with leatherworks and heavy fuel oil. Cold water runs down your chin.
Drink. Water.
The water is cold, silvery, the stuff of life itself as it pours down your parched throat. The pounding in your head recedes. The darkness parts.
Drink. You haven't drunk water in 2 days. Did you know the human body is not made to survive on alcohol alone? You need a secondary form of hydration.
With greedy gulps, you down half a liter of cold water. Some of it spills on the driver's seat. The lieutenant pays no heed to it.
What happened?
I should ask you the same.
You were reading your paperwork. Then you passed out. I carried you to my kinema to take you to a hospital. Then you came to.
How long was I out?
10 minutes, maybe.
I came in contact with the burnt-out ruins of the past, Lieutenant.
That does sometimes happen. You dropped these. Are you okay to proceed?
Let's just solve this case.
Good.
The Ledger of Failure and Hatred is a special item that can be used both as an interactable and a tool equipped in your held slot for skill bonuses.
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
All right. Ready? I turn, you press start. It's next to the preheat.
He's downplaying his excitement. The lieutenant is more than happy to show off his precious carriage. The dashboard lights up with orange glow. The rounds per minute gauge jumps, and the engine of the Caprice Canada comes to life with a whiny growl. The lights unfold with a little click, casting electrical light onto the ground before the vehicle.
There you go. I'll turn them off from the remote once you're...
As you hold your ledger's clip under the headlamp, an iridescent hologram appears. A street grid and the veins of a great river. A familiar sensation washes over you.
There she is. Revachol West.
Around the borders of the watermark are dozens, no, hundreds of micro-perforations. The rectangular watermark is overlaid with the logo of the RCM, and yet the major arteries of Revachol are all recognizable. They shimmer in the KHamas headlights.
Wait, look around
you. A rat brazenly darts past you and disappears amongst the stopped lorries. In the distance, a child somewhere shrieks. A woman reprimands her in a voice no quieter than the child's cry. In the middle of a broken plaza, in a cone of light, barely visible in the daytime, two men, one slim, the other sturdy. They are on the city stage, but only one of them knows his lines.
Does it know that at the top of the hour, a dangerous prospect, a 3-minute ad break comes? Fear not, the limbic system has already convinced you to subscribe for $5. You do not see the ad break. But commercials run for those who are less fortunate.
Ah, Martinez.
Where are we on this?
Let me see. Right here.
Seems like a shithole.
It has its problems.
There are many of them, and they are divided into 3 separate rows.
Tally up the
The
different
first
rows.
row has 18 dots.
Not bad.
For what? You don't even know what it means yet.
What about the next one?
The next is the longest. It runs all the way around the border, and then some. There are so many, it's hard to count. More than 150, at least. Maybe even 200.
What about the last row?
The last row has 3 perforations.
3? That's it?
That's it.
Hey, Kim, what do all these holes mean?
Those are perforations. They represent your record as an officer of the RCM. They are your statistics, as it were. I should have guessed you'd keep a record. Officers often do.
Son, here is where we score your life performance. You better hope it's good.
The first row represents your years of service. 18 years. Okay, not bad at all. What did you do before you volunteered?
Wait, 18 years I've done
That's
this?
what it says. I might have guessed even longer based on your age. What did you do all those blissful years of your youth?
Oh my god, everyone wants to do Hobo Cop. It's so fucking annoying. I don't want to do Hobo Cop.
Yes, that does seem quite likely. Your youth coincided with some heady days for Rafah. But let's move on, shall we? This next row, the one that wraps all the way around, is your number of closed cases. Closed is good. It means, wow, more than 200. It's quite a lot, even for someone who's been on the force for nearly 2 decades. Usually, clearing more than 10 cases a year puts you in the 90th percentile of all RCM officers.
See, Kim? I told you I was a superstar
Call it
cop.
what you want. You are a valuable member of your precinct. Now, let's look at the last row. Right. Those are your confirmed kills. You've got precisely 3 perforations there.
Confirmed kills. That sounds pretty evil. A drink would soften that feeling.
That's not too many.
For an RCM officer, especially Precinct 41, which is in the Jamrock quarter, it's rather tame. I mean that in a good way.
What's it feel like to kill a man, Mr. McCoy? A young woman asked the man across the desk from her. Honestly, babe, says John McCoy, crossing his ankles over said desk. I don't feel anything anymore. It's just like brushing my teeth. I do it once or twice a week and don't really think about it. There's no trace of guilt in his voice.
There are certain officers who treat their kills like some kind of ghoulish game. If they do happen to solve a case, it's usually by accident. But it seems as though you are, or at least were, one of the good ones. So we have that to be thankful for.
Yes, ACAB does not include Kim Kitsuragi, okay? And neither does it include me. I will not reveal my name, but we now know it's Harry. But who knows what my last name
He's
is?
sincerely glad you're not a scary predator. Not to say relieved you're competent.
Have you ever killed anyone, Kim?
Yes.
It's not a problem for him to state it, however.
How do you handle the strain?
Everyone has their own method of coping. Some more effective or self-destructive than others. Personally, I find it helps to keep up a few hobbies.
Like what?
Oh, this and that. Let's not get into it now.
Maybe I should find a hobby.
Why not gardening? You've already got the gloves.
It's meant in earnest. Please don't mistake it for a jab.
Thanks for this.
The lieutenant nods.
Right. I'll go turn off the lights.
You can now see your statistics on...
Fuck does Kuno care?
It's not Kuno. It's Kuno S.
Interesting. How?
Kuno S is by far the worst of the two. Kuno has no problem being near you, but the other hides behind the fence, afraid for her life, like she's done something very bad. She came up with that psychopathic scheme of screaming for help before. Kuno just wanted to talk to you about his name. Kuno S was the one who wound him up and directed him. Also, Kuno hasn't stopped talking to you, even enjoys it from time to time. When you talk to the other one, it's like talking to a cornered animal. She only hisses. All in all, Kuno respects madness. You cannot hope to outdo her on that front. You must win yourself a few minutes with him alone.
Kuno.
Fuck you whispering about?
He's whispering too. He's going with it. But watch.
Fuck you whispering about? If Kuno wants to whisper, he's gonna fucking whisper, okay? Let's whisper, pig.
This is it. You've got him. But be careful. You can still fuck this up. Don't make Kuno look bad in this.
She's not fucked up. Everyone's fucked up. Stop judging shit.
Wrong move. But he's whispering still. You haven't lost him. Just don't mess up again. Or you will.
Fuck.
There are no guarantees
What
here.
the fuck should I do, chat? What the fuck should I do? Number 2? Lot of you saying 2? I'll do it.
Crazy. You don't know the half of it. She's not crazy. She's insane. Dangerous. She's smoked a man. She's done people in. Probably even pigs.
Stop talking to him! Kuno, I'm fucking warning you! You're gonna get us into shit!
She understands what you're trying to do.
Yo, see? Did Kuno not tell ya? Kuno told ya. Kuno talks to whoever he wants. Talk, pig. Kuno's got it under control.
You did it. They're separated. He's even turned his back to her so she can't read his lips.
What do you mean she smoked
Kuno
someone?
means she killed someone. That's right. She's a killer. Like, actually a killer.
Really? Isn't she too small to overpower someone?
Are you getting this? You think I'm fucking telling you a joke here? How hard do you think it is to kill a fat ass? Sweet talk him, then knife him. She's probably killed a pig too. I mean, I'm pretty sure she has.
Come on, she hasn't killed police officers.
I knew you pigs were too naive for this shit. Good thing Kuno's got her under control. Kuno keeps her calm.
The creature peers at you both from over the fence. There is something searching in her eyes. Fear.
You said she's insane?
Yeah, she's psycho. None of that kiddie psycho. Cat burning shit. She does the real deal.
What's the real deal?
Snuff radio shit. Believe me, pig, you don't want to know.
What's that language she uses? You think she has anything to do with the dead man?
She would have liked to fuck him up, but she didn't. Kuno wasn't around, and C was with Kuno.
Where were you?
Look, Kuno's gonna put you at ease. We didn't do it.
What's that language she uses? Napa Kimpi. I won't say the other
Fuck
one.
knows. She says it's the song of her people or some shit.
What people?
Crazy people. The fucking Nakis. I don't know.
Some things are too awful to dwell on. The Nakis and Runkaris might be some kind of defense mechanism.
Is she your sister?
Fuck no, she's not my sister. She's just a stray who got in, like a mad dog or some shit. Yeah, she was just there.
What was that, Kuno?
She was in the hallway, dripping wet, by the fucking shoe rack, in the dark.
Why was she dripping wet?
Kuno's got no fucking idea. Her hair was all wet. I think she pissed on the floor too. She was there for 3 days, in the corner, every time Kuno went out.
You said she got in. How?
I don't know. Someone left the door open. Kuno comes home and she's sleeping under the desk, under a pile of clothes, like a dog.
What about your parents?
Kuno's dad doesn't give a shit. Doesn't even see her there, or thinks it's fucking Kuno. Shit's all on Kuno.
Kuno-S, two of a kind.
Why is she called Kuno-S then?
Because she fucking looks like Kuno.
You don't know her name.
No one knows her name. Kuno told you, this shit was psycho killer.
How are you dealing with all of
How's
this?
Kuno dealing? Kuno's dealing just fine. He doesn't need you fucking with any of it. C doesn't either. Kuno's got this shit under control.
You need backup. I'm here for you.
Listen. C is Kuno's go-to. Kuno's protecting her. You fuck with C, you fuck with Kuno. You threaten her. You threaten to take her away.
This is what it all comes down to.
I'm going to kill you. I'll run when you put the cuffs on her, sneak up on you later, and fuck you up. You understand?
He may not be able to do it, but he will try. Right now, he believes he will.
All right. Now we can do business.
He's breathing heavily. That took something out of him.
Business?
Yeah? What do you want? Kuno can hook you up with...
Oh, don't hook him up with shit, Kuno.
See? Relax. He respects the Kuno. Kuno made him respect the Kuno. You respect the Kuno, you get all kinds of shit. Kuno's gonna get you hooked on illegal narcotics if you run a little errand for the Kuno. Get you hooked, pig. Get his hook in you. Then Kuno gonna get you hooking for more. Cash in big style. Pig hooker. And shit, you can even fuck back in Kuno's kingdom. That fucking pile of eternite. It's a secret door, okay? Just pull it up and you can fuck into Kuno's shack. Kuno gets it from his dad. Kuno and his dad are major suppliers. That's where Kuno gets his lightning on. Problem is, Kuno and his dad had a little falling out. Now junkies clawing at Kuno's door. Streets going mad. Kuno's got to throw his dirty popo man at it.
Okay.
Dirty popo man is you. In there is Kuno's violent dad on steroids. Kuno's dad does steroids and speed. If you can take him, you can have half of the speed.
Who's your dad, Kuno?
Kuno's dad is a fucking monster. He's the most violent man in Rafah. He doesn't give a shit about a single thing. He drinks too.
How much material are we talking about?
Like half.
Half of what?
A baggie, but like in this vial.
That's not very much material at all.
What you talking about? Half a G? This shit is giant, grade A shit. So clean you can barely see it.
You can barely see it because there's barely any.
I've made up my mind, Kuno, and this is what's going to happen.
Okay, Kuno's listening.
I'm going in there for justice. I'm a narc, Kuno. I'm going to confiscate that crap. Lie. You need speed. I'm going in there, but not for the speed. I'm going after the most violent man in Revachol. I'm going in there all guns blazing to get that speed because I need it.
Alright, pig. You can plug him, but you can't stop him. It'll only buy you time. Kuno's violent dad's got Kuno's key, so you need to fuck your way in there. Go to the pier side, bang on the door till the cleaning gimp lets you in. That's how Kuno does it. Then you go to room 12 and kick down the door, police violence style. That's what Kuno does. And then it's action time. You're locked in the room with violent fuckhead. That's it. Next time Kuno sees you, you better have his shit.
What the hell are you signing us up for here?
Come on, Kim. Obviously, I'm not going to take it. We need to get drugs away from a minor.
Kuno doesn't fucking care.
All right, now I do my skills. Okay. There's so many things to put points into, and I have no idea what to put it into. Maybe endurance. Definitely rhetoric. Shivers is goated. Role play it. Don't meta. Who are you? I hate that. Just fucking. Y'all are annoying. Put all the points in psyche only. I think I need to beef up encyclopedia a little bit. But it's really low. I have no physical, bro. Look at this. My endurance is low as fuck. Actually, it's not that bad. My intellect is really low. I'm very stupid. I want to beef up rhetoric. With the top row, save for a check. Anyway, I'm good.
There he still is, looking right through you with his white eyes. The body below is entirely dedicated to that corpse smell. Emitting it is all it does now.
I'm gonna fail again.
The ammonia only makes it worse. The combination forces tears out of your ducts. You manage to keep it in once. The second time, not so much. When the vomiting is done, your cheeks are wet with tears.
Nor does the wind right now.
The weight is reassuring, like a crenel on solid fortification. Pat, pat, pat.
I've seen strong men turn themselves inside out for hours. You are facing tough odds here. Alcohol withdrawal makes it considerably harder.
Why can't I keep it in if I've been a cop
I've
my
seen
whole life?
captains puke their guts out. It never gets easier. You never get used to the smell. Every Monday is cadaver day. Throw up, investigate. Throw up, initial autopsy. Throw up, bag it. Then drive to the station. Maybe throw up on the way there if you didn't bag the thing tight enough.
You seem to be fine.
I think I've lost my sense of smell. Not being hungover helps too.
Can't we do something else? I think I want to do something else
That's
now.
probably a good idea. Clear our head. But Biff, you need to get your shit together. We should go
Okay.
talk to the locals. Find something else to do while the wind changes. It's pretty bad right now.
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go to your thought cabinet and internalize it for special bonuses and
Give it half an hour. Get yourself together. Then come back and have another go.
Should I unlock that too? I need it, right?
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open.
I am the law.
I know, sir. Are you interested in a new and exciting book?
What kind of a store is this anyway?
It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
What is a book?
That is a book. They have stories inside them. It's like someone told you a story in a really long letter.
What's a postcard?
A postcard is a small cardboard picture. You can write a few words on the other side and send it to your friend or beloved.
She is unfazed by your questions. She would consider it impolite to point out any perceived weirdness.
What's a board game?
Board games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time. There are several different ones, but sailors here mostly buy cards.
Interesting, thanks.
My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know?
Is it okay if I ask you some questions?
Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books.
What's your name?
My name is Annette, sir. My mum, her name is Plaisance. She owns the store. She's inside minding the register or organising the stock. Feel free to step in and browse our wares.
And you're standing out here in the cold because?
I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages of the books on the counters. She covers her face, smiling. But she's cold.
Efendim. Bak. Dur. Aç. March. Such a good trooper you are, already learning the value of hard work. I could help by brutally dismantling the free market.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad to help Mum out with the store.
What is this crime business?
Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals.
Wait, not crime fiction. I need to know what crime is. It's that bad.
Crime is a deviation from the law, punishable by either a civil or criminal sentencing. It's what the law prevents.
Why would anyone want to read about
It's
crime?
exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine dangerous things, and it's kind of like a puzzle, where you can guess who the criminal is, or how the good guys are going to catch him.
I'm a policeman myself, by the way. The law, as I
You
said.
don't look much like a policeman.
Huh. Well, what does a cop look like then?
Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen.
I used to be exactly like that Mullen guy. And I decided to live a little.
What's that mean?
You know, cut loose, raise hell, blow off steam.
And everything's better now, sir?
No.
Why is that?
Look at me, a hideous beast, a failure of a cop, a disgrace.
Sir, please, sir, don't say things like that. You look nice enough.
Nice enough for a small child, sure, maybe.
Don't be sad, sir. I'm sorry I said that thing about Dick Mullen.
It's not your body that's important in police work anyway. It's your head.
Head? Yes.
No, it's your soul. Your blue soul. No, your resilience.
I'm not sure I understand.
Policeman's gotta have the right stuff, an ingrained sense of the law. No one would follow a weakling like Mullen.
If you say so, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for your soul. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books.
You fail to deduce any. She waits intently.
I'm a detective and I deduce that you're a girl.
Come on, anyone would notice that.
Fuck. I'm such a fucking miserable failure,
The
dude.
dented yellow mail.
Okay, what do I do here? I need to track down my gun. Pay for damages, find smokes and smoke them. Stephanie Lee, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Alright, let's talk to this guy.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
I am the
sure
law.
are, my man.
Yes, people get that you are the law. You really don't have to keep saying it.
What's going on
The
here?
jam, my man.
What's the jam?
It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. No explanation given. Workers on strike, scabs agitating, an all-around clusterfuck. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days.
Limbo, huh? Well, that's where I am.
Yeah, exactly.
So how long have you been here?
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout.
Extravagantly phrased, but I can roll with it.
Yeah, imagine. It's been a whole week already.
Behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, what do you need?
Got any smokes on
Nope,
you?
don't smoke. Some of the other drivers do, though. There's still a few around, waiting for the jam to disperse. or waiting for the sweet release of death.
Yup, nothing wrong with that statement. Your senses have nothing to add. You'll have to ask around elsewhere.
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's. Rebishaw's weird.
Care to spare some change for a working stiff?
Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. They don't want to pay for unfinished work.
What do you mean by they?
The bosses, man.
Makes sense. First work, then pay. I don't know who these bosses think they are, but that sounds like a good arrangement for them.
Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck. If I had, say, 4 myself.
Tell me about this strike.
It's like, whatever's going on over at the docks. Workers got a blockade set up, making demands. No way in or out.
What's the union demanding?
Some pretty wild stuff, I hear. Like a giant new power crane in half the company? I forget what exactly. Good on them, I guess. I've heard talk there's a company rep in town, too. Like, a strike negotiator type. They'd know what's up. Precise demands and so on.
Ah, yes. From the Wild Pines. We'll meet her soon enough, I'm sure.
What do you think the company wants?
They want to keep that money flowing in, my man. Ka-ching.
Anything else I should know?
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. I just do my job and get paid. I have things to do and places to be. All of us do.
All of who?
Us lorry drivers. Camionneurs. You still hang around here waiting for this mess to end. Most have scurried off somewhere to get drunk or high. Or laid. Not that I blame them, really.
Kamyon is also in Turkish as well.
Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasures is a drag these days. I prefer the examined life now. Thinking, reflecting, observing.
What's better than chasing transient pleasures? The more transient, the better. When one's ended, you can get onto the next one.
You hauling anyway?
Oh, high-grade narcotics, illegal firearms, stuff like that.
Time to arrest him.
Wicked. I've always wanted a friend in the underworld.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grad and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately.
That's your machine behind you.
This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of. You interested in heavy-duty cargo machinery?
Interested? Not really. I just wanted to because, I don't know, must be a cop reflex. Yeah, these lorries are pretty neat.
For carrying large quantities of cargo a long distance. These found tracksuits need to find their way to the kids way out in Wamrau and Loran Bird somehow.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his cool. He thinks he's spent too long in this lorry.
Could I get one of those fawn tracksuits you're holding?
We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
So nothing illegal
Not unless
then?
they've illegalized sports equipment while I was on the road.
Right, I had another question.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
You know anything about the dead man, the one hanging behind the hostel there?
He ain't one of us drivers. I know that. All accounted for. Otherwise, I haven't really asked about that. Been wasting time right here. Keep him busy.
Busy with what?
Analyzing the fundamental structural and psychological conditions of being stranded in the midst of a sea of motor lorries and their sad, despondent chauffeurs.
Your
a
conclusion?
sense of surprise there ain't more bodies hanging from more trees.
What do you see in his eyes?
Ease into it. Don't go too far. This seems like a personal matter.
My man, I want to know about your soul.
You really are the law, aren't you? I get that being bluntly observant and inquisitive comes with the territory, but it certainly doesn't help with your conversational skills, does it?
Just like that, he slips out of your reach. It is possible the yelling didn't help.
I'm good for now. Good talk.
Don't be a stranger.
Volumetric ship compressor. Bizarre scientific news from Revachol West today, where a police officer's shit has been observed at a pressure of around 495 gigadecimals. These metallic hydrogen levels of shit togetherness were thought to exist only at the center of collapsing stars, not law officials. It remains to be seen how long the shit singularity lasts.
We did it. Now I can inspect the victim's body.
Stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if it's been reassembled piece by piece, secured and mounted in the air with the aid of numerous ropes and rods.
Who is this?
A silver plaque on the statue's pedestal reads, "I am Philip III, the Squanderer, the greatest of the Philippian kings of Revachol, son of Philip II, the opulent, father of Philip IV, the insane." Not a good track record of mental health in that family. What did he do? You have no idea what you did a week ago. How would you know what this guy did many centuries ago? High above you, the king stands triumphantly oblivious to your memory trouble.
Yes.
The small, wrinkled woman does not greet you. She nods along to something on her radio. A photograph is clutched in her hands, and there is a warm smile on her face. It's the warmth of a winter night's fire. Maybe she could give you comfort and shelter, some cigarettes and food money. Maybe she's your
grandma.
Nothing. Her smile just keeps widening. Her hair is gray like lead. No, this one is a monster in disguise.
Excuse me, ma'am. I'd like to ask some questions.
No response. Wherever this woman is, your words fail to reach her.
Wait. She's just a distracted old woman. Why? I just told you why.
Lorry stuck in the traffic jam. This big, heavy Grad-made machine is well kept for such an old. The windows are clear. They've been recently washed. You can see a lorryman's cabin with personal belongings, stickers, insignia.
What kind of stickers and
The
insignia?
driver has adorned his space with a substantial collection of peculiar paraphernalia. Proclamations about honor, strength, and purity are glued to various panels.
I guess we know which driver this one, this driver of this one is. What about the back seat?
The back end of the cabin has a small perch to sleep, large ashtrays. There are several suns and wheels sewn into the curtains.
Racist nationalist paraphernalia. Not unusual in this part of town. This is our guy.
You think this lorry belongs to our tough guy?
Likely, yes. This guy's proud of who he is. Drapes it all over his machine.
He was acting tough before. This probably scared him a bit. Who knows when it will come in handy? A slightly scared, racist lorryman.
Should I talk to the union? All right, this one is a really, really cool character, chat. Let's see if you pick up on it.
Bastards! We have a right to work!
I am the law.
Yes, people get that you are the law. You really don't have to keep saying,
Hold up and stay frosty, everyone. Cops are here.
You here to fuck with us? Beat the honest worker down.
Why should I?
We're here to fight for a cause. Stripes usually have problems with people who have causes.
Oh, then yes.
Couldn't handle us. Cause gives the workers strength, gives them power.
We have a right to work!
Besides, we're not that different. It helps if people see us talking, cops and strikebreakers together. Shows authorities are on our side. Builds confidence.
Did Felix voice the scab leader originally? I think so. I don't think I've chosen any sides yet.
Might be time. Don't let the fat bastards tread on you. Cops tend to side with the higher-ups, but you're essentially still workers. I don't trust cops, but I can see you understand the
right to work! Right to work!
What kind of causes are we talking
rights
about?
of people, rights of workers, to have gainful employment, to make a salary, and feed their families.
Regardless, I have some questions for you.
Maybe you should ask them the questions, like why we're not allowed to make a living here.
Shame on you!
We have families to feed, you piece of shit.
So do we, Scab.
The goat. What is
when
a
a bunch
strike?
of ungrateful, lazy cockroaches can't get their act together, decide to block honest work for other people. Beats me. They mumble nonsense about boardrooms and workers' rights, while we
have the right to work!
When the man moves around, you perceive some serious abs underneath his tight-fitting shirt. This man is in shape.
How come you're built like a brick shit house, but the other scabs are so scrawny?
I work hard, and I would work even harder if the fuckers would let us work!
Who are all these strike breakers?
Honest men and women with rights to work, to be useful, not toys for corporate interests. We came here to help the harbor run smoothly in time of crisis. If union fucks don't want work, they ought to let in those who do want work.
I have a question. Why do all these men follow your leadership?
You think they follow because I'm big and loud? No. They follow the rules of the market, the rules of the economy, because they were
given a job to do!
He's a hired gun by the corporation to be a scab leader and try to break through the picket, break through the strike.
You've been talking to him for quite a while now. Something is off with this guy. Ask him where he's from.
Okay, I gotta ask. Where exactly are you from?
What's it to you?
Routine. Part of the investigation.
Am I a suspect? Done no crimes. I only fight for the rights of people.
Already got that. I'm interested in your background.
We're all workers, right? Workers stick together. Came from the eminent domain, in Jamrock. Backgrounds in odd jobs, heavy lifting, cargo hauling, bouncer work. I know the drill.
A bouncer? Where? I frequent a lot of bars. Maybe it's one I know.
Worked at Territorial. Ring a bell?
Never heard of it. Are you lying?
We're done here. I have a strike to break.
Right to work! Right to work!
Hey, tough
Shame
guy.
Shame on you!
I had more questions.
Things are busy enough. You going to waste less of my time?
Maybe.
The hulking man oozes stark skepticism.
What exactly is your goal here?
We were promised work. We'd be in there, working, if the bastards hadn't shut the gates.
And you are unable to breach the entrance?
Main gate's locked. Would take heavy ordnance to bust it open. Could try to get in through the secretary's office. Door's locked. The guard's blocking the way to the access panel. And I don't mean the scrawny mess punk either. I mean head measurer. Or whatever he is.
Talk to Joyce first so it makes sense for the watchers. Joyce is by the harbor, right? If I remember correctly. Wait, head measurer?
Huge Seminese guy standing up there on the overhead passage. Won't let anyone by. The access panel is right behind him.
Wait, hold on. How bad could one guy be? You seem capable.
Bad. Standing on a narrow bridge, he's got a strategically advantageous position. And he's trained.
Measurehead is the goated racist character, the best racist.
I don't know how the Union has a trained killer up there. But that one's no joke. And my men are tired and hungry. They're workers, not fighters.
Why don't you just talk to them?
Like civilized folk, you mean? These native fucks don't understand civilized.
It would be better for the neighborhood if you went home, at least for now, if you can't get in anyway.
No! They will give up eventually. Or get drunk. Leave the button unguarded. Then we charge. Have fun. Union shits are on full strike. Don't think they're going to let you through the gates. I'm trying to meet their fat boss.
I'm interviewing people about a murder that took place here, behind the hostel cafeteria there.
I know nothing about a murder.
The mention of a killing sends a barely noticeable shiver of tenseness through me.
Why so tense?
What are you talking about? I'm not tense.
Yes, he's tense. And dangerous. Somewhere below it all.
Right to work! It's shameful. Cops doing nothing. You should bring backup. Open up the gates for us. Blockading gainful employment for workers is a crime.
I don't know.
We are not picking a side in this just yet, sir.
Pity. Let us...
Scab?
What did he just call you? Oh no, not this again. You just got away from that fucking kid.
What exactly is a scab?
A kind of a worm, content with mere survival. They come, they want to do our job for shittier pay, screwing over both themselves and us. Everybody loses.
Hold on, where do they all come from?
It's me. Somewhere in the ground, I think.
You don't seem to like them much.
Gotta be bloody stupid or freaking evil to Scab. Or I guess scared, maybe. But scared of what? Of who? Personally, I'd rather beg than Scab. If the gentleman shouting on the street came begging, maybe they'd have gotten something.
Have you tried talking to them?
We've explained the matters, but they don't listen. This lot would be reasonable and go home if the big guy wasn't riling them up all the time.
I'm not a scab. I'm a cop.
I was just messing with you. No one's ever seen a cop scab. Imagine, you cops going on a strike, but then another cop comes in and says, "Let us cop for less money." Speaking of, what brings the RCM here? To the wild north? Come to see the strife?
I've come to Martinez investigating a murder.
Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. You'd never see me investigating a murder.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
That's okay. I have no idea what I'm doing either. I don't even know what day it is. Don't tell me. It's a better day that way. Murder, huh? That sounds like a lot of hard work. I don't believe you. Post L'Aventurier said the same thing. They tried to get me to be their postman. It wasn't. I'm doing much better here at the harbor. Being an honest union man with a lot of free time on his hands.
I'm a bit short on money right now. Can you give me some of it?
Sure thing, my friend. I can help you out.
The coin lands into your hand as if it has always belonged there. The swallow returns.
Appreciate it.
Always glad to help out the RCM. Shame I can't do more. Things are meager at the moment due to...
Easy.
You know, the winter's fat is slowly running out and all. Still better than scabbing, though.
The union has problems getting by.
Nothing to worry about, really. The jam's a bit of a mess. Cargo can't get in or out. The rationing is a bit stricter is all. Supplies should last a strike, though.
Every little bit helps, you know.
I'm always glad to help out when possible. Not like these slithering scabs.
What's the strikeout about anyway?
You know, serious business. I'm sure the big boss will be glad to tell you. You'll have to ask him first.
He's a chatty guy. Wants to talk about the strike. Return once you've met the union boss and are on a better footing with the organization.
I need to know what's behind these gates. I'm exploring.
My friend, I respect the right to roam. The open range awaits.
Does this mean you let me through the gate?
I don't operate in that capacity. I'm not a granter of passage. The passage grants itself.
That's simple. I just walk in.
Aye. Walk right past Measurehead and go in.
Past Measurehead?
Yeah, the 2.5 meter tall Semini Supremacist is there. Walk right past him.
Right.
Press the button to unlock the door.
Uh-huh.
Then go past him again. And you
Okay.
enter the arbor through the office. Está.
For some reason it doesn't seem like it's gonna be that easy.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's not completely impossible. For example, you could best Measurehead in a physical confrontation.
I don't think so.
Or you could convert to a Semini Supremacist worldview. Or... maybe it actually is completely impossible.
Has anyone ever bested him in physical confrontation?
Not yet, no. He's incredibly strong.
Nothing a couple of solid hooks from Dexter and Sinister won't fix.
Has any of the scabs tried converting to his worldview?
Jean-Luc himself would say the philosophy has proven overly heroic for the scabs to convert to. Not enough intuition.
Got it.
Sure.
Another thing. Nice talk. Gotta get moving. Looking monolithic. Not soft and weak like other men. Should we do it? Should we do competitive racism? Chat, you're not ready for this.
Body betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology?
A ripple of muscle passes underneath his skin. He lets you look.
It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, I'm Sandwich. You are not in danger because you are not a threat to me. What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
You hear your heart pumping, fast and irregular. Your joints ache and you feel old, but still alive, somehow.
Stop it! You are embarrassing yourself in front of this woman and your pedomorphic friend.
Pedomorphic?
This display of weakness may appeal to older women with a stronger maternal instinct, but it is a liability here on Battlefield Martinez.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
What do you mean my body betrays my degeneracy?
You have succumbed to Al-Ghul.
Al Ghul.
You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick.
Kim, is it really so
It's
bad?
not good. It's like a rat crawled into your stomach, got drunk and drowned.
I don't have a problem with Al Ghul. I just drink a little on the weekends.
Your mouth moves, but the one who speaks is Al Ghul. You are but a vessel for the Ghul now. Very little of yourself remains. Occidental Haplogroup B4 is done giving orders around here. The influence of the ham sandwich race is waning.
Show him the ham still got it.
The race stuff is unimportant here. I just need you to help me do my job, please. First, let me make this clear. I'm not a drunk. I'm a cop. I have a drink every now and then. Everyone does. Actually, I think the ham sandwich race still has it in them.
Willingly calling yourself a ham sandwich, how far the Occidental Haplogroup has fallen. You were once a noble and powerful race. You gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war like missiles and aerostatic aircraft. You made great gains in metallurgy, race theory, and statecraft. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the inexplicably potato-obsessed Quakers. But now your ascent to the genetic summit has halted. You are obsessed with sadness and with frivolous pop culture.
And you get dominated at the top of the hour if you are not subscribed.
You will be superseded. Isn't that right, babe?
It is, baby, yeah. You know it.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Come on, I just need you to move about 20 centimeters back.
It is my task to keep the degenerate drunks from entering the harbor.
You're right about all this. Now I just need you to let me go into the harbor.
Enough with this begging. You should leave the stage of history with dignity by inviting the other races to a great world war. Bring your troops to the Simonine Islands and to Boogie Street, and we will pulverize you. When you are gone, we will build a museum for you. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al Ghul, your beloved beverage. Inside, we will store the odes to homosexuality you call art, and your microcephalic skulls.
This is your chance. He's talking. Rip into him with a punch and catch him off guard. No, don't rip into anyone. You're sensitive. Remember? Communicate.
Know anything about this mug?
He does not so much as glance at the object.
This is your kind of thing.
Stop showing me your pathetic cup. I have no interest in it.
Does he strike you as the kind of man who puts mugs into trash?
What are those tattoos of yours supposed to mean?
Racists are generally not very good examples of their race. I am not like them. I am craniometric perfection. I have taken the trouble to permanently draw a phrenologic grid on my skull and features. This should dispel any doubt.
You sure I'm not craniometrically superior to you?
You exhibit forward projection of the jaw, indicative of schizophrenia and sexual inaccountability.
Why is he reading me to
From a purely aesthetic standpoint, the dimple in your jaw makes you look like a baby. This is not chronometry, just an observation.
What else?
It is impossible to see any more of your bone structure. It is covered in the ravages of Al-Hul. From what remain of your features, I can see fleshy lips, baldness of the head, and long arms relative to lower limbs. This leads me to conclude you are not a police officer. You are a common criminal, an offspring of murderers and sailors from Sur-la-Clé and Vesper, and possibly even the degenerate sheep herders of Ubi.
Interesting. So one of my ancestors was Sur la Clef and the other
Your
Vesper?
racial heritage is uninteresting. It is the same as all Revacholians. Your parents and their parents made the decision to reproduce while under the influence of Al-Hul. That is the only reason you
He's
are
doing
here.
haplogroup phenotype astrology.
He's right there. It's almost impossible to get it on unless you're both drunk. It's too scary when people are sober.
You serve the Union, don't you? Aren't they white?
Don't be vulgar. White or not has got little to do with this. The race enigma runs much deeper than that.
There must be some friction there. He's keeping it well hidden, however.
Yes, but you still serve them. How does that factor into your life?
Mr. Clare is a man of vision and means. He has the will to confront polycultural capital, something your race, naivistic communists, never did. Also, to serve is noble. It takes discipline. Your petulant individualism has only contributed to your race failure. It is lax and moronic.
Communism is pretty cool.
Idiotic communism is the single greatest contributor to your race descent. Everywhere around you, the fruits of its failure to challenge the world order. Individualism, rock and roll music, sexually transmitted diseases, above all, rampant multinational finance still reigning large. Tell me, where have you gotten your love of pathetic communism from? Degenerate youth culture? Rock and roll music?
It's true, I am a rock and roll star and a rebel.
Rock and roll is moribund. Only Koikos listen to it anymore. There is no life left in it. My people abandoned it long ago. It leads only to neurodegenerative herpes and heroin overdoses. I am not surprised you enjoy it so much. This has happened to many of the side products of the inevitable cultural victory of the Seminoles race.
Okay, I'll ask, who are the Seminoles?
The South Island race, haplogroup A4A. We are the rightful masters of the Insulindian archipelago. We descend from the Areopagites of ancient Pericarnassus and arrived here 4,000 years ago. Millennia before you. We are the future. That is all you need to know.
So you were born and raised on the islands before you moved to Revachol?
I am a descendant. The narrow streets of Ulimbuir are with me in my genetic dreams. I see young Seminoles women walk into the grey mass on Ile de Fantôme, waiting on immaculate conception from the pale.
So you did come from the islands?
No. I have heard about it on the radio.
He would be appreciative if you did not further chase this line of inquiry in front of the women.
So you're not really Seminese, you're just from Rafah.
I'm from Couronne. And no, it is not just in Rafah. The city is central to the Siemeni strategy. Spreading through its trade networks, our culture will dominate the world. You have heard enough about our phylogenetic secrets for today. You have extinction to come to terms with, and never getting into the harbor.
Kim, what do you think about
I
this?
think this racist is better than the last, but the next racist will be the really good one.
How do you know there will be a next racist?
There always is.
Race is reality.
Subscribe to the advanced race theory.
Go ahead. Don't be shy. Just ask for race secrets.
I want to learn this race theory of yours so that we could try to become friends. I'm too good to be racist, chat. You see that? I failed the race check. I need some of that race stuff in my brain. Sock it to me.
In popular culture lingo, it is intellectually uninteresting to sock anything to an infant such as you.
I'm gonna get killed. It's not gonna work.
Hey. Psst. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building
here it is.
Communism again.
Again?
Yes, you're ready to start building communism again. You've built it before. They've built it before. Hasn't really worked out yet. But neither has love. Should we just stop building love too?
Can't argue with that.
So, what about all that communism you've promised to build? Word on the street is you've woken up from 1,000 years of slumber, promising to erect a version of communism many times greater than any attempted before. Is that true?
How come there's word on the street?
You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 25 real in their pockets, literally murder all human beings regardless of their political beliefs. That kind of stuff.
Okay, this is the best possible part, but I have to end it here because we have to go to dinner. So I'm sorry that I'm gonna, instead of building communism as the fake phony commie I am, I've decided I will not be building communism and instead be leaving you on that note, at least for tonight. Yeah, that's right. If you want to know how to build communism, you're gonna have to wait, baby.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate.
Anti-communist mansion owner. Peace out, everybody. See you tomorrow. Love you all.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.